Good morning, good morning, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the other side of the world. We make the long trek from Kyalami in South Africa all the way to Australia for Bathurst and the iconic legend that is Mount Panorama. We are here for the 2021 SRHI GT3 Endurance Championship, race number 3 out of 6. Is David Christie here with you, alongside with me, guiding me along and taking my hand for the afternoon, Tim Philbrook. Tim, good afternoon. It's amazing to be here, and I mean, so much to talk about, especially off the back of Kyalami.
Yes, good afternoon, David, and good afternoon, everyone watching along. It's Bathurst. It's brilliant, isn't it? What a track, what a sensational venue for racing. We've seen it in the real world on countless occasions, but I'm pretty sure these SRHI boys are going to serve up another spectacular event. Like you mentioned there, David, off the back of the Kyalami race, the 8 hours of Kyalami. A really interesting race, to say the least, and to somewhat, we had a dominant performance from the SimSport Solution team of Regan Mitchell, Dean Riley, and Rich Smith. They led a grand total of 203 of the 277 laps. They were barely touchable throughout the 8 hours. But through the rest of the order, some other interesting stories. We obviously had the drama that befell the Dark Sky Racing Lamborghini team, but they managed to fight back through the order from penalties and damage up to 23rd. And that's a team that really you've got to keep your eye on, with the likes of Sem Spenkelink on board and his teammates as well, because they are exceptionally fast in that Lamborghini. But a brilliant range of cars on the grid. Another one to look out for, the 969 Artworks Bentley. They battled through the order, almost a stealth performance, rising up the order, and particularly in the later stages of the race, were contenders for a podium. So really, anyone can win these races. Being on the front of the grid means nothing for the SRHI guys. There's going to be plenty of people trying to battle their way up the order across the 12 hours.
Very much looking forward to it. And I have to say a huge hello to the entire SRHI Sim Racing Hub International community. Obviously, my very first time coming to join you guys and girls. So being Scottish, I do get a little bit of a pass for butchering people's names. So that will happen over the next 12 hours. But if you do notice me doing that, please feel free to pop that into YouTube chat. Let us know how it should be pronounced phonetically. And yeah, we'll get that done and keep people happy along the way. But as we said, race 3 out of 6 is a 6-race championship this time round. We head over to Imola in September, and then Paul Ricard in November as well. So a huge championship. Lot rest on this halfway point here at Bathurst in Mount Panorama. It's going to be the legendary 3.86 mile circuit. It is honestly the place that champions are crowned, and we see it almost every year in GT3 goodness. We're just about 5 minutes away from the green flag lap getting underway, the formation lap, and the cars onto the grid. But honestly, Tim, this is one of the best circuit for GT3 cars I think there is in the world. It is such a challenge, not just through the night but through the day as well. You know, you've got that amazing change of elevation as the cars climb up through Quarry Bend, going through the cutting, and then you've got the beautiful moment where you come over McPhillamy Park and then through Skyline down through the S's. What is it about Bathurst, do you think, that makes it such a challenge for these drivers?
I think one of the key elements of this Bathurst track has to be that the margins for error, they're non-existent. You cannot make a mistake around the Bathurst circuit and live to tell the tale. Potentially later on in the lap as things open up through the chase, but if you find yourself getting all crossed up and out of control over the top of the mountain, your race is going to end swiftly, and it's going to be pretty much a miracle if you manage to come back from that. I think it was NASCAR legend Michael Waltrip went on a lap of this circuit a while ago, and he described it as a geological oddity. I mean, it's incredible. You arrive at some corners where the track almost goes up vertically in front of you on the way out of the cutting, and then down the hill through Skyline, you can't see the track. It's blind. You're turning in, aiming for where you hope the circuit is going to be when your four wheels reach that point. The Bathurst circuit is just a challenge from start to finish. Factor in then as well ambient conditions. We understand it's hot in the server at the moment. There's going to be typically Australian temperatures for the drivers to deal with. And of course, it's 12 hours. That's plenty of time for driver fatigue to factor in, let alone for cars, tyres, fuel, etc. The Bathurst circuit just encapsulates one massive challenge for teams up and down the order.
For sure. Very, very much looking forward to all of the action we've got in store for the next 12 hours. And I just, honestly, I'm really not sure what to expect, because obviously we're no strangers to seeing endurance races, but what I do always tend to see is that this first 2 hours is absolutely critical, Tim, for the remainder of the race, to get a good start, to get things going, and to push things forward in the most dramatic way possible. You said about the margin for error is almost non-existent here, and certainly with the very, very close walls on either side at the top of the hill, it kind of opens up as you're coming down the Conrod Straight, but up at the top of the hill, it's almost like you want autopilot to kick in so that you can get your stints done, but then you're also kind of scared that autopilot kicks in because it might lead to an incident.
Exactly, and these drivers will be relying on that second nature to just instinctively guess where the corner is and hope it's in the same place as it was on the previous lap. I think every time the driver reaches the forest elbow through the left-handed hairpin that kind of ends out the Mount Panorama section, and they get onto that Conrod Straight, you almost breathe, relax. Okay, I've got a nice long stretch now. I can just take a sip of water, check my numbers, check my tyres, fuel, etc. Chat to the team if needs be. And then you spend the rest of the lap up towards Hell Corner and then the Conrod Straight. Again, just trying to build yourself up to go over the top of the mountain. It's such a challenge. And like you say, that autopilot, I mean, plenty of drivers could wish they could press that button over the top and just the car continue on its merry way. It's a very much exciting challenge at Bathurst. It's equally exhilarating as it is terrifying. I agree with you, David, as well in what you say. The first couple of hours as we see pit stops take place and really that opening stanza of these longer distance enduros set up a team, but also begin those storylines of where competitors are. Have they been under at the front? Are they still battling to hold on to the lead, forced to make good decisions in pit stops to keep track position? Or are they towards the back of things, caught up in drama, fighting through? We really see how those storylines begin to be set out in front of us in these first 2 hours, and factor in certain rules like driver stint time. And also, one particular thing I've noticed, 12 tyre sets for the entire race. And that did include the practice session that we had just before the race start at 11. So, look, these guys are got a lot to think about beyond just making it around the track safely.
There certainly is, and obviously we're just a couple of minutes away from getting on to the grid. I believe there's a slight delay while we get the cars all organised onto that formation lap. Let's have a little talk about the championship then as it stands so far. Odyssey Racing B up at the top of the championship so far, 65 points, 15 points ahead of the Artworks team, and with Sim Sports Solutions in third. They didn't take any points from Monza, but they did take the full 35 points at Kyalami last time out. Team Rocket the Fast in fourth place with 29 points. Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport in fifth place with 26 points. Science Friction Racing in sixth place with 20 points. Now they've got a really good chance coming into today at Bathurst, because obviously Science Friction Racing second on the grid right now. Coupe Team Future Esports in 7th place with 17 points. Lork Driving in 8th with 15. RNE ACC in 9th place with 15 joint as well. And then Team DGTL Racing, quite a mouthful for me to say, in 10th position, but they hold all the ace cards right now on pole position with a 201-217. Quite the turn up there, Tim, because they're on pole position, but they had very disappointing results at Monza and Kyalami.
this is what we love about this championship, is that the form book really goes out the window every time you come into a race. You see, yes, familiar names up there battling, but really it's all about getting to the flag and scoring those points if you've got your eyes on the championship. And a number of those teams, really, their strong second race at Kyalami is what's bumped them up the order. It's almost as if that round has now set up some championship challenges, and there's a few names in there that have been consistent. They have been strong across both races. The Monza round was particularly very different to what we then saw at Kyalami in terms of the actual racing on track. It was a wet, dry event. There was plenty of drama and strategy to play out there. But a team, like I've mentioned before, I'm particularly going to be looking at is that 969 Artworks Bentley, and it's got a particularly snazzy livery, David, so it's not one that's easy to miss. A podium at the first round at Monza, 4th place at Kyalami. Very strong position indeed. I'm excited to see how they fare, because it's another very different track. And yes, that consistency in the first 2 races to just grab results, like we say, form but goes out the window, and especially when you come to a track like Bathurst. A few driver lineup changes, a few switches here and there. Something of particular note is of SimSport Solutions and SimSport Racing, the race winning driver lineup of the number 21 car, which was Regan, Mitchell, Dean, Riley and Rich Smith. They've now merged with the other SimSport team, so it's now Kieran Vidago, Chris Pinchbeck and Regan Mitchell in that lineup, so a bit of a merge there. And Mitchell is a driver who, if you're only as good as your last race, the Kyalami event was absolutely spectacular for him. He drove 47% of the team's laps at Kyalami. And not only that, he was pretty much unbeatable in terms of pace compared to the competition around him on track. They go from 9th place today. The grid separated by a matter of tenths. I think that's something, David, we've got to touch upon. 2 drivers setting times in qualifying, and the top 15 separated by, well, a little over half a second. It's incredible how close this order is, and that just shows you that the amount of talent on offer today.
It absolutely does, and just to remind you how it goes from the qualifying, you've got 2 times set by the team, and then it's the average of the 2 times that becomes your final time. So it just adds a wonderful dynamic to things, Tim. The fact that it's not just good having that. We see this in other championships where you can have like a super alien on your team, but the rest of them are just average pace drivers. And here now, the entire team, or 2/3 of the team, have to be super fast, and it just really adds on to the drama of qualifying.
Definitely, and then carry that forward into the race. Every driver matters. Every driver is important. Like you say, some teams you get that super quick guy who is able to do the times in quali, super consistent in the race. He's got, setting purple lap times on race stints, and then the rest of his team might not be able to match that. And then suddenly there's a weak link in the armour. You're only really as good as your slowest driver. That's kind of the nature of endurance racing. We see it in the real world with Le Mans and GT Am driving. We've seen it in countless other series, at the GTD class in IMSA racing, where it's the amateur driver in those scenarios. It is really the limiting factor, and I think that's important to take into account today, is that it's great having someone who can set those times in qualifying. It's great having 2 drivers that can set those times in qualifying, get you up the grid. The reality is come 12 hours of racing, you need all of your driver lineup to be looking sharp and on point today, because it's a team effort to get through 12 hours around Bathurst.
Certainly is. We'll come back to that in just a second. Good morning to everyone that's watching on YouTube chat. To Galexo, Saracino, Daniel Fair, Rob, Adam Isailovich, Ellen Rosenberg, Slider Spy, Hugh Snyder, Simon Pike, Vincent and Chris Hill. Let us know where you're all watching from today. If you've got any questions for myself or for Tim during the warm-up or during the race at all, feel free to pop them in. We'd love to hear from you, and if you've got any curious things that you want to know about the championship or at the race, then we will happily get them answered for you. So Tim, back to that point, because it is obviously a 12-hour race. In fact, look at that, without further ado, look at that, you would never know that we were just stalling for time there. Right, 5 o'clock in the morning, Tim. Track temperature 25 degrees Celsius and the air temperature 25 degrees Celsius. Now that is going to ramp up very, very quickly, but these dark conditions are going to be very, very difficult for the drivers to get started with.
I was just thinking, David, it's 25 degrees ambient in the serve already. It's not even that where I'm broadcasting from at the moment in the south of the UK, and I'm feeling hot. You know, these guys have got to go out there now and race. These conditions are going to be difficult for the cars early on as well. And like you say, the darkness. I mean, look at it. It's pitch black around Bathurst. There's no ambient lighting to help. You get a fantastic view in the distance of the surrounding towns, etc. But look, I mean, flying up towards Quarry and up towards the cutting, you're looking at brake lights and headlights through here. And like we said before, we mentioned it, 2 hours really. This first 2 hours are going to be crucial as the sun begins to come up to really set your race up for the remaining 10 hours. But trying to get through with basically no help from ambient lighting or from the sun deciding to show up. You've really got to be clean. Pick your opportunities as well. You know, the first lap even is crucial in endurance racing. You just want to get through it, get your stint set up, get the ball rolling, not get involved in any kind of silly mistakes or early sends. No hot potato moves into the first corner at Hell Corner, because we've seen how that can go in other series and in the real world. So a challenge nonetheless to get around the Bathurst circuit. Factor in there's 34 other cars on track and to do the same, and then factor in that it's pitch black. It's I'm going to be impressed to see this lot get through cleanly.
We'll take you through as many cars as we can. Then pole position, Lasse Ugard in the 42 Lexus taking the cars round. Simon Zimmerman in the number 8 Bentley in second place. Third place is Daniel Georges in the number 15 Ferrari. It's the Ferrari 321 of Chris Vickers in fourth place. Fifth place is the Merc AMG. It's the number 16 of Thomas van Schaik. It's Mark Newtlings in the 111 Merc as well in sixth place. Seventh place is Marcel Vies in the 969 Bentley. Eighth place for Daniel Jim in the 71 Ferrari. Ninth place is going to be Regan Mitchell. Keep an eye out for him. We do have a little bit of a history on Regan Mitchell. Very, very fast driver in the 22 Aston Martin. 74 Lambo of Nard Cox is in 10th place. So obviously it's a capacity grid. We've got 35 cars taking part, 35 teams. Goodness knows how many drivers that actually equates to. Probably about 115, 120, I would imagine, taking part in this race today. 12 hours from Bathurst. And yeah, very, very much excited as the cars making their way along the Conrod Straight for this formation lap. And this is so important. If you've brand new to endurance racing, brand new to sim racing, what you'll see the cars weaving about here, what they're actually doing is trying to get some heat into the tyres, trying to get some heat into the brakes as well. Now some drivers will do both at the same time. You'll find them, they're the cars that are just sort of in a straight line. What they'll be doing is going at about 80% acceleration, but they'll have the brake jammed on full, and what that does is that creates friction on the brakes, putting heat into the brakes, but that heat carries on into the tyres as well. But we are getting ready to go green here at Bathurst then for 12 hours. The cars under that Maguire's Liqui Moly bridge for the first time in a very, very long race away. They're on the way down towards Murray's Corner, and it is, as I said, Ugard who is going to be in pole position leading these cars around. He is effectively the safety car and the pace car for the rest of the field. Wonderful sight here for round 3 of the SRHI GT3 Endurance Championship. Race 3 out of 6. We are ready to go racing here for 12 hours at Bathurst. Holds onto your hats, ladies and gentlemen. It's a long run down to the line, and we are underway down in towards Hell Corner then for the first time of asking. And it's not asking much, but all the cars getting round for the first time of asking.
They just get through, don't they? Ugard holding on to the lead. He was challenged by the Bentley into the first corners. It looks like there's drama towards the back. A few cars slow and avoiding some sort of incident there. The Lexus of Ugard, though, managing to do exactly what he would have wanted, just getting a good run off of the green lights and then holding on to the lead behind. I mean, what a fantastic shot is David of all the cars spilling up the hill. Brilliant action. It looks like everyone, though, has got through this opening sector nice and cleanly.
How come public racing is never like this? How come every time I go into a GT3 race, right, I'm dead by turn 3? But this is wonderful. This is what sim racing is supposed to be about. It looks absolutely identical. If you were to show this side by side with the real life footage of the Bathurst the race, then you would be very, very difficult to spot what goes wrong. Oh, and that's Georges having a huge moment coming up the hill there. The number 15 car that was in third place loses, I think that's 2 positions there, down to 5th place there. So easy to do on cold tyres there, and that was coming through Reed Park there. The car very, very loose at this early stage, and that is a scary moment, Tim, for a driver with not even a lap in the books.
Exceptionally lucky, though, Georges there in the number 15, because they're one of the only parts of this Bathurst circuit where there's a gravel trap, and he ran wide, skipped through the sand, no drama, he's back on track, back on his way. That would have been a scare, though, that he wouldn't have wanted to have on this opening lap, and I almost feel like we've had a race entirety already, and we're yet to complete this opening lap of the Bathurst 12 hours. Looking further down the order, it does look like the train has stretched out, but everyone seems to be getting through cleanly. I can't see any cars that are limping back to pit lane or any with particular visual damage. It's hard to spot in the dark anyway, but it doesn't seem to be any problems further down the orders. We see picture in picture, a little side by side on the run in to the final corner. That's further down the order. One of the Bentleys, potentially the 107 of Denise, going side by side with Mikhail Putman in 84 Audi. So yeah, battling already up and down the order. And like you say, David, it looks absolutely stunning. This field of GT3 cars just flying around Bathurst. I'm waiting to see some battles emerge, and one of them on screen, the 111 SimSport racing car, going at it with that 969 Artworks Bentley up the hill into the quarry turn side by side. The Bentley looks to the inside. They're still alongside each other on the exit and on the run up the hill towards the cutting. Can they get it sorted? Yes, the 969 takes the position away from Mark Neutlings. That's Marcel Wies now up to 9th place. Clean racing side by side, and like you say, David, if only public lobbies were like this.
I know, right? It's quite something to behold. It makes me very, very jealous, but it is fantastic stuff to watch as the cars come through. That's through Reed Park, then through Solomon Park. They're on the run to McPhillamy Park now. There's Skyline there, and just give that about half an hour in the sim time, and you're going to be treated to the most beautiful virtual sunset that you've seen. A little bit of dust getting kicked up through the Essers as the cars come tearing down through the Dipper, one of the most frightening sections in GT3 racing, especially when you're in a big pack like this. It is nothing more than watching the car in front and reacting to the car in front. You can certainly have your line through the S's in the Dipper, but again, you have to watch the brake lights of the car in front. Wonderful train coming through the fastest straight in GT3 racing here at Conrod Straight, or through the Chase as well. That wonderful right-hander, you get that iconic camera view as the cars come tearing down the circuit here, and then it's onto the brakes as late as you dare into the Chase. And oh, there's contact, 2 cars round. That's the 22 of Mitchell. Regan Mitchell hits Neutlings, and the 2 of them are off into the gravel there. I mean, that is just, we've got more chaos going on. We've got yellow flags out, and we've got a car off into the grass there. That is down in towards Murray's Corner there. That's going to be very, very lucky if that doesn't cause an instant. Oh my goodness me, lap 1, right? Tim, what they've done is they've shaken hands on lap 1, and they've just knocked out several cars in lap 3. Start finish line, and we had a car off in the background. I think that was Neutlings again into the wall. I'd be very surprised to see if that was afters from Neutlings and Regan.
Definitely looked like that instant just rumbled on for a few more corners, and already Neutlings jumping back to pit lane, so that's crucial to their race. The 111 Mercedes starting a long way up the order, looked in fine. Vettel coming into the race, they were 6th on the grid, slipped back, and then I think maybe Neutlings was just trying to fight back and get some positions, but Also in that skirmish was the number 22 Aston Martin race winner, Regan Mitchell from the Kyalami 8 Hours, involved in an incident early on. And we saw from Mitchell last time, he was uber clean and uber decisive, and he was so quick. It just looks like now, maybe caught up in battling, caught up in having to fight for his position. There's been a mistake there in a collision between the two cars. Like we said, getting through the opening stint is crucial to your endurance race, and already drama unfolding. We're going to have to see whether these the number 22 and the 111 can do anything about fighting their way up through the order. I'm convinced that Mercedes, like you say, David, was the car then we saw in the back of shot heading towards the wall, and I think Neuseling has picked up some pretty severe damage hopping back to pit lane immediately. He wouldn't have struggled around the rest of the lap. So like you say, shaking hands on the first lap, and then they took the gloves off for the second one and decided to throw some punches at each other.
Yeah, punches left, right and centre, haymakers landed, but it's all about this battle at the lead with just about 6 minutes gone in the race. We can see that Lasse Ugard is under increasing pressure now from Simon Zimmerman. That Science Friction Racing Bentley is all over the back of the Lexus RCF as they come up through the hill for the fourth time of asking. 3 laps in the books here at the Bathurst 12 Hours SRHI GT3 Endurance Championship. What a cracker we've had from the start there. Again, it was all very polite and friendly and gentlemanly at the start there, and then all hell kicked off on lap 2. Let's have a look here. That is Markic in the number 11 Lexus trying to get past it. I think he's done it. He's got past them. What a move from Matis Markic. That must have been, Tim, on the entry into Quarry Bend, because coming up through the cutting, he already had that done, and to be honest, they made that look very, very easy.
Yeah, I think that they've split out, as you can see. You can't see any other cars on track around them. I think they've dropped back from the leading train, but they've managed to gap away from that battle pack that's got this in the 969 Artworks car and the number 69 Mercedes. So they've managed to almost form their own little pocket of clean air, and I think really Marquez just had the slipstream, was I think behind. Now Jim's backed right off. I didn't just see that. Look down at my entry list. I think Jim's made a mistake. There he is. There's the 71 Ferrari sideways parked. That looks like it's at Skyline. You don't want to be stopped there. It looks like everyone's managing to get through cleanly, but as Jim tries to rejoin in the Racing Point 71, collision with the wall again. Another instant for Jim. Lost the position, and then it's going to have lost several. And now, look, you just see the Ferrari trying to limp back to pit lane. So further damage and into the wall again. So clearly some suspension issues, steering issue there. That's one very unhappy Ferrari 488.
I can imagine that is going to be a very, very unhappy team as well, possibly into an early pub visit from the sounds of things today. But here we go, further down the order. We've got a cracking little battle going on. This is for 19th and 20th. This is Regan Mitchell. We saw him, and I was saying he was one to watch, and unfortunately it's been for the wrong reasons. Regan Mitchell now down into 19th position in that number 22 machine, and really struggling in these early stages of the race for Sim Sports Solutions, trying to fight off the 169. That is the RNE ACC car behind him of Hackler in that Ferrari, and this has not been the start that they wanted, Tim.
No, for sure. And coming off the back of such a dominant performance at Kyalami, really would have expected this car just to be getting through cleanly, getting through sensibly, and setting up their race. I mean, that's what they did at Kyalami. They were competitive in the opening hours or so, but really then they made their move in the pit stops and gained the positions on track as well, and they handed over to drivers. They just kept clean, and Mitchell was really the star performer of that lineup. So it is strange to see him caught up in the drama. I think he would have wanted to just kept clean. He's quite a reserved character as Regan, you know, and he's quite honest, and he's not one of these headline grabbing characters, you know, that we so often see in sim racing. And he just manages to grind out a performance, but a bit of a mistake today, and that's seen him drop down the orders. We see the battle towards the front here. This is the leading train, so Ugard Zimmerman separated by 4/10 of a second. Then Vickers a further 6/10 back. And then this is the fight for 4th place for Miran in the number 16. And Daniel Georges in the number 15 Ferrari. So look at this train of cars, David. It's brilliant to see this lot so close together. I think that's the 74. Yes, Sem Spenkling in 6th. So the order very close still at the sharp end.
And that's it. That's great to see that we've still got that close train just 10 minutes into the race. But it looks like Nutterling's actually got about 2 minutes of damage. He's away into the pits just now. So, I mean, that is absolute disaster to have that this early on in the race. The only good thing is that if they can get a clean run from now on, they might be able to salvage and still get themselves into the top 10 and possibly even back into the top 5. But huge damage. And not just that, it's the time it's taken to get that car into pit lane as well. As we see Just Vermeeren here for the 610 Motorsport outfit, the number 16. I was expecting to see Thomas van Schaik actually starting the race in that car, but instead it is Just Vermeeren that it is trying to desperately hold off from the Ferrari of Daniel Georges in the number 15 that is just behind him. That's the Odyssey Racing Ferrari teammates, obviously, with Rhys Spence Robb and Craig Benny, who will be jumping in the car later on. But that Ferrari looking very dangerous right now in the Merc. In these early stages of the race, it doesn't like the colder weather, Tim. It wants to have the track a little bit warmer, but we started the track on fast conditions. The track now has evolved to optimum conditions. That means that the track is at its awesome grip levels, and really happy with that. We can see a huge battle going on further down the field. That is 26th, 27th, 28th all going on at it just now. Looks like they're coming up through the cutting, and what amazes me is that at this early stage of the race, Tim, I mean, this is a 12-hour sprint race. The cars are just absolutely not giving any inch or a quarter right now.
I think that's just a symptom of what we see in the real world, isn't it? You know, this GT3 formula really is sprint stint style endurance racing. You know, you're given the car for an hour, you're given the car for your stint or whatever. You've got to go and extract the absolute maximum from it, and we're seeing that already. That battle was interesting, though. Daniel Georges, like you say, and Vermeeren, number 16 of the 610 Motorsport team. That I think Georges now is trying to fight back. I think he's got pace. We saw that mistake where he ran through the gravel. I think he's keen to get back on it and prove where he should be in the pecking order. And again, there's just another example of how these endurance race events are, and how endurance racing is at the moment. You have to give absolutely everything in the car. I certainly am not capable of doing it to the level of this lot. I'd much rather be up here in the commentary box watching on, because it does look frightfully scary at the moment. It's so dark out there. Following the brake lights of the car in front is sometimes a good thing to do, sometimes a bad thing to do, and especially if you're this battle at the moment. Hackler in the 169 Ferrari trying to make his way past Westerhouse in the 220 Lexus. In fact, I think Hackler just made contact with the wall there. He's following in so closely behind, and so difficult sometimes to pick out your line when you've got a train of GT3 cars. Your lights only illuminate so much of the track and so much of the car in front. But fantastic job from him there to keep it out of the wall in the RNEACC car, keeping it clean and managing to battle on. But speaking of battling on, David, just hearing 5 cars in pit lane already with damage. So a number of races unravelling already. We're not even 15 minutes into this one.
Yeah, it's not the best start for those 5, because obviously that's a huge handicap as it ends up going on towards the end of the race there. So again, it's just about getting the head down, getting the composure, reset, and getting yourself back and focused onto the race. Talking of the race though, this is the 6-car lead group just now. They are starting to split up now. First and second are a little bit clear of third place of the 321 Ferrari of Chris Vickers. Just Vermeeren still trying to hold off Daniel Georges in that Ferrari. Just now Daniel did have a little bit of a clip with the wall, and now back to the Lamborghini, the 74 of Sam Spenkling. Down in that in 6th place here. We're on board with Just Vermeeren though, who's now a little bit clear of George's in that Ferrari. Now he can focus on Vickers in that Ferrari. And Tim, with Chris in front, I mean, you do kind of find yourself following the lines that they do, and that's why we say it so often that if the car in front has an accident, the car behind is going to have exactly the same incident.
Yeah, it's sometimes one of the most difficult things to do is to just run your own line. You know, run your race, drive the track how you've been driving it in practice and qualifying, etc. You know, when you've got these cars around you, and like you say, you can sometimes just, it's almost not a lapse of concentration, but you get sucked into just following the brake lights in front of you and kind of steering the wheel around the track, and it almost becomes autopilot, like we were saying. But you've got to keep your focus on your race, your line, running the car how it likes to be run, you know, because sometimes the car in front might be set up to do things slightly differently. They might be slightly better through certain parts of the track, and attempting to follow them and emulate their speed, apex speed, exit, you know, their line could see you come under fire and maybe have an issue. And like we've said, no margins for error here at Bathurst. One small slip up and that could be your race. As we've seen side by side there, it's actually just over the top of Skyline, picture in picture. But as I say, margins for error are small, and already 5 cars in pit lane struggling with damage. So this race is really setting out the stall now, because this battle at the front, Ugard and Zimmerman, they're still attached to each other. Then we've got a gap of a couple of car lengths back to Vickers, then Vermeuren's with him as well. Daniel Georges is there, and then a little gap back to Sem Spenkelink. I did think it was going to be Nard Cox starting that car, so there's been another swap for the Dark Sky Racing team. But Sem is so fast in his opening stint, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that 74 Lamborghini catch up to the top 5 and really make it a quintet battling for the race lead.
Yeah, just to give you a little bit of context there, picture in picture, you saw the 404 Garage RIP 101B machine. Thomas Walters absolutely tearing his way through the field, started in 31st, is already into 25th position. That was a move on Mikkel Volkering, and he's already done a move on 79, Denise Pope. So keep an eye on that 404 machine, that Garage RIP 101B machine of Thomas Walters, absolutely carving his way through the Australian mountain here at Bathurst. Amazing action we've had. We're barely even 20 minutes into the race. It's still Lasse Ugard out in front then in the number 42 Lexus from Simon Zimmerman. Zimmerman keeping him honest right now. That gap just 0.6 of a second, and it's starting to eke away a little bit. Purple sector 2 there for Zimmerman at this early stage, but have a look as well in the background. Now you're starting to see the sun giving a little bit of a hint that it is about to start coming up here. And again, absolutely beautiful scenes here at the virtual Mount Panorama.
This is such a crucial part of this race, just getting to sunrise. It's almost a completely different race in itself, and we're seeing how these storylines are unraveling. This battle on screen at the moment, Denise Pope in the number 79 Wild Things Racing McLaren. Oh, there's a car stop. That was the 404. That was Thomas Walters. And David, commentator's curse already 20 minutes in. You were just praising Thomas for doing such a spectacular job at the start. And it's all unravelled for him there at Skyline.
What on earth? He's obviously decided to go out and get his Pop-Tart yeah, breakfast time for the 404. But Lenson and Eckstein, what a move from Lenson in the Bentley to get past that 911 of Eckstein for 13th place there. Great move coming into Hell Corner, and that Porsche really struggling for any sort of grip right now. The Leeds Porsche up into 14th place, but the Bentley with that extra weight, with that extra chunkiness, I want to say, that thickness of the thick boy, the Bentley. Look at the Porsche. I mean, it wants to hide in the shadows, but there's no way surely he's going to go around the outside. It's never going to happen. The Bentley gets the proper line out of there. But as a driver, I mean, it's so distracting having another car in your rear view mirror like that.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to I mean, you wish you could turn the mirror off, because all you're seeing is a pair of headlights that are bullying you around the track whilst you're trying to look forward and look for your line and your markers, your turning points. Already difficult enough in the pitch black here at Bathurst. Then factor in that you've got a pesky porker behind you trying to make a move. These guys locked together. A great move from Lenson though into the final corner down at Murray's. Super clean as well, and just showing the nose of that Bentley and getting past. And battle now up for 13th place. So a good start from them as Ugard really coming under pressure. So another quick Bentley out on track as Zimmerman in the number 8 Bentley, looking quick for Science Friction Racing. I wouldn't be surprised to see him dragging right up to the back of the Lexus up the mountain straight and potentially trying to make a move. But at the same time, I feel like this top 5 have really got their heads screwed on about just getting round cleanly, not making those public lobby dive bombs and making a mistake and ruining a couple of races in one go. They're just battling on and getting through to Sunrise and setting their races up for a good run in through this next 11 and a half hours. I can't believe it. We've got just under half a day's racing still to go.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Right, keep an eye, because this race at the front is getting very, very curious. Keep an eye on third place. Chris Vickers is the fastest man on track. He did purple lap last lap round. This lap that he's just completed is a 2:03.012, still 3/4 tenths faster, but he did a 2:02.9 2 laps ago. So Chris Vickers on an absolute charge, and now just 1.5 seconds behind your battle for the race lead. So he's going to come a factor into it in the next lap and a half as well. But this is the battle then for 4th place. Just Vermeeren in that number 16 610 Motorsport Mercedes, trying to hold off from Georges in that number 15 Ferrari. He's done a successful job so far. Georges able to get close, but he's not actually able to even look past that Mercedes just now. But this is probably the closest that Ferrari has been so far, and if he can get a good run out of, say, Forest Elbow, he sets himself up nicely for Conrod Straight. But I still think he might be a little bit too far back here.
Let's see, can he get alongside? I mean, look at this, David. Already Chris Vickers flying through the middle sector again, making use of that clean air. He's already on the back of this battle for the lead. So it's 3 for the lead now. Ugard, Zimmerman and Vickers. That 3-2-1 Ferrari is absolutely flying at the moment in the hands of Chris Vickers. And here we go, 3 battling out for the top step on the podium already. A long way to go, but this is a crucial point, because demonstrating their pace, showing their cards early on, Vickers is looking quick in the 3-2-1 car there, just at the back of shot. And I wonder if it's just, down to the characteristics of the cars about the Ferrari, whether it's just is happier in these slightly cooler temperatures in the darker morning sky, or whether really it's the driver making the difference. Vickers flying.
Vickers is flying. He's just set another purple lap, 2:02.7. So this is huge pace right now from Chris Vickers in that 3-2-1 Ferrari. He is hunting down Zimmerman, and look at that, he's already on to that lead battle. That Bentley in second place, and it is a 3-car fight now for the lead. Barely got 25 minutes in the book here at Bathurst for the SRHI GT3 Endurance Championship, race 3 out of 6 here, live from Mount Panorama. But oh my goodness me, this is I'm kind of worried, because this is it. This is going to be the next 12 hours all decided right here with this next 5 minutes or so. And this is why I was saying the first hour is so important of this race, because the shenanigans that has the potential to go on is unbelievable. And Ugard is just soaking up all that pressure. Lasse Ugard for the team DGTL Racing Lexus, really having to become a sponge here. And if he's not careful, what's actually going to happen is the 3 of these are going to slow each other fighting, and Just Vermeeren and Daniel Georges are going to get brought into that mix as well. 4.1 seconds is the gap for them just now. Vickers is almost certainly not going to set another fastest lap here, because he's now Zimmerman, and he's not going to be wanting to make a move until he knows he can. In fact, you can see Vickers has dropped off a tiny little bit there. So it's then on Just Vermeeren and Daniel Georges what they can do, if they can actually catch up.
I think as well, what's important is we've talked about, you know, following the headlights of the car in front as we see, oh God, just dipping the rear wheel into the grass on entry and exit of Hell Corner, and actually going to go side by side now up the mountain straight. Zimmerman's got a fantastic run out of the corner in the number 8 Bentley, and he's through. So a change for the race lead here with 25 minutes into the race. Ugard has led up to this point. He can't fight back on the run into Quarry. The Bentley takes the lead, but I was just going to say, David, it is crucial now for Vickers to not get drawn into that autopilot. You know, if he's got this pace advantage over these two drivers now, Zimmerman and Ugard, who have swapped, so let's see if the Bentley can pull away, but he needs to use it. He needs to get up to the back of them, get past and kick on, because 12 laps into this, long way to go, very long way to go. You want to use that pace while you've got it, and we could see the Ferrari slip away as conditions change and the sun rises. So because, you know, he's going to need to kick on now, see if he can get past Ugard, who's also going to be on the back foot, having lost the race lead, get himself up into second and maybe chase down Simon Zimmerman.
We'll have to wait and see what actually transpires from that. Give you an update on the 404 that we were so happy to talk about earlier on, but Thomas Wilters into the pits for a considerable amount of time, is one lap down, and it's going to be just disaster recovery for the 404 RIP racing team. And you hate to say it, I mean, fighting so hard, but that car was stationary in possibly one of the worst places you could see it. Got itself going again, but again, the reason for that is that the car is basically on the brakes, trying to keep itself out of trouble, and that is exactly the thing that they're told to do by race control on the driver briefing. But now here we go, action going in towards Murray's Corner then, because that is Daniel Georges trying to go around the outside of Eust Vermeeren here for 610 Motorsport in 4th place, and again he's going to get the run out the start finish line. Vermeeren moves it across to the left hand side. Is he going to try and outbrake him into turn 1? No, he thinks better of it, and with 11.5 hours to go, you can hardly blame him. But here's what I want to know: if Georges can get past, and I think he does have the pace to get it done past Eust Vermeeren, what can he do? Can he catch back up? Because the lead group of 3 cars is actually starting to come back towards him. It was 4.1, it's now 4.0. And that's not a massive deal, but it means that they're not streaking away, so they're still within sight. If Georges can get past Vermeeren, he's got the pace to get this done, Tim.
Yeah, and it looks like the Ferraris are quick at the moment. It does look like really Chris Vickers and Daniel Georges are the two men really kicking on and making an impression on this race at the moment. And I would like to see if Georges can get past the Mercedes, if he can kick up and close that gap. But a lot of if, buts and maybes as always around Bathurst. And I think that the top 3 are showing very strong pace. Ugard is managing to hold up, keep up with Zimmerman, who's now leading the race on screen at the moment. It's a battle for P9, I believe, on screen. One of the Lexus further down the aisle, that's Tim Kroll in the 333. He's behind Van Drunen in the number 69. Then there's Furkov's 187 Aston Martin, and Seidel in the 296. So plenty of cars all together in that mid-pack. Look at this battle on screen. I mean, Vermeeren has really soaked up this pressure from Georges. He hasn't succumbed to the advantages of that Ferrari, who's made it clear that he wants to get past. And in the background, the sun starting to rise, the sky starting to go a little bit lighter. It's now a shade of bronze as opposed to deep jet black as it was before. Vermeeren, though, soaking up the pressure from Georges behind.
Yeah, certainly is, and Vermeeren really being made to work for this right now. Zimmerman with the fastest lap of the race, so he is checked out. He is gone in that Bentley 2:02.5. That last lap round, and Ugard is going to have to watch out, because Lasse Ugard is under intense pressure right now from Chris Vickers. This is going to be the move from Vickers, moves to the left but is defended from Lasse Ugard, thinks again better of it, but we've saw that Ugard doesn't deal with pressure well. He can be rattled, and again you see the car just going a little bit wide. That's going to slow the car down slightly, but it's also conversely then going to slow down Chris Vickers, and then you've got that battle for Eust Vermeeren and Daniel Georges coming back in, but that that has actually stretched out again, now 4.3. Keep an eye on Matis Marquez in 7th place as well. He's slowly and kind of under the radar, catching up to the back of Sam Spenkling in that number 74 Lamborghini. He was a very, very fast lap 2 laps ago there. I think it was a 2:03.1 and took about 0.4 of a second off of Spenkling for that 6th position there. And this is it. This is going to be the 12 hours right here. It's just going to be sprint racing. It's not like endurance races back in the day where you could get the first 2 hours under your belt, then things would quieten down, you're just sort of pootling about and stuff like that. No, you're fighting for every single lap of this race time. You're fighting for every single 2 minutes of these 12 hours.
Exactly, and that's what you want to do as your driver. You want to make your mark in the time you're in the car, because you want to extract the absolute optimum not only out of your performance but also to benefit your team's position. You can't half-arse it these days with how close the margins are. I mean, we're looking at a matter of tenths separating cars after 30 minutes of racing around one of the trickiest circuits in the world. But at the front, the driver that's really lapping up his position is Simon Zimmerman, because he's kicked out the lead now. It's 1.4 seconds. He's the only driver in the 2 minute 2 seconds, so he's clearly got a pace advantage on the rest of the field. He has got a bit of traffic to deal with. That's the number 90 Lamborghini up the road of Team Rocket the Furious, so he's going to have to deal with some traffic. As I think that's something that's going to be crucial around this race as well. That the track map as well that's been given to the drivers is pretty strict in saying where overtaking back markers is not allowed and where you've got to be cautious if you are making a move. So you could see traffic play in early on. I wouldn't be surprised to see it play a major feature in the result of this race.
Yeah, and the thing is that patience is absolutely key through these next 11 and a half hours. You're going to get frustration settling in, and again, it's that age-old problem of drivers that are maybe on a lap up, a lap ahead. It's almost like they think it's their God-given right to be able to get past at any point they choose, and they can't, because everyone's racing their own race. So just because the car in front might be a lap down, they might be fighting a toe-to-toe with the car in front of them that is on that same lap. So it's not fair to disadvantage them just because they're a lap down. So it's the point of the faster car to overtake successfully, and as you pointed out beforehand, they're given a track map by race control to discuss exactly what points of the track they can get done. Just exactly like that. There we go. That says Zimmerman getting past the number 90 car. That is I believe that's our first car that is got a lap down. That's Tim Nebor in the Lamborghini just now, and that plays into then Lasse Ugard and Chris Vickers as well. And I wonder if Vickers is maybe going to be able to take advantage of this as Simon Zimmerman for Art Racing goes cross line and starts lap number 17. But battle for P10 just now. You can see Van Druinen in the number 69 Mercedes trying to catch on to the back of Krul there, but Lenson in that Bentley as well, keeping them honest. And this is what I love about these races, Tim, is the fact that no matter where you are, there's always some sort of action for you to do. I'll come back to that in a second. We've got some race control decisions already. Instant for the 107 car with the 91 car. That's Denise, you can see there in the Bentley. It's a stop and go 30 for the 107 team. I mean, that is an absolute bombshell at this stage in the race, isn't it, Tim?
Well, you were talking there briefly about lapped cars and how the traffic's going to play into it, but again, imagine being one of those lapped cars. It's so difficult to get your lap back at Bathurst, and that's crucial to your race. And we've seen a number of drivers down the order with incidents, heading back to pit lane, dropping off the lead lap, if not further. But that's through accident, that's through incident, and that's through damage, and the need to go back to pit lane. Being forced to go back to pit lane as a result of a steward's inquiry, that's a different matter entirely. And it looks like the number 107 has caused a major incident. And early on, stewards don't look at that kindly, because plenty of racing to be had, and there's plenty of time to make up the position. Be patient, as we've mentioned. Be patient. Wait your turn. And if you cause an incident early on, I mean, you're only damaging your own race and someone else's. And by the sounds of it, a major incident with multiple cars is how it's listed by the stewards. So the stewards are getting the message across early that incidents like that will be taken very seriously. Up and go 30 seconds. It's going to have a massive impact on the Racing Dude Motorsports team's race. We would be surprised to see them fight back. And that traffic has played a part, David, because Zimmerman under pressure from Ugard.
Well, actually, that doesn't make sense because Zimmerman was got in front of that lapped car and was ahead of Ugard and Vickers. So has something happened to Zimmerman? Because look at the pace that Ugard has got right now. He's lost 2 seconds on that previous lap, and they're side by side going in towards turn number 2. This has turned the race on its head. We thought Zimmerman was going to head onto the leads, and Zimmerman looks like he might have damage. That car is not looking as nimble as it was earlier on. So huge drama. We've got yellow flags that have very, very quickly been returned in. But my goodness, Tim, that is potentially huge for the race, because if he's struggling right now, that is going to be a very, very difficult thing to hold off, as well as fighting Ugard and Vickers as well.
It looks like on the timing screen he lost a second, or best part of, in the middle sector, which is this battle over the top of the mountain. So I do wonder whether Zimmerman made a mistake. He is brushed up against the wall. It's visible there, actually, down the left-hand side of the car. Scrapes in the paintwork, and also on the rear I noticed as well, being lit up by the headlamps of that number 42 Lexus RCF GT3 of Ugard. So I think Zimmerman's made a mistake in pushing on. He was so much quicker than the competition down in the 202s and wasn't really being matched. But that previous lap of 205.3 is nearly a second slower than the competition, or if not more. So he's made a mistake somewhere. He's clearly had a run-in with the wall, like we say. Fine margins here at Bathurst. Just in the background, that's Denise Pope going slowly. She's now lost a position, I believe. Actually, no, that's the number 90 Lamborghini going back through, still going slowly. Sorry, so this is actually her letting the traffic through. So already the leaders are through up to 27th place lapping. The traffic is playing in, but yeah, Zimmerman going backwards, which is surprising.
Yeah, certainly is. Back to the battle for 4th place then, and Vermeeren, Just Vermeeren in that number 16 Merc, still holding off the Ferrari of Daniel Georges for Odyssey Racing. It's surely got to be a matter of time. This Ferrari has been all over the back of this Mercedes-AMG GT3 and just had absolutely nothing. Tries to fire it up the inside. He's late on the brakes into turn number 2, but again can't do absolutely anything with it right now. And I'll be honest with you, one of two things is going to happen. Daniel Georges is going to get past Just Vermeeren, or Daniel Georges is going to take out Just Vermeeren or hit the wall through frustration trying to get past here. You can see, watch the body language of the car, and when I say that, you know, Just Vermeeren looking very, very comfortable. The car is in a particular place on the line when he's coming round the corners. But Georges just looks scrappy. The car looks all over the place. It looks ragged. He's pushing. He's hustling. He's trying his best to get past the car in front and make as much of a nuisance as he possibly can. This is where mistakes come in. This is where accidents happen. And this is where races are lost. So Georges needs to keep the head, needs to keep himself down and keep the composure up. But he needs to get away past Just Vermeeren, and he needs to make it happen now.
Absolutely, and like you say, it's all over the track, using all of the track width, if not a little bit more here and there, just to try and irk Vermeeren and let him know he's there, because it looks like Georges is really desperate to get the move done, and at times it looks messy, it looks scrappy, but it could just be how Georges likes the car and how he likes to drive. But I do get the feeling as well, David, that yeah, a mistake isn't going to be too far away if Georges keeps wringing the neck of this Odyssey Racing number 15 Ferrari 488, because the margins are so small here. It's only one moment that goes slightly wrong and you're in the wall. And cut back to this battle here. This is Marcel Viss in the number 969 Artworks car, battling with Spurkov, their first race, I believe, in the series, the 187 Aston Martin. Then it's Tim Krul in the 33 Lexus. He's a driver I know very well from the GT4 stuff, championship leader coming into the previous round at Silverstone, and then had a nightmare round. So he'll be looking to kick back in alternate machinery here in the Lexus and fighting on very hard indeed. Look at this train, David. I love it. So many GT3 cars in one shot. What a battle.
And this is up to P14, so this is all for position. Just behind him, you can see Arm van Drunen for CBSR Racing, just ahead of that Porsche, that 911, and did a fairly decent job of keeping that behind him just now. That is Pascal Eckstein in the 911 Porsche just now. But again, you see the effect of that concertina effect. It just takes, say, Van Drunen to be slow out of a corner. Oh, we see the car in front. That's Lesnin, who has a little brush of the wall there and has a little scrape on that car. I don't think that's going to cause any damage, but I tell you what that is, that's going to affect the confidence of Lenson in that 301 for sure, because that's a scary moment when that car drifts out wide and you've got no control over it hitting the wall. Yeah, you're rattled for at least the end of the lap here. So Lenson is going to be very cautious coming through down here in the cutting as well. Very easy to lose control of the car if you're a little bit over eager on the brakes there. The car drift out wide again, and look at this Van Drunen under extreme pressure from Pascal Eckstein. And this is just madness right now. Amazing racing that we've got going on the way, all the way from 8th place from Vase, from Seidel, Sverkov, Kroll, Lenson, Van Drunen and Eckstein, all absolutely knocking lumps out of each other just now, Tim. What a start to this race.
This is fantastic, and we're starting to see the sun come up, and indeed the intensity is rising at this battle. It's just a train of GT3 cars locked together, all fairly well matched on pace. And speaking of matched on pace as well, Zimmerman and Ugard again putting in some really clean laps. They're just managing to pull away from Vickers ever so slightly now. A gap now to the tune of 1.5 seconds. Whether or not Vickers has made a mistake, it doesn't look like he had. His sectors on the previous lap weren't very competitive compared to the race leaders, but no standout anomalies to suggest he was in the wall at some point. Zimmerman and Ugard are kind of towing each other around. Ugard's pushing the Bentley to go quicker, and Zimmerman's trying to kick on and get away. Definitely carrying a bit of damage. But just looking down the order, looking at positions gained, this car on screen, the number 333, Cuptim Future Esports, the Aston Martin, Mate Bazoffi in the car at the moment. 18 positions gained already on this lap. Incredible stuff. Since the start of the race, incredible stuff from this team who did feature in the race at Kailami. They were very strong, challenging right up the order towards the end of the event. And this is a really strong lineup. So let's see if this 333 car can continue their rise up the timing screens.
I was going to say 18 positions in one lap. That's an exercise missile strapped to the back of that car. I mean, yeah, look, joking aside, Tim, you're absolutely right. I mean, from the race start, that is incredible, and it shows that, you know, it doesn't really matter about where you qualify. It's a helpful thing, but it does mean that you can absolutely keep firing through. I just have a look at the track map as well, because I'm looking at the race leaders. Guess who the next car to get put a lap down is? It's none other than Mark Nutelings. So Nutelings, who had such a strong start to the race already, in fact that might be, yeah, he's going to get put 2 laps down now, is the number 111. There's the battle for the lead. In fact, it looks like Lasse Ugard absolutely lynched to the back of Simon Zimmerman. They go almost side by side in towards the quarry bends, but it's not to be this time for Ugard. And again, you can't help feeling that Lexus, his tyres, maybe he's just feeling a little bit more confident as the light starts to rise here at Bathurst.
Yeah, Zimmerman might have taken some more out of the rubber in attempting to push up to the back of Ugard and make the move for the race lead. So I do wonder whether the Bentley has used the rubber a little bit more than the Lexus, but over the top of the mountain, Zimmerman is flying, but he's all over the back of that Mercedes. And this is a part of the track that we understand is difficult to part. Yes, there it is. Look at that. That was so close. I don't know how Zimmerman managed to get out of that, because this is a point on the track map that's highlighted as a bit of a no-go for passing lapped cars. But clearly rulebook out the window. Zimmerman having to make a move on the 111. SimSport Racing Mercedes there into Skyline. Already a scary enough part of the track, let alone when a car's hitting on the brakes offline as well. So heads up driving from Zimmerman. That'll be another shot of adrenaline he didn't need as he's trying to keep in front of Ugard. And oh, this is Marcel Viz. This is the artworks, the 969 Bentley, a car I've spoken about pre-race as such a strong performer at Kyalami in pit lane from 8th place. So it looks like he spun further out onto the into the mountain section, and now back in pit lane. Drama for the 969.
And Kroll's into the pits as well. The 33 into to pit lane in that Lexus. So he was up in that battle as well. So that's two of them, Viz and Kroll into pit lane. So again, huge implications for the not only the race but the championship as well, because I mean this is their key point to get some good championship points. We're halfway through the season, race 3 out of 6. We've still got a couple of races left to go. We've got Imola, we've got Paul Ricard still to come, but there we go. That's the picture. He basically turned around and around the corner there, so not the best. But Lasse Ugard, Tim, he's starting to look a little bit fighty here. Is it just me, or is he fancying having a go at Zimmerman here? And look at Chris Vickers again. He's starting to come back into the picture as well. So has Zimmerman just dropped off with 20 laps gone?
I wonder, yeah, and as well for Ugard, this is going to be crucial. Get back past and lead into the pit stop phase, because that's going to be coming up not too far away. I would say up towards the hour mark, we're going to see pit stops start coming in. So the Ugard leading into that pit stop phase will be crucial as well, because you're not going to get caught up with the car in front. You might be able to just do something different and just decide yourself, use the clean air, come to pit lane, not be trying to do any silly business on your in lap. Ugard though is looking quick, and these two really have been the class of the field, and Chris Vickers following them in behind. You can't really make a dent on that 1.4 second deficit. And for Mirren, the gap has come down actually behind. We were looking at that, David, weren't we? The number 16 Mercedes. It was over 4 seconds. Now it's down to 3.2. So the gap is ebbing and flowing. Daniel Georges is, as far as the timing screen is concerned, still stuck behind the Mercedes. In fact, he's pretty much stuck to the rear bumper of that bright yellow and black 610 Motorsport Mercedes. Has been the entire race so far. As you see the picture looking back from the rear wing of Vermeeren briefly there. Great shot of just how close Georges has been getting. But look, this top 5 are still all within contention. So you could all change around with pit stops. A couple of cars merging from pit lane in the background there as well. So really now we've got through that opening drama, we've got through that opening fist fight, if you like, and now it's all about setting up this next phase, which is pit stops, potentially handing over to another driver, or are you staying in the car? You're going to start seeing strategy calls be played out, and maybe you want to get off strategy. We saw that in the previous race at Kyalami with the SimSport racing car. I think it was the number 22 Aston Martin, like Kieran Vidago on board, where they were completely off strategy. They were half an hour out in terms of pit stops, and they were making their way up the order with that alternate strategy. Being out on track when other cars were in pit lane as well, making use of cleaner air and just not being caught up with on-track battles, and it really helped them get up the order. And really, we could have seen them challenge for the top 5, not the podium. It wasn't for a kind of missed call with a pit stop during a full course yellow procedure. But wouldn't be surprised to see some of these cars that are locked in battle, maybe someone like Daniel Georges, just head to pit lane earlier than his competition. And look at this battle for P8 on screen at the moment. Siding the 296 Lamborghini leading this train. But Zverkov, Lenson, Van Duren, Exine, why not just go to pit lane slightly earlier, maybe 5 minutes from your pit estimated time, get out of the train, use your lap pace, and maybe execute the undercut, gain a position in the stops.
That's a great point, actually. Strategy is going to be such a huge factor in the next 15 minutes because obviously the car's going to have to come in to get fueled, get possibly tyres. Some drivers might even want to try and double stint it. I think that's not going to really happen. But you mentioned about the drivers further down the order. It's a luxurious position they're in. If you're outside the top 20, you can do what you like, to be honest. And you're quite often encouraged by that, with the fact that you can make up some big places by taking advantage of that. So if you think that maybe the drivers outside of the top 25 have all either had some sort of an issue or they're having a poor start to the race, right, and then you can basically think of what you want in terms of changing strategy, making moves up and things like that, and then we will see incidents for drivers in the top 20 for sure. We'll still plenty more action to come and cars going tumbling down the grids. Then that way you're in a very different position from them, so maybe they're going to have to pit in to recover from an accident or whatever, and you're already onto your hot tyres. More drive penalties coming in. Stewart's decision, it's a drive-through penalty given to the 969 for resetting back to the pits. That's the Artworks team, and if they get going back again, then they're obviously going to be hit by that. I think they're back out on track, and if the car was undrivable, that's going to be a penalty that they have to take anyway. So it's a bit of an insult to injury on that one.
Yeah, definitely, and that's just such a shame personally from that car, seeing it do so well on the podium at Monza, and then 4th place last time out at Kyalami. A really quick driver lineup, capable of just executing the result and just getting round and getting the job done, and it seems to have all unravelled in the first half an hour of this race at Bathurst. A shame to see that car in pit lane. Penalty obviously handed for heading back to the stops, the pit lane out on track. Speaking of heading to pit lane, exactly what I was mentioning, David, about maybe someone opting to do something different. Sem Spenkelink in the number 74 Dark Sky Racing Lamborghini. He is in pit lane, and that is an actual pit stop. No funny business going on here with heading back to pit lane, resetting, etc. He is making a stop on strategy, and he'll be hoping to come out within distance of this battle pack. He won't want to be involved with this lot, Seidel, Sverkov, Lenson and Van Duren. It looks like he's just managed to no, he hasn't managed to get past Lenson. They're still to tail, but yeah, already strategy calls being played out. Spenkelink in pit lane. He'll be wanting to emerge in some clean air. I was thinking about this, David. Really, you want to be on your own around Bathurst, don't you? You want a nice cushion in front to cars in front, and a nice breathing room to the car behind. You just want to be able to tick the laps off, tick your stint off, get to pit lane, hand the car over, and go and have a lie down in a dark room with your feet in a bucket of water, because you don't want to be hassled by other cars, hard enough as it is, owing to the Mount Panorama circuit.
Are you okay there, Tim? You sounded like there was a lot of trauma and personal PTSD experience from that one there.
Potentially, I don't want to go into that one. A lot of GT4 shenanigans in the Bathurst circuit that are maybe best left in the background.
Oh my goodness me, my heart is in my mouth right now. What the heck is going on over Skyline? There's lap cars involved. Oh, got a car into the wall. Was that the Merc there? I think that might have been the 159. We'll have a look at that. And there's chaos and carnage kicking off, coming down through the S's. This is absolutely predictable. This is why they're told they're not allowed to get past lap cars at this point. Oh my goodness me, your heart's in your mouth. And we've got 11 hours left to go of this week. Tim, we are going to need defibrillators by the time we are finished tonight. Just having a look at the gap between first and second. It's still 0.4 of a second, but Chris Vickers, again, fastest lap of the race, 2:02.3, and the track temperature, I just noticed there, up to 26, and the air temperature up to 26 as well. So the temperature starting to rise as the sun comes up here at Mount Panorama.
Yeah, well, the heat's certainly rising, isn't it? But it's not like it's been a cool race so far at all, because this battle pack is really going at it hammer and tongs. That's the 187 Aston Martin, the yellow and black car there in the bottom shot, leading this train in 7th place. That was so close there as they Constantine run into Hell Corner. Then it's Seidel in the 296 Lamborghini. Then just behind that Bentley 301 of Lenson, closing in as he has been, looking a little bit ragged actually in his attempts to make a move. And there was all that drama that kicked off on the previous lap with someone in the wall on the way down the hill. As we see, there's a Bathurst picture. This is the lapped car. That was Mark Neutelings, I believe we were on board with. So he's the car that's, we mentioned, a couple of laps down, potentially just getting caught up and causing that drama on the previous lap. But look, come on guys, we're so close to your first pit stop. Just get the car back to pit lane in the next kind of 10 minutes or so. It's your first stint done, and you can really start looking forward now to the rest of the race. The sun coming up, the track looks sublime, and the racing has been pretty stellar already.
It certainly has. It's amazing, amazing stuff. Oh, now Georges has got past. In fact, where is Just? Now, Just has just gone out the pits because Just has disappeared completely from the excuse me, I'm obviously having a senior moment there. Just is still in 4th place there. I thought it. I was trying to figure out where Just had gone on the timing screen. Goodness me! But Just, normal services restored ahead of Daniel Georges there in the 15 car. But I mean, this battle, I am at the point where we need to start calling this a Mercari, because these two cars absolutely joined at the hip, and the Ferrari was considerably ahead. So this is the replay of him getting the position back. Oh, now that is very, very close. That Merc is, I think that's what you call persuasive driving.
Yes.
I mean, that was literally, right, you move. I'm coming through.
Assertive,
that was
wasn't
a move.
Yes.
Assertive, that's the word I was looking for.
He pulled right up alongside, went to the outside into the chase, and that's one of the fastest parts of the track. It's certainly the fastest corner on this Bathurst Mount Panorama circuit. And just the conviction to throw the car in and just be like, yeah, look, come on, Daniel, you know, I'm going to get through here. You know, it's up to you now to decide whether we're going to have a coming together or you're going to succumb to my moves here and lose the position. We didn't see how Georges got through, but he will be gutted to have worked so hard to get that position, 4th place on the road, and now be back in 5th place again with that number 15 Ferrari has seemed to be the entirety of the race so far. A couple of other pit callers. We've seen Marquette in the 11 Lexus head to pit lane on the previous lap. Van Drunen as well now in the 69 Mercedes, so he's opting to get out of that battle that contained cars from 8th place down to about 11th or 12th. So but good to see some strategy calls playing out. This is going to start adding some spice into the mix. Notice that Regan Mitchell as well in that number 22 Sims Racing car. He's up to 12th place after the drama on the opening couple of laps. Race winner from Kyalami, looking to put together some sort of recovery drive. They're lapping very much strongly as well. 2:04.3 last time around, is on pace with competitors around him really from 6th place down. So a good strong recovery drive starting to be set about by Mitchell. 2 minutes to go till the end of the first hour, David, and it feels like this. We could just throw the checkered flag now. You know, we've had enough racing for one day. We've got 11 hours of it still to go.
We certainly do. Just having a look, this is Yunus Hakala in the 13 RNA ECC. Now, he's an important car to have a look at, Tim, because 13 places that he's gained since the start of the race. So, again, it just shows you, if you knuckle down and keep the momentum going, there's a lot of stuff that you can gain. And this is just in the 1 hour. Where is he going to finish? Almost certainly, you would think, if he keeps this up in the top 5.
Yeah, it would be a surprise to see this car continue the trend, you know, because it looks like that he's doing a great job of just steering clear of drama. Yes, he's 5.4 seconds off the back of Regan Mitchell, but that's no bad car to be, you know, within touching distance of or around on track, because they'll be working their way up through the order. I'm sure of it, as Now, the sun is definitely starting to rise over Mount Panorama. We can see just how close these cars are to each other. On board with Dan Lenson in the Team Rocket A301 Bentley over the top of McPhillamy Park. So again, another corner where you just throw the car in and hope the track is still in the same place as it was 2 minutes and 4 seconds ago. A little bit wide though as they come through the dipper. It's like the corkscrew at Laguna Seca. And look up to the top right of your screen in the mirror there. That's Eckstein, the number 911 Porsche. He's going to want to get through as Lenton goes slightly deep into the Forest Elbow, able to hold up the Bentley Continental onto the apex and almost park it and block the line for the number 911 Porsche behind. Has seen that for Miran into pit lane, so that's going to release Georges in the number 15. Pit stop window's definitely starting to open now, David.
Yeah, we can see Just Vermeeren into the pits, but we've got a battle going on for the lead because Zimmerman is side by side with Ugard, and Lasse Ugard is absolutely giving everything he possibly can to try and make this work over the Bentley. But I've got to be honest, I think the Bentley just controlling the pace right now because look at Chris Vickers now starting to catch up to the back of it as well. And Ugard, again, if he was frustrated and he was wanting to try and force this issue, he would. But he's just settling behind the back of this Bentley. He knows that there's 11 hours left to go of this race. And as you said, pit strategy is going to come into the foray very, very quickly indeed. And as quickly as our first hour has gone, I can't believe it's almost about time that we're going to be saying goodbye to you, Tim, for a little bit of a break.
Yeah, we're going to set up our own stints, aren't we now? Our own pit windows and driver stints between us. I'm going to head off for a little break now, but what a great hour it has been to really set up this race. We have got those storylines emerging. Like I say, this battle at the front, Zimmerman, Ugard and Vickers, I wouldn't be surprised to see these three cars locked together for the remainder of the race. Pit stop window playing out now. Drivers have made it through to that first crucial stop. They've survived. Unfortunately, there has been a few cars that haven't survived. You know, there are a few cars that have been involved in drama, have been involved in issues, and their laps down. As we see Zimmerman actually just head to pit lane as we look at the timing screens to see Zimmerman was leading on the end of that previous lap. Now into lane. Let's see if they hand over to Ugard or Johansson. Sorry, that's Zimmerman's teammates are Haymack, Möhring and Ingenberth. So yeah, let's see who takes the wheel. And David, I'm going to let you take the wheel. I'm going to head off for a little break now, but I will be back in an hour's time.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much for that, Tim. Full break back in an hour, off to get some coffee and some donuts, and I hope he leaves some for me in the virtual commentary box. And we're not lonely because the man himself, Mr. Nicholas Kraus, who is the legend behind the cameras as well, doing a little bit of multitasking. You're ready to come and join us for a little bit of commentary, Nick. It's great to have you on board, and some fantastic shots and some fantastic action that we've had in this opening hour here at the SRHI 12 Hours of Bathurst.
Well, thank you very much, David. Glad to be up and around here. Just setting everything up, and what a race start we've had so far. It's quite astonishing that these front lads have been fighting as close as they have been, and no major contact, at least no major incidents, that is, after the first couple of laps. I think it's quite astounding, really.
It certainly has been. It's been fantastic to see the action going on so far, and 10 hours 55 minutes left to go in the session, in the race. And again, we're seeing so many storylines, Nicholas, coming through the order here.
Up at the front, we have these battles which we're definitely going to follow once the pit stops are done. We see this large pack of what is currently P6 and such, all heading to the pit lane at the same time here. Thomas Schalk in the 610 Motorsport really being chased as well. But yeah, with the big packs, we have Vickers trying to look for pace. Went to the pit lane with now Lenson in the 301. Has seemingly dropped back a little bit in terms of the pit stop. There seemed to be a little bit slower, that is. But let's jump up to the front of the pack here and have a look where Chris Vickers finds himself. There's contact there with Dan Larsen, and maybe that was just a little bit of a big slide there for the Team Rocket A. Number 301 is just heading out of the pit lane.
Well, that is the worst possible time I think that we could have come to. So the 301 of Dan Lenson going around and around and around the corner. We can see one of the fan favourites. I think that's the 101 in the background there. That is Stefan Hoffman Arvidsson in the Porsche for the 101 Rip Racing, the Rip Garage Racing. And Dan Lenson into the pits then, and closely followed by, I think that's one of the Ferraris just behind him as well. So pit stops obviously coming to the forefront. The strategy now starting to cycle through. Driver changes going on just now. Chris Vickers comes across the line still. He's got to pit very, very shortly in that 321 Ferrari, but it's still Lasse Ugard in the lead for the number 42 Team DGTL ahead of Chris Vickers right now. And I mean, what do you think we can expect coming up through the racing? How important do you think, Nicholas, are these opening pit stops?
Oh, that's the sort of confidence boost. Some teams are going to opt for the double stint, trying to get everybody into a rhythm after their driving. I've actually recently driven around Bathurst in, I think it was 10 or 12 hours. I think it was maybe 12 hours as well, just a couple of weeks ago with just 2 drivers in the car. So our strategy was double stinting, and if you got that sort of confidence in these early stints, that where it helps you at the moment, but that also elevates the pressures for the next drivers to take the car.
Yeah, for sure. So if you've just joined us, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is live coverage of round 3 of 6 of the 2021 Sim Racing Hub International GT3 Endurance Championship here from Mount Panorama in Bathurst. The 12-hour race, live coverage here on SRHI TV. It's David Christie and Nicholas Krause here with you just now. We'll have Tim Philbrick appearing again in just over an hour's time. But we are watching Marit Mack for the Art Cars number 8 machine, and that Bentley it looks like it's seen some better days here.
Yeah, that's where we do see that outside damage, but I think that was repaired. However, Moritz Heimark and the number 8 team there of the Art Cars, they've taken about 15 seconds longer than anyone else during the pit stop, so chances are damage was repaired, and maybe there was a little bit of a movement there, because as we do remember, he was ahead of Hugard in the 42, so leading the race really for the majority of this first stint, and now we find him about 10 seconds way down the order, so you'll have to look for some pace to close that gap again.
For sure. Just watching Moritz making his way around this final corner here just now. Still being chased down by the number 74 at the moment. That is, of course, Nard Cox in the Lamborghini. But again, track position so key here. We see lapped cars, and in fact, actually, we've got a drive-through penalty come through already for Joris Evelins for Dynamics Motorsports, and I've not seen that in the penalty channel, so I'm presuming. No, sorry, excuse me. That is a drive-through penalty for car number 937. Tried to overtake the number 45, went too wide at corner exit and caused an incident. So yeah, that's not what you want to have this early, Nicholas.
Rough one. However, that on the other hand, even if it's slightly, it is definitely disadvantageous at the moment. I think Joris and their team here, they're going to see that as an opportunity. That they have their heart dropping a little bit when they see the drive-through being applied. But regardless of that, this now gets them into a position where they can just calmly drive for the rest of the race and think that eventually we're going to get there. Also, Thomas van Schalk, after being in 8th position, either they did the longest the longest stint time in all of racing history, or they might have just come in for damages now. I think the front hood, we saw it there just for a brief second. That was definitely popped on open. So let's see where that heads us as we're going back up to the front here in this fight where the 2 Ferraris have found each other. It's Vickers and George in the battle for P2 here.
Excellent action that we've got going on, and the battles just seem to go from pillar to post here as we see Daniel Georges for Odyssey Racing fending off the Ferrari, the 321 Ferrari, the charging Ferrari of Vickers there, Chris Vickers, doing a cracking job. But great job from Daniel to get that Ferrari up into second place. And this is what I was wondering from George's, is whether or not, if he could have got past that Mercedes that he was behind, whether or not he was actually able to start challenging for the lead. And with the strategy working out the way that it is, I'm actually thinking that that could be possible.
Exactly. On pace alone, it might have been difficult up the mountain, and he was probably saving up the tires and his mind at that, just trying to drive behind and cleanly. So the main reason, I think, why we saw this position change as well, as we see the front hood of the Ferrari behind the 321 there, that seems a little bit damaged, that's for sure. So last lap being a 205.4 for Vickers there as well. It seems that in this sense, the Ferrari has gone ahead, and with the AMG also dropping back a little bit after this second unscheduled pit stop, after what I assume is an incident, I think it's just down to the drivers right now.
And that's it. It's such a key factor. The driver consistency through this 12 hours is going to be a big thing to see how on earth that happens. But 10 hours 58 left to go in the race. It's still Hugard that is in the lead of the race in that 42 Lexus. Casper Hugard now jumps into the machine ahead from Lasse Hugard. But let's see how that is going to pan out. It's now 3 tenths of a second is the lead from first to second. We'll have a look at George's on the back of that Lexus right now. And Vickers really falling off the back of second place right now. George is starting to settle in, starting to get into the groove, starting to enjoy the pace that car has. But
exactly
I'm looking at Chris. Sorry, I was just about to say, Nicholas, Chris Vickers and Hugard doing a 205 on that last lap.
Yeah, it seems a bit rough for both of these cars at the moment. The only car that's absolutely dialed in is the number 15 here by Daniel George, who's absolutely got it figured out. And it's something I think we also saw on the opening stint here at the 12 hours at Bathurst, is the Ferraris seem super promising at the first third of their respective stints, and then they go back into what you would usually expect in terms of pace. So it seems that right now he's on an absolute roll.
Yeah, it certainly is. We're just watching the battle for the lead right now. Casper Hugard for Team DGTL Racing doing a decent job of holding off that Ferrari under a lot of pressure. Some big battles going on through the order as well. Just a note as well, I've seen in the YouTube chat a couple of comments about the livery pack. We will get that fixed as soon as we possibly can for that, so apologies that we don't have the correct liveries on that just now, but that will be rectified as soon as we possibly can. But
didn't actually even know that we are gonna have custom liveries there. I have to be honest, I don't think I was.
It's all good because that's the joy of having two PCs. As you see, we can do some fancy, or we can just go and have a cup of coffee while we get that. And so that actually sounds like a plan. Get a biscuit and a cup of coffee while we go and do that. But then that's because I'm lazy and I enjoy a good cup of coffee. Talking of which, Nick, 12 hours of this. I mean, you're going to be absolutely shattered by the end of this tonight.
Oh yeah, chances are 12 hours of a straight-up broadcast will put a man through things. But I'm looking forward to it and gaining lots of experience, that's for sure. A bit of a moment there, almost to the outside in the grass, just barely keeping it on the track limits. They really are pushing each other, and this lap, Casper definitely finding the sort of pace that you need up at the front. Coming across the line, he sets his new personal best, 203.8, which is exactly the 203.8 that also Daniel behind him was driving last time round.
Oh, you've got some lap traffic coming into the play as well. Here's a great chance, actually, because we've got our leading car from that first stint, Lasse Hugard, in for a little chat with us. A very, very good morning, Lassie. Thank you very much for joining us for a little chat here. But a wonderful opening stint from yourself, and you were under some big pressure from that first stint there. I think Lassie's fallen asleep there, Nick. He was offering himself up for a chat there. We'll cut back in if he decides to come and join us, but he's muted himself, and he might be too busy actually making a coffee there. So we'll catch up with Lasse Ugard once he does pop back there. But a cracking opening stint there, handing things off to Casper in that DGTL racing, and again, this is the one thing that we really do see through the racing here, Nick, is that through a 12-hour chat, it's so important for him to be able to do that. And I've just realised why we couldn't hear from Lassie was unfortunately that he was muted. So Lassie, there we go. Sorry about that, my friend. I'm going to blame you anyway, even though that was our fault that we actually had you on mute.
Lassie, no worries.
Have you been misbehaving? Is that why they had you on mute?
I don't think so. No. Maybe we've been overperforming, if anything.
Yeah, well, they've obviously tried to keep your under wraps there, but I mean,
Yeah.
look, like we were saying there, a great opening stint there as we see Casper coming under some pressure there from George's. Let's talk through this just now. I mean, what is going through your mind as the first driver in the team and seeing Casper coming under all this pressure?
Oh, well, I trust my co-drivers. We've been racing together for a long time, long time, almost 10 years now. So I know what they're capable of, and I know they are able to keep a cool head. We've been through a lot, and I'm sure we'll pull through this as well.
Now talk us through your opening stint, because I mean that was just a hell of a battle that you had all through the first sort of 30 minutes, 45 minutes of the race here.
Yeah, sure was. If you'll allow that, I'll just go back a few days to begin with, because to be fair, none of us expected to be on pole at all, considering our previous results. We were 15 months, 18th on Kyalami, I think. So polling was as big as a surprise to us as to anybody else, I assure you. The Lexus just doesn't have this hyperdrive gear, which many of the other cars have. We don't have a ultra qualifying map. So
big moment there for Casper.
That was a huge moment for Casper Hugard there. We caught that on the stream. Oh my goodness me, he keeps it going again, but Lassie, yeah.
Just jinxed it. Just jinxed it. Well, out of the
This
wall.
is the replay of it.
Yeah, well, out of the wall, so no big worries. Car looks fine, so not too worried.
There we go.
Not too
I mean,
far
to be
outside.
fair, he did catch it.
Gets on the
very well.
curb
Just
there.
used-
He did.
Wow.
Let's look at the replay now.
Oh, that's a bit of a heart-stopping moment there for Casper. But
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, back to your
yeah,
story
that-
from a
that's-
couple of days ago.
That curb is a killer. Yeah, well, of course, so we didn't expect to be on pole at all. So we were taking it very steadily. We knew the Bentley was quicker, and Simon did a really great job. So shout out to Simon. That was a really nice battle. Unfortunately for us, it just has so much power that I made a mistake and he got through, and I just had to claw my way up to in every lap. So thankfully, that big boat punches a big hole in the air, so I could draft him every time down Conrad, and then I could keep up, and that kind of left the biggest behind us. So yeah. The Bentley is really quick. It has so much power, and you can see it on the live stream as well. Every time we go up the hill after the cutting, it just pulls away. So I think we're missing maybe 10, maybe more, 10, 15 horsepower. So it's a really uphill battle. But our car is good at grip, and it's very good on the brakes, and we have a good race pace. So I believe.
Just on that note, Lassie, as
Yeah.
well, you mentioned about your previous results in the championship. I mean, how delighted were you when you got that pole position? And oh my goodness me, as we see chaos going on for 8th, 9th and 10th position further on. But when you got that pole position, what was it like when you got that? And also, I mean, does that put you in a good sort of frame of mind for the remaining races? Do you now believe a little bit more in the pace that you've got?
Well, we knew we underperformed in the previous races. We had, well, our qualifying results were expected, but we had some really terrible starts. We were involved in a lot of calamities. So both times we have been below 30th position and then fought our way back to 10th both times, I believe. So yeah, we knew there was potential. We could keep up with the top 10, no worries. But yeah, sometimes circumstances just don't turn out to be in your favor. So we knew the car would be good on Bathurst because that's the primary circuit we selected the car for, where we tested the most. But yeah, as I said, I was as surprised as anybody else to see that we pulled it.
Well, good luck for the rest of the race, Lassie. Thank you so much for joining us and having a chat there. And good luck to Chris for when he goes out in his stint as well.
Yeah, yes, sure. Thanks a lot. We'll keep it in the groove, hopefully, and stay out of trouble. And can I just say, just a shout out to Kunos. Grazie a tutti. This simulator is just the bee's knees, man. Doing this in the dawn, with the sun rising over the horizon when you drive through Skyline, it's just mega. I love this simulator. It's the only thing I drive now. So good job, Kunos.
I tell you what, we weren't saying that 4 hours ago when the servers were down, but Lassie, thank you so much for joining us. Exactly. Thank you very much, buddy. And we will catch up with the Team DGTL racing driver throughout the course of the race. Nicholas, I mean, obviously we heard there, and you could hear his heart in his mouth as Casper had that moment coming up through the circuit there.
It is.
I mean, it's an amazing return to form for Team DGTL.
Oh, certainly. I mean, considering they got the pole and they showed us in the first stint how close they were able to catch up. Now the only weakness, it seems, is the top of the mountain with that singular curve that just got the traction control to spin out of control, and hence the car as well. So that was a rough one. We heard it definitely in the broadcast, the live reaction. So he only then realized what was happening on the stream in the replay. So it's a bit of a rough second time round, but the same story really goes up here to Chris Vickers, who used to be way up at the front fighting for position number 2, now finds himself in 7th spot. So chances are the number 42 is going to come back just as strong as they were.
Yeah, we'll have to have a look at that. Casper Hugard certainly doesn't seem to have the pace in the last couple of laps here, doing 204, high 204s, low 205s. That last lap was a 205.7, so the gap is just opening up quite rapidly behind Daniel Georges, who is doing 203.8. So certainly the pace is starting to rise here. Track temperature rising up another degree here, 27 degrees Celsius, and the ambient temperature 27 as well, as we see the wonderful sunrise here. 6:26 virtual time here in Mount Panorama in Bathurst. It's still Daniel Georges for the number 15 Odyssey Racing team, who is in the lead ahead of the number 42 team DGTL Racing as we hit an hour and 20 minutes. We've got a car going very wide at the exit.
That must be Slurkov, who's now going to lose the position, number 10 there to... No, actually, that must be Pook here, losing the position there after a slightly botched exit. So down this straight, there's really no way that he's going to come back, but he'll certainly give it a try now. Up into the chase, the number 69 car, that's the AMG ahead. Having an Essen on the inside, that's a 333 that has been doing great so far during the race. And as we mentioned previously, they started way down the order, I think 34th or something, and now finding themselves in the top 10. Already losing after a little bit of an inconsistency there. And the car ahead as well is 4th position. That's the Lambo number 296 right there. That's Baitke.
Yes, we see that. That's Gianni Baitke, in, as you said, in the 296 Lamborghini, doing it. Trying to do a decent job of holding on for that Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport 2. Takes over the car from Sonke Seidel, who we saw having a very, very difficult start to the race. Seidel going backwards through the field there. Great to see that car back up into 8th place, but just behind there you can see Pookie and Svikov.
Oh, he tried around the outside.
2 cars in. Svikov gets sent into Pookie. Pookie into the barriers, gets things going again. And oh, you hate to see it. Pookie, that car looks stranded. He's got his foot on the brakes. And race control, I think almost certainly there, Nick, going to be handing out penalties.
Yeah, let's jump back and go 5 seconds back on the action and have another look at this. So this in the replay here now, he's trying to go defensive around the outside, turns in, car is already there, and there's big contact as he doesn't really hold the brakes very much and almost beaches the car here. Look at that. That's just one tire on the actual tarmac. It's a little bit of luck involved, despite how unfortunate the situation was.
I think we need to get some Fs in chat for that one. Yeah, you hate to say it, but back to the action then, and a difficult moment there for the two cars involved here. Istvan Pukki for the Coupe Team Future Esports just in the car by about a matter of 15 minutes, and you've got to check if there's any damage on the right hand side of that car, because he did get turned around quite viciously. Doesn't look like it, doesn't look like any real scrapes on that 333 car. And it's a miracle, really. He's only lost, 3 positions out of that. Possibly a little more. But, I mean, he's still within the top 15.
That's quite impressive to say. And that kind of gets to show you how close the distances are one way or another. As we're seeing a car being lapped there. That's the that's the number 11 here, Dimitri de Knut. Is that how you pronounce this? I hope it is. In the Mode 11 Lexus. Second Lexus. And in position here on the grid, and so with P2 and P5, maybe the Honda isn't the real meta around here. It might be the Lexus, really.
Well, now we've got yellow flags out at the circuit here. We've got them going again, but your heart almost sinks when they're coming up through this section here, through the cutting, through Griffin's Mount. When you see a yellow flag, we've got more yellow flags out as well. So again, cars really having a very difficult time, and I've got a feeling that might be through the S's. In fact, we've got a car off at the Forest Elbow there. That's the 44 of Ross Gordon, who is stranded on the track there, was in 32nd position, and that car's in a very dangerous position. Gets it going again, huge damage to the front of the car. And Nick, that car looks like it's done it all. There's more contact. Car running into the back of it. I hate seeing that because there's yellow flags there, and cars just come absolutely barreling out of that corner. And the car that's stricken has absolutely nowhere to go.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate. He definitely had to readjust the way that the car drives with the suspension taking as much of a knack as it did. So he was definitely caught off guard there. And when you do jump into the outside wall, entry angle is exit angle. It jumps you right back onto the track where the cars behind weren't really expecting you to be at all.
Exactly. And the thing with that is that's why the yellow flags are out there. But Dimitri de Nooit gets away with it to a certain extent there. It was him that was caught up in that instant there. But Vickers still 4.5 seconds behind him. This is the battle for 8th place as we see Gianni Bethke for Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport in the 296 holding off the number 69 that is just behind him. That is, of course, Ter Horst. That is just behind him just now, Anthony Ter Horst. And great to see the comments from Anthony in chat earlier. A lot of support there for the stream. We always love seeing that. But are my eyes deceiving me? Is that the Aston Martin just behind of Svirkov as they go side by side?
Do you want to take this? Yeah, so to the inside, Ginny about it, defending very heavily. Let's hope they give each other a little bit more respect there. Now, almost 3 wide there for a brief moment. Svirkov was sensing an opportunity. Let's see if he follows through. Doesn't like that at all, and is flashing the lights there to let him know that he's not happy with that. Very far to the outside. Doesn't really get the right line there, the Lambo. That's going to cost him some time up the hill as they're chasing each other now into this most difficult, or one of the most difficult sections of the track if you want to drive it quickly, because not only do we have these high curbs on the inside that can send you spinning around, you definitely have to be brave as well. Now down the hill, it's where they're going to go next with the Essen using literally all of the track there. Svirkov making sure that he's just got 1 foot on the tarmac there, because otherwise it's very easy to get yourself in the kitty litter there.
Ouch, you hate to say it. Gianni Bethke and Anthony Ter Horst actually coming into a little bit of contact on the entry to that corner. That's what happened with the Lamborghini. He wasn't happy with that, but it's racing. You've got to try and get yourself past. Have a look at Regan Mitchell though in that 22 Aston Martin. He's now back onto the back of this battle as well, so he could be into the top 10 within a matter of laps, because it's Bethke, Svirkov and Mitchell on the run down towards that left-hander there. The last couple of corners there through the chase and then in towards Murray's corner, so 10.5 hours to go. And Regan Mitchell was down in 25th position and is now looking like he could be up into the top 10. Amazing recovery drive there, Nicholas.
a bit wide and sideways there for the Lambo. Let's see where he joins. Doesn't hit anyone. Johnny Badger losing it in the final turn of the track now into turn 1. There's more action. I can hardly keep up with it. Up at the front here now, Anthony Torres is forced out wide of, but also making a mistake, which the Lambo seemed to completely follow. And as he was saying, yeah, Mitchell was very down the pack, and he already started in 9th during the race, but fell down significantly here. So quite astonishing to see what sort of pace and consistency could do for you. 10.5 hours still to go. So very much still in the chance of making a good run here. Now up with the run up the hill here, Anthony Torres is now leading what is only a pack of 3 to the outside with a mistake there that's going to immediately cost him the position. Swerkov snacks the position right away and moves up into 8th.
Oh, Ter Horst there, a little wiggle, tried to get on the power too early in the Mercedes. That's never going to work. The car demands and screams in protest. That's why Vickers able to, Sverkov able to get past Ter Horst there. The time screens will update on the left-hand side very shortly. But look at Regan Mitchell now. He's already into the top 10 with the demise of that Lamborghini of Bethke, and into the wall a little bit goes Regan Mitchell. He is pushing very hard. It's all going to be about the exit from Forest Elbow here, down into the toe from Anthony Ter Horst for CBSR in the 69 Mercedes. Regan Mitchell though all over this, and he is going to be really fancying his chances. Great move though for Sverkov to get himself in that 187 Wii Sports machine from Lucas Sverkov up into that 8th position, and the car's starting to fan themselves out very slightly indeed. And wow, amazing action that we've got going on here, and there doesn't seem to be any respite in sight here with 10.5 hours to go. This is an all-out dogfight, and I tell you what, Kasper Hugard in 2nd place, he's going to have to watch himself, because he's now going to get taken up by that is Cox in 3rd place as well, Nard Cox and Moritz Hemach into the battle as well. So Kasper Hugard going from the lead of the race down outside the top 3.
Yeah, it's the 15-second gap already has started to form with the damage, and most importantly the sort of pace, especially around the mountain area where they seem to be losing quite significantly. So Nardcox and Dark Sky Racing has managed to close the gap about 1.5 seconds last time around, and Hamer is able to definitely follow with that sort of pace. One of the quickest cars out there, quickest car actually out there, is Eckstein in 5th place right now, whose last lap was a 2:03.3, which is about the pace that George up at the front is doing as well. So very impressive to see the Porsche recovering so much. So now Cox did make the mistake. Did they make a mistake? I'm pretty sure they did, right? Sorry about that. I was just trying to read the timings on the side. Yeah, so Cox must have made a mistake there. It's like it literally.
I think that's exactly what he's done. Yeah, because he's dropped off, and Hemach as well. It's just amazing stuff as our timing screens sort themselves out. But look, the simple fact is that something's happened here that we didn't see coming at all. That is, of course, the Odyssey racing machine of Daniel Georges jumping into the lead there. 15 seconds, I think that's 16 seconds now that he's got over Kasper Hugard here. And championship-wise, that is absolutely huge, because obviously they lead the championship, taking the win at Monza and taking 2nd place at Kyalami. This is now, I mean, this now is massive implications for the championship. Anthony Ter Horst still trying to...
He got past Sverkov there on the straight.
Yeah,
he got a decent run. And now he's finding himself in a bit of a great spot, because these two will be battling. Regan Mitchell here, trying to get past Sverkov now as well after a slightly botched exit to the inside. He's gonna look, but not to follow up this time around. So this is the sort of two-way battle. We have the battle up at the front for position number 3 with who used to be the race leader, and a very close fight here if you want to be part of the top 10 contenders at Bathurst here tonight.
Certainly is. So just watching Regan Mitchell on the toe from Sverkov. Sverkov's sitting duck right now. They're coming up towards the right-handed quarry bend. Regan thinks better of it. Great mature driving there from the SimSport racing driver of Regan Mitchell. Gets things going again. will have plenty of other opportunities to make this stick, but meanwhile Anthony Ter Horst in that 69 Mercedes gets to stretch away a little bit. That gap now 1.2 seconds for 8th place right now, and Svirkov really, I'm not sure what seems to be happening with this car right now. He'll catch up to Ter Horst and then just drops away again to the back end here. We've got a lap car catching up here, and there goes Ter Horst. Ter Horst has been taken over again by Svirkov. The lap car coming at the worst possible time, and Svirkov this is just absolute craziness. Hands the position back to Ter Horst. And I'm wondering how this is all going to manifest itself. The 3 cars are going to try and get past the lap car there.
Yeah,
Goodness me.
Yeah, that's Stefan Hoffmann Arvidsson there in the garage, RIP 101. We already had some action from them earlier during the race, and it's quite unfortunate that he finds himself in the position being slotted in and around by all these cars fighting with, well, basically it's less than a second separating 3 cars here. So they're going into the chase now, looking to spot their braking point and manifest themselves for another lap. And we see in the reflection slightly on the different cars here that the sun is starting to go up, so visibility will become a factor quite shortly. Let's actually do a quick intermission. I'll try to get the liveries in the custom areas, that is.
Yeah, no problem. That's absolutely fine. While you go and concentrate on that, I don't want you peaking too early on that caffeine, Nick. It's such excitement that we've got going on over the 12 hours just now. You can see the links for the social channels for Sim Racing Hub International if you want to check them out on Facebook, or join the Discord channel, or head over to the website srhi.eu and get yourself involved with all of the action from the races here. A huge thanks to our partners at prosimrig.eu as well for making these events happen. But if you have just joined us, why? Where have you been? We've got the number 15 Odyssey Racing of Daniel Georges in the lead, 45 laps in here, an hour and a half to the goods. 15 seconds, 16 seconds is the gap over the number 42 in second place team DGTL Racing's Casper Hugard behind the wheel, taking over from Lasse Hugard, who was doing a fantastic job of holding the front there, but it wasn't to be after the pit stops happened. So very, very difficult to see that. It's then the number 8 of Moritz Hemack in third place in that number 8 Science Friction Racing outfit. So again, coming under big pressure, because you can see Cox there in the Lamborghini just behind there, looking very, very menacing in fourth place. Nard Cox again. The Lamborghini is actually one of those cars that surprised me, because it's a bit of an unwieldy monster, I find, in the GT3 race, and it's very, very fast, but it's also one of those cars that is liable to bite you in the behind and throw you into the nearest wall.
Oh, easily. So I would say it's one of the easiest cars to just make a mistake, where the traction control doesn't seem to always be on your side, really. It's super easy to get the car to spin around, as we're seeing the first glimpse of sunlight in the background there. I'll try to maybe get some beautiful shots next time we're going up the mountains, whereas it's very close for Nard Cox there, just barely avoiding contact with the wall as they're going down the hill.
Yeah, it's going down through the S's just now, the iconic part of the track, out of Forest Elbow along the Conrod Straight, the magnificent Conrod Straight, one of the fastest corners in motorsport coming up through here. The right-hander on the run down towards the chase. It's just a wonderful sight here of GT3 cars. I'm absolutely hoping that we get the return to normality in real life next year with the GT3 cars back at Bathurst. But wonderful sight from the tail of the Lexus of Casper Hugard to see Moritz Hemack in that Bentley. Again, all over the back, and Casper having to soak up all this pressure like a sponge. And with 20 minutes left to go for the second hour here, again, you've got to say that strategy is going to be such an important part through what is essentially a 12-hour sprint race.
Yeah, it really feels like it, and most importantly to the drivers is where when it's your turn to get into the car, you certainly want to just perform that, and when you want to use your assets, your stamina, that's something which really is the sort of strategy that we're talking about here. So I'll quickly leave you with the autopilot of the second screen in just a second here. I'm getting that prepared for ourselves. So
Not a problem. So as we see Casper Hugard here again still trying to fight off Haymark. Haymark, a very controlled effort in that Bentley. You've got to say he's looking very, very smooth, very consistent, and just putting Casper under all this pressure at such an early stage. This is exactly what you want to do. You want to make sure that Hugard knows you're there, that he sees you in the mirrors, and it's essentially mind games at this moment. Haymark really trying to do everything that he possibly can to upset the concentration of Hugard, to try and get in his head, get in his mind, and really force him to make the mistake, because Bathurst is one of those tracks that is very, very difficult to get an overtaking opportunity successfully done. But it's even more so if you can make the driver do the mistake for you and get that position done. Wonderful view from the back of the Aston Martin there. You saw a brief glimpse of the sunshine here at Bathurst, and some fantastic views. We're going to take a very, very short break, and when we come back we'll have more coverage here of the SRHI GT3 Endurance Championship.
You there?
Yep, I'm here.
Perfect.
How you getting on?
All right, there we go. So back with the broadcast, and now would you look at that? It's a completely different Bentley from what we've seen before. Now that truly spells outcast.
That's what we saw all along. I think the viewers are just seeing things.
Yeah, it's coming to us now that the track is heating up. We're having a bit of a heat stroke moment, and all of a sudden, yeah, we're having a doozy here on this wonderful Saturday race brought to you by SimSports Solutions. I'm really happy to be in the booth with you here. It's fantastic getting this opportunity, David, and honestly, it's been great racing. You see how close it is there, and I'm sure that we're going to see the same sort of battles all the way through the 12 hours as a little reward here.
Yeah, it's a fantastic privilege to be here in the virtual comms block for SRHI, and really enjoying joining the community for the first time. Do you know what it reminds me of, Nick? Is you remember those cars that you used to get as a kid that you would put them in the hot water and they would change colour and get all the designs? That's exactly what it is here. We've just bathed them in the heat here at Mount Panorama, and they've magically changed colour. So great that we've got the intended liveries on the cars here. It doesn't take away anything from the battle that we've got going on, though, because Casper Hugard still trying desperately to fight off the Bentley, the impending Bentley, the rather brightly coloured now Bentley of Science Friction Racing's Moritz Haymark, who is again just so cool, calm and collected. But my eyes are not on that. Nick, I'm watching Nads Cox behind there in the number 74 because he is getting very close to that battle up front now.
Yeah, we saw him drop back a tiny bit when coming into the S's for about 2 laps ago, and now it looks like that gap is absolutely diminished to 0. There are cars here right now driving at a pace around 204.3, and looks like these two are really just in a position where they want to get back to the front here, past Hugard, who definitely has to stand his ground in order to keep the 2nd position right now in the race here.
And just watching the times as well, the 3 cars behind him, 204.5, 204.6, 204.3. If you've got the ability to put 203s in, then by all means I think you want to try and get past the Lexus. But if you're happy with the pace, as we see the Bentley having a look to the outside into Murray's corner, they're almost side by side going along, but the Lexus gets the better of it. I think the Bentley might have the better exit out that corner. Again, going to maybe make a move up into turn 1. I think he's a little bit far back. It'd have to be a wild move on the brakes there, but the Lexus lives to tell the tale another day. I tell you what, though, as well, what I've just realised, that this is going to bring Pascal Eckstein into the mix in about 11 laps' time, because he's lapping about 0.8 of a second faster than all 3 of these cars. So the Lexus really holding things up here, and all the while this is allowing Daniel Georges to absolutely romp off into the sunshine.
Yeah, it's the exact situation that you want to be in. It's going to be about 15 minutes of just pushing the pace, trying to get through the traffic that will eventually show up on your radar, and just showing that you can do the pace, that you are supposed to be up in the front battling for P2 here. And that's exactly what we've been seeing here, because if we take another look back, the position that he started in, Eckstein, way down the grid, quite significantly so, started P22 and has gained 17 positions since race start.
An amazing start to the race there, the opening 2 hours for that car. I've also just wondered about the Lexus of Casper Hugard there. I wonder, there is the very slim chance that this is a tactical masterclass from Casper, because he could be managing the fuel and managing the tyres on that Lexus to a degree that he's able to perform either an undercut on George's or the absolute streak away from the cars behind him. So for all we know, he could have the fuel map turned down on that car, trying to save a bit of fuel and trying to save a bit of the tyres on that car as well. So I mean, we'll obviously find out in the next hour or so, but that's a bit of a revelation that's just come to me just now.
It could be the sort of strategy where he's just trying to tune that down and save the stint. Maybe we can get some confirmation by the stewards if we have the stint timer in there as well, which would kind of make this sort of strategy a bit difficult to pull off. Moritz Heimark once again in the yardcast number 8, looking to the inside, but doesn't find the space he needs to get the move done safely. So while this is a super exciting battle, I also want to give a little bit of screen time to the other cars fighting around the track. Obviously, one of them has to be the fight between Mitchell, Terhost and Sverkov that has been going on for the longest part. So we'll just give these lads a couple of more turns before we focus our attention elsewhere in a second.
Yeah, for sure, and that's it. It's the unenviable job, Nick, that you have as broadcast director today of trying to decide what is the best battles to actually focus on. So, having done that before, you're welcome to it, buddy, because it's a job that I didn't enjoy particularly much because it's so difficult to find the best action. Just to update you on Pascal Eckstein, yeah, he is definitely on track to catch up with these two because he did a 2:02.8, fastest lap of the race, purple lap, but Dimitri Desnuyt in the number 11 Lexus, fastest first sector as well. So again, there are a lot of faster cars in this battle for second, third and fourth, and you can see there Pascal Eckstein, he is on an absolute flyer right now, and you've got a car on the inside there. I think that was one of the lap cars trying to get itself out of the way, and I think that is a car with quite a lot of damage on it.
It was Ross Gordon here in the F1, how do I say that? I'm just going to say in the 44.
F idiots.
F idiots. F1, yeah, I'll be happy to let them know about that. Yeah, definitely scraping up the livery significantly. You have the indicators turn on to the right because that car is definitely bonked to see it's being passed by number 7 in terms of positions there. It's Chris Vickers around the outside of him there. So what I want to have a look at is this battle here around P8 in just a second. But this front pack, it's super close, but it feels so controlled that I don't think there's going to be a large, say, fight going on. As we see Regan Mitchell there tapping the outside wall on the exit. Seems to have gotten a very nice run compared to Teros in the second sector. So that gap has definitely extended by quite a margin here.
And we've spoken about him at length earlier on. I said he was one to watch before. Oh, we've got Porsche off into the background. I think just try to keep himself out of harm's way there. A lot of damage. You can see that car into the background there. That's the 1-1 of Stefan Hoffman Arvidsson. We've seen still. Now that car is absolutely destroyed. We saw him very, very gingerly trying to get his way along the Conrod Straight there. And what I didn't realise is that 5 minutes later, he's still in the Conrod Straight trying to get himself around. And, I bless him for trying, but that car looks absolutely mangled.
Yeah.
Is
It's
what I want to see. Nick, how is he going to get past this?
Yeah, he's got to start turning to the other side, but it looks like the car really doesn't want to. So perhaps he's trying to angle it in a way that he can go around, but this is just so painful to watch. It's a miracle that it even is driving as it is, as he's trying to really limp it back, and that's going to cost him lots of time right now as well as in the pits, because that looks like a multi-minute damage repair.
Yeah, to be fair, and credit to Stefan, he's tried to keep it as far away from any cars as he possibly could. And just so unfortunate that that car has ended up the way that it has. You can see it sticking to the left-hand side of the grass there, and that is an absolute disaster for the 101. I mean, it's not had the best of races so far, but again, that's going to put it down at least into... in fact, I think that car's going to be outside the top 30 when it does get back onto the track, and you hate to see it, don't you?
Chances are that's going to be happening. It's very easy to lose the back end on the Porsche there, as well as joining them right here in the start-finish straight as the battle for P2 once again. So I'll have to say congratulations for bringing it back, because I've done that, I've tried that rather, and it's super difficult. Once you get the car to a state where the suspension is affected heavily, it's really a whole different task.
Yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is. I want to give you a little bit of an update on context on this, right? Because last lap round, or 2 laps ago, it was a 2:06 from second, third, and fourth place, and Pascal Eckstein doing a 2:04. That took him that took him 2 seconds a lap faster. He's now just 7 seconds off of this battle for second place, and if this battle keeps going on at the slow pace that it is going, he's going to be onto this battle in the next, I would say, probably the next 6 or 7 laps. So Pascal Eckstein could go from 5th to 2nd, depending on how this battle goes.
Trying to get ourselves a very nice little graphic going here, where I can compare exactly that for the viewers on stream as well. Obviously, you have Pitwall Live if you want to have a look, but I'm trying to get something going for ourselves here in just 1 second.
It's all good, as you can hear Nick frantically working behind the scenes here, directing his broadcast. And again, a huge thank you to Nick. We'll be relieved by Tim Philbrook, who'll be back for 2 hours in just about 10 minutes time. In fact, make that about 7.5 minutes time, and we'll be able to
we're already
a
waiting.
Bit of a rest.
yeah, with the hooves on the ground, you're ready to go and enjoy yourself a little bit of a. Wait, what are you gonna get yourself? Some lunch, I'm assuming.
Well, yeah, it's 1 o'clock here, so it'll be a little bit of lunch, some croissants, a couple of donuts. In fact, no, I'm kidding. It's Scotland. We're uncultured over here, so it'll probably be a pot noodle and a cup of coffee. Back to the action though, with 10 hours left to go in this race. Casper Hugard still. I mean, fair play to Casper. He is just the absolute sponge right now. And you can see actually Pascal Eckstein now 5.6 seconds behind. You can actually see him in the background as they come up the straight here. This is incredible stuff. And Haymack is quite happy to sit behind here. He'll have a look every now and again, but Yeah, this is so frustrating for third place right now
Yeah,
for Haymack.
same story here. It's super difficult. Now they did fortunately get past the traffic before the no overtaking zone, which is something quite helpful. But there's just no way going past. And this time the Lexus we saw has the top straight line speed. Let's bring up the graphic here from the perspective of Eckstein here, so we can see where he is on track right now, coming around. And now I'm gonna hold on. Yeah, to Casper Hugard, get the data in, get that on screen. Now would you have a look at this? There we go.
Oh wow!
Professional
Look at
new
this.
broadcast assets.
I'm loving this. This is next level stuff here, ladies and gentlemen. We're being absolutely spoiled on SRHI TV.
It's around. Maybe make it even a little bit larger. There you go. Now you can read the numbers as well. Look at the time being gained as well. Looks like the second sector is really the area where he's gaining so much. Not so much of a difference in the first and last sectors. We're seeing a striped, I think 488 that was Aston Martin, this Terhost once again to the pit box, and there might have been some damage as well. So much action. I'm really trying to get everything in. It's just very difficult. It's already closed the gap to 3 seconds.
It gives you a great idea, though, the time difference. I mean, that's 1.2 seconds that Eckstein is taking off of this lead group. And it's important to remember, that's not just Casper Hugard. That's the pace that Haymack is making. And that's the pace that Cox is doing as well. So, I mean, Eckstein is going to be onto the back of this group. But is he going to be able to do anything with it? Because the two of them in front, they can't get past. They can't get past Hugard right now, and I don't know if they want to. As we see, Cox, Nardcox into the pit lane then for Dark Sky Racing. Driver change almost.
Yeah, the very early one as well. I'm sure that's the sort of undercut attempt to kind of avoid going past Casper Hugard, who was doing an absolutely fantastic job defending and keeping the second spot for the Team DGTL Racing squad here. So I would say that's the right call here from the Lambo, and I'm sure there might be more to follow, just cutting this stint a little bit short, because you have still plenty of time in the race to make up that slight delta.
Well, I tell you what, you've set YouTube chat on fire with those graphics there, Nick. So take a bow, son. That was very, very much appreciated on the stream, I can tell you. Casper Hugard, I mean, like I said earlier, I think strategy-wise, that surely has to be his play. I think that he's trying to go for the long game. He's trying to go a little bit longer, conserve the fuel, conserve the tyres. And we'll find out in the next 20 minutes how that pans out. But this could be an absolute genius play from Casper Hugard. But the problem is that Eckstein is catching very, very quickly. And more importantly, you know, your race leader, Daniel Georges, that gap now, 29.8 seconds. That is just rocketing up every single lap. He's comes across the line now to start another lap there.
To visualize how far away he is, really, you can see these lads are only just now into the chase, where he's already done with the first corner now onto the mountain straight here. So chances are that it's just going to keep on increasing as we're actually going side by side here in the fight for P2. Let's bring that up for one time. Because Casper Hugard will have to continue going defensive. Let's see what sort of run he gets in the Lexus here. Bentley just struggling with the acceleration out of some of the turns, so he really doesn't get enough overlap into T1, where he seems very strong, but just can't follow up with that. It's a little bit of a squirgling moment there for Hugard, as they're now chasing each other, and in the background chasing those. Unaware, blissfully, perhaps, for now, Heimark has got the eyes peeled up at the front, but might have to start looking into the rear mirror soon.
Side by side then into the second corner, and Hugard still leads ahead of Moritz Haymack in the number 8 Science Friction Racing machine. He'll be handing things over shortly to Florian Mooring, our Marvin Engenberth. And we'll see the number 42 handing things over to Chris Johansson very, very shortly. But it's going to be a case of which driver chooses to blink first. Now, what it could be is Haymack could be seeing Hugard in the way that he's driving and the strategy. He could be trying to match him. They could be trying to fuel save even more, because that Bentley will be saving an awful lot of fuel in the slipstream of Hugard right now. So if anything, Haymack actually might be the one to watch after this as well, because he's going to have conserved those tyres as well, not really having to push. But I think the two of them are going to have a very big warning very shortly when Pascal Eckstein comes to join the fray. We've got yellow flags out on the circuit just now, and I've got a feeling that might be a car off down at the S's there. It's the 857, I believe, that is caught up in that one. I'll try and get an ID on that car in just a second, but there is certainly a car off at
Yeah, that's Chris Hill
well.
in Dynamic Motorsports, who's completely parked it. Let's see if we can get something going for ourselves as we go back 1 minute in time to bring you this. Oh, that was too early. Now, with the custom liveries, we might be stuck here for a good 10 seconds or so before they all load in the replay. That's a bit unfortunate to say the least.
Well, while that does that, just time to update you, a 15-second time penalty for the 720 for overtaking a back marker in an unsafe manner.
Look how he's...
the car just around and around and around the corner there. And
forced to wait for such a long time. Completely spun the car around, and then he that's
a
injury
hit on that one. That's not what you want. And then he's in an even worse position for this one because the car's coming round completely unsighted. But that penalty, as I said, for the 720, a 15-second time penalty for them. That is Christian Gastra that is involved in that one. They're already down in 31st place, so yeah, it's a bad day going from bad to worse. With 10 hours left to go, this is a perfect time to bring in none other than Tim Philbrook. Welcome back, Tim.
Oh, good afternoon, gentlemen. The cars are all colourful and there's some fancy graphics on screen. Okay, come back to
He's showed off now, isn't he?
Yeah, am I in the right stream? Did I come back to the right feed? No, brilliant stuff. I mean, the racing has continued to be as intense, hasn't it? I'm amazed that instant over the top of the hill for the number 42 getting away with the spin through one of the fastest parts of the track, Casper Hugard, and it was great that he had his teammate in the live interview room when that happened, just to hear what a Code Brown moment sounds like live on air. But impressive stuff still from this group.
Yeah, I was expecting more of a reaction actually from Lasse Hugard, but it wasn't. He had complete faith in his driver in the car, and interesting to see, Tim, the pace has completely dropped off from that Team DGTL car. We'll have to check out over the next hour or so whether or not that is a complete drop off in the pace. But yeah, you've got a cracking 2 hours in front of you.
Thank you very much, David. Go and help yourself to some lunch and take a well-earned break. I'm Tim Fulbright, here to take you through the next 2 hour stint here at the Sim Racing Hub International, 12 hours of Bathurst. I'm joined, obviously, by Nicholas Cross, who's doing a fantastic job of bringing us all the cameras and more. Race leader at the moment is Daniel Georges in this number 15 a Ferrari for Odyssey Racing. Just coming back to Chris Vickers here, Team Abbey Racing. A car that seems to have been up and down the order. The number 321 Ferrari holding on strongly though in 4th place. And we're nearing this next lot of pit stops, Nick, and we've seen how the order's changed already in this race. But the pit stops provide another opportunity for drivers to gain time.
Very happy to be spending the next hour here with you, Tim. I'm obviously trying to get all the action in, and there's been plenty for sure. The Ferraris up and down the order. You've already said it. Chris Vickers was basically around 7th place at some point, then up into 3rd, 4th. He's been everywhere on the scoreboard, but most importantly in the top 10 for sure, looking to finish this stint strong, as XD now has completely closed the gap 1.3 seconds. So that's one of the main battles we're seeing up here at the front, as there's an Aston Martin. Let's see who the unfortunate soul that is. Nick Timmermans in the GC Sim Racing team is going to park it there for a brief moment. That looks very busted hood as they're being overtaken by the fight for P19 here.
Yeah, very unhappy looking Aston Martin Vantage, due to drop down the order, I'm sure, owing to being parked on the side of the track. But this is the battle at the front at the moment. We can see Casper Hugard in the Team DGTL racing car under pressure from Eckstein's number 911 Porsche, who just faints to the pit lane there. That's almost to to gain a reaction from Hugard, almost to make him react and dive to pit lane, because we are within this pit stop window now. We saw the number 74 Dark Sky Racing Lamborghini come to pit lane and hand over. That was Cox who handed over now to Planas in that 74 car. So they've exchanged drivers. They were pitting earlier than the rest of the competition. So expect to see the other drivers now lining up their stops, really. But lining up a move here is Eckstein looking to the inside on the run up towards Quarry. Didn't look like he had enough speed to get the overlap on the 42 Lexus.
And I'm sure Eckstein is going to see in very little time that the pace difference is really on the mountain. While on the straight, the Lexus, despite the slipstream and all of that jazz being played up for the 911, it's just not enough at all. Now with the aero wash, dirty air up the mountain, let's see if he can deal with that, because we have to remember that Eckstein has been driving in clean air for what is basically 90% of the race here. So chances are there's going to be a slightly different sensation here, as we're seeing some beautiful sunrise here in Australia, 12 hours.
It's gorgeous, isn't it, where the sun starts coming up, and it's easy for us because we can actually start to see the cars more, not just pairs of headlights darting up and down and left and right and over the walls and wherever around here at Bathurst. So we're getting a nice clear view of these stunning liveries, one of them being the Mode 11 Racing Lexus. Bas van Melis on board at the moment, but he's coming under fire. That is the number 16 Mercedes. Van Schaik going to the outside on the run up towards Quarry, and actually it looks like Van Melis just lifted out of the gas there and let him through. In terms of pace, these cars, it seems to be
absolutely let him have
matched.
it there. Yeah, Ben Van Melis with a 207 last time around, and it was quite significant overlap at the end of the first turn in the corner. But regardless of that, quite surprising to see him giving up the 8th position so easily.
Yeah, almost I reckon Baz just knew he was coming. You know, so long to go still, under 10 hours only just remaining. So I wonder if that's just a bit of heads-up driving from Baz. He wants to continue his stint. Speaking of stint time, so Daniel Georges now into pit lane for the number 15 Odyssey Racing Ferrari. Chris Vickers as well in the 321 car. He's headed to pit lane. So first and fourth place Ferraris have made it just over the hour mark. So now 9 hours 54 remaining, and they're into their next set of stops. Handing over the car then, Reece Spence Robb taking the helm of the number 14. He rejoins the track, and that's behind Regan Mitchell in the number 22 Aston Martin SimSport racing car. And now this is going to be interesting here, because my timing screen seems to have done a little bit of a hiccup, but I wonder if that is now actually a position gained in terms of pit stops. We'll have to find out, which I'm sure we'll see shortly, if Mitchell does indeed head to pit lane. But
I think in terms of Mitchell, that might be not a position gain, but actually coming back to the pit stops in a second. However, I am currently thinking about the construction here, where we see Vickers just a bit down and below, but Simon Zimmerman right in between. So I think that sort of pit stop gave them a little bit of room there, a bit of a slowish pit stop for the number 15 Ferrari here. Might have diminished gap, but we're going to find out in just a moment here, where the stint timers are about to end for a lot of these cars. Quickly back down further the grid here, we see a train, and Lex, we talked about it earlier with David, where it seems that not the Honda, but actually the Lexus seems to be one of the strongest cars on the straight here. Quite surprising.
Up to the inside, Krull getting past, I believe that was Patrick Vance in the 777 car. Two Lexus going side by side, and that's actually opened the door for one of the Lamborghinis to slide up. That's Nia Goda in the Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport 2, number 296. So this is a change really for positions here, potentially in amongst traffic. My timing screen, like I say, is just doing a bit of a reshuffle. I should probably reset that, and fingers crossed it sorts itself out. But change for position. So now Patrick Eckstein into pit lane, the 911 Porsche. That's going to be important because he was locked in battle heading into the pit stop window, and let's see if he can make best that pit lane decision, coming in slightly earlier than Hugard. The number 911 is running smoothly, and we've seen how that early pit stop can benefit you. We saw the 74, the Dark Sky racing car, which has Joan Planas on board at the moment. That car was coming into the first round of stops, managed to gain a position, and then over the next stint gained another position. So let's see if they can continue that trend as XT is handed over to Bjorn Renard. So Pascal out of the car, Bjorn now in.
Mitchell also in the pit lane, so that is not a position gain for the time being. Now, something in terms of the strategy up at the front, we were talking about some potential fuel-saving action here by the 42, and they still seem to be going strong. Let's see what the decision is this time around when they're coming past the pit lane. They're going to dart in for a pit stop here. So I think Kasper Hugard, it has to be the driver of this particular stint to me. Obviously, we had the 911 closing up significantly, but regardless, so much pressure, no mistake after the first one as they see him darting into the pit lane. So we have to follow here with Rice, Spence, Rob, see where they pan out, and then same story for Simon Zimmerman if they have gotten the undercut to work to get themselves into P2 here.
That number 15 car had a lead of half a minute or so, it seemed, coming into the pit stops there, but now as the window has unfolded, let's see where Hugard returns to the track. This number 15 car was so strong at Kyalami, and again another strong performance here at Bathurst. Pit stop window playing out, so a couple more cars to make their second pit stop of the race, and looks like the number 15 is going to return to the lead comfortably. Will any of the other cars make a position up on that number 42 DGTL Racing Lexus? Simon Zimmerman in the Arc Cars Bentley. He's been very busy at the wheel of this car, hasn't he, over the last stint or so? And as he crosses the line, that is going to be another position gain. So the 42 still in pit lane.
Yeah, it seems like a very long pit stop, that is. Obviously, they had some slight damage, and they are still not quite heading out. I think they only are now starting to get moving and out of the pit lane. So Chris Johansson now taking over the car, and they're going to find themselves way back the order. So the undercut has certainly worked for all of these lads. Not for the Porsche.
Oh, and even worse than that, Nicholas. Kasper Hugard, or potentially Chris Johansson, picking up a stop-go 30-second penalty.
I did not even realise that.
Lane. That's going to be for speeding in the pits for sure. Handed out by the ACC sim almost immediately. Drama. It goes from bad to worse, dropping down the order as a result of strategy call. Now they're going to be dropping down the order due to a penalty. Heartbreak for the team.
Certainly, Team GTL is going to be very unhappy with that. See if it's part, if there's any way to kind of discuss with the stewards regarding this penalty, but chances are they're going to remain strict and firm, so that's going to throw them down the order by about 70 seconds or so. That would be well outside the top 10 here, unfortunately.
So let's see where they will resume the circuit once they take that penalty. They will need to serve it shortly to avoid the risk of any further penalty handed out to them by the in-game stewards. This is a car that has gone backwards slightly. The number 16, 610 Motorsport Mercedes. Reuter now on board. Robin, though, coming under fire from Hullerman in the 169. RNEACC Ferrari. They're going to go side by side into the final corner at Murray's. The Ferrari on the inside gets the job done cleanly. A very well executed move there from Hullerman, who just pulled up alongside and made the move on the brakes. This number 16 car we saw fighting up inside the top 10 comfortably now slips down to 14th place with Hullerman at Reuter at the wheel. They have changed drivers. Earlier on, car was started by Vermeeren. We saw Juiced in that very intense battle with the now race leading Ferrari. So you can see, can't we, Patrick, how these strategies played out, and how over the last 90 minutes or so we've really seen races start to form or crumble.
Yeah, it's super easy to get yourself in that mindset where you're right now either winning or losing, and on the losing end, obviously the 42 now serving the stop and go 30. It's quite exciting to see that these drivers are such a great pace as Robin Hullum and loses it. See where he's gonna find himself with a rear end right on touching the wall quite significantly there. That's super unfortunate, especially since it was just so close after the pit stops. That's devastating. That's like a stop and go 30 in itself. They're probably going to have to come in because that rear diffuser of the Ferrari is absolutely what produces the sort of grip that you need to not have a bunch of oversteer where it pays off the most.
Robin, he'd worked so hard to make that move for 13th place on the road, and he'd done it so cleanly into Murray's. We saw the move, position gained, and then the instant at the top of the hill, that's dropped him down a couple of positions for sure. And that is such a shame for the RNE ACC car to have that mistake. But we've said it before, Nicholas, I'm sure we'll say it again. Plenty of time still to go. Look at the top. See 9 3/4 hours remaining. It's so you've almost got 2 or 3 races whacked in there, 3-hour races or so. A long way to go. Plenty of racing still to be had, but crucially, plenty of time to crawl your way back up the order.
That's exactly what it is. It's down to the drivers finding themselves in a situation where there's so much time left on the clock. It's almost like you are talking about an immense either like amount of money or quantity you can't really grasp in the head how long actually 9 hours 45 minutes are going to be, and how tiring this is going to end up being for some of the drivers who are driving with just 2 or 3 lads in that exchanging the car between themselves.
Yeah, driver fatigue will certainly be playing into things come the end of the 12 hours, and I'm sure even before that we might see a few mistakes here and there as the pressure and the exertion really starts to take its toll. And Arwen Nam here in the Team Rocket the Furious number 90 Lamborghini. This is a car we have seen a long way down the order from the start, really. This was one of the first cars to go a lap down, but at the moment they're locked in a bit of a battle with the car behind. That's the silver and black Wild Things Racing 720S of Denise Pope. She's pushing on hard to keep Arwen in her windscreen and keep a latch on to the back of that Lamborghini. These two fighting for what is 24th and 25th positions, and they've got a 4-lap buffer over the next car, which is the number 145 Mercedes of Metka in at the moment. That car is down in 26th place, the 145 German Performance Racing of Pascal Weiss, Timo Metzger and Janos Benzel. So some of the cars still locked in battle further down the order, and Nicholas, that's what we like to see, isn't it? That fighting's all well and good for podiums and top 10s, but even further down the order and on the outskirts of the top 20, you can still find yourself locked in combat with other cars.
Yeah, it's the multi-class, it's the fights, it's the sort of pace difference, and that's kind of to add to your to what you said, where Aaron Nam, they had a rough race start, that's for sure, where being a little bit down the order and gaining positions from where at some point they were 31st, so now definitely gaining quite significantly. It's very nice to see that they're able to pull through, as there's a 15-second penalty being applied to Thompson there in the 44 with down grid. So let's perhaps use this opportunity to talk a little bit about pace, because up at the front there's only one car that can do the lap times that they are doing. Rice Spence, Rob that is, just getting past the traffic very narrowly there. That was into Skyline, such a close overtake. And last lap for him, a 2:02.8, which makes him by over a second the quickest car on the entire grid.
Yeah, Reece Spence, Rob, then flying at the moment in the number 15. Gap out to 27 seconds over the number 8 Science Friction Racing car. That's got Simon Zimmerman still at the wheel. So this is a sizable race lead now. And really, this just gives you that margin to be able to make decisions on the track about, passing traffic, maybe when you decide to come to pit lane, because you've got a sizable margin to play with that margin for error in terms of strategy is there to be used should you need it. And two cars locked in battle at the moment, the number 11 and number 22. This is Bas van Mellis in the Mode 11 Racing Lexus, battling hard with Chris Pinchbeck, a new driver in that 22 Sim Sport Racing car. Actually, sorry. Oh, as we see Baz spins. Whoops, he goes into the wall. Oh dear. That was a bit of an unfortunate one. Can he lock the brakes and keep out of the racing line? He rolls back across the track surface, gets the car stopped. Now that's going to be an unhappy looking Lexus. The front bonnet lifted up and crumpled as well. And Nicholas, we see another car succumb to the barriers and walls here at Bathurst.
Oh, and it's a big impact. Second time for Bas van Mellis. Let's go back and replay. It's probably going to take longer than my animation, so you're going to be stuck watching this for a little bit, unfortunately. I try to nope, it's not gonna happen. We're just gonna have to watch this, unfortunately, with the custom liveries. I just want to get the onboard here
for a strange incident, though, wasn't it? He was on his own. He didn't have any, he was a gap back to Pinchbeck, and it just made the incident all on his own, really. There.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Let's try and get the onboard cam here as well, as we are heading towards the site of the incident. Very slippery to get the car in there on the curb, and is a little bit afraid. Puts it to fourth quite late, and there's a little bit of rotation here, just overcooks it, and now he's in a very difficult spot, and bump goes the car to the wall, and that front hood looks, well, yeah, you said it, unhappy at best.
So a shame then for the Mode 11 Racing Lexus. Let's see if Baz can... Oh, he has returned to pit lane, so he's managed to get the car back along the Conrod Straight. I've just seen that waiting to have a word with us in the lovely Sim Racing Hub International shed is Stefan Hoffman Arvidsson. So let's see if we can pull Stefan in for a chat briefly. So down here in the interview booth with Stefan Hoffman Arvidsson. Stefan, your race so far, that we've seen the two cars for RIP 101 having mixed results. We saw your Porsche limping home past the tyre barrier on the run down to the chase. Do you just want to talk us through quickly what happened and what caused the incident? Stefan is another driver who's joined the interview booth, Nicholas, and is also on mute. So hopefully we'll get a word.
Yeah, I think it's I'm actually taking a look. It's a server mute. I'm pretty sure this channel only allows certain people to speak unless admins actually give that permission. So we might have to have that looked into. Talking a little bit out of roleplay here, just to get that fixed as soon as possible.
Yes. Let's head back up to the commentary booth. I'm sure we'll grab a word with Stefan later. Right, so a short interruption there. Hopefully we can find a fix and get us chatting to the drivers. We did manage to speak to Hugard earlier from the DGTL Racing Lexus, and we want to hear from the other drivers up and down the order. But pit stops playing out. This is Mike Abrenhoser taking over the Team Abbey Racing 321 Ferrari. And it seems slightly off strategy, doesn't it, Nick?
So it's 9 hours 40 minutes. I would have expected him to stay out at least 20 more minutes for some sort of pit strategy. Chances are there could have been some damage repaired, as he now finds himself behind Bas van Mellis, who we also saw involved in that self-sufficient crash.
So a couple of cars then back in pit lane, out of sequence, and this is really going to shake things up as they rejoin the track surface. And that was the battle with the number 79 Wild Things Racing McLaren, and here side by side is Van Mellis and the 321 Team Abbey Racing cars, Abrenhoser. Though they've really dropped down the order now and in towards the outskirts of the top 10 is that Team Abbey Racing Ferrari, which we have seen at the sharp end and fighting for podium positions in the opening stint. So starting to a few mistakes maybe creeping in for the team. Let's see if Mike can kick on now and keep a clean run to the next stops.
I'm sure they just really want to get the separation in a little bit. Want to get some punches of yellow in this scoreboard. You can see obviously up at the front we have Rob Spence, that is. Now then a couple of places down here, 9th and then 13th with Hulleman, Robin as well. So lots of Robin. Some would say Robin is racing.
Robin is racing, yes. Very good from you, Nicholas. How long have you been working on that one?
I actually had the idea just as I was seeing it. It was
yeah, good stuff. Good for the improvisation there. So anyway, back on screen, Michael Prenosa kicking on hard. He's trying to pass one of the Aston Martins. That's the car that's a lap down. Or multiple laps down, getting through cleanly though as the blue flags waved to trackside by the marshals. Mike taking the position very cleanly, and look at what that's done, because he's not too far away from going a lap down to race leader Rhys Spence Rob in the Odyssey Racing number 15 Ferrari, who continues really to be the man on a mission. The gap to Zimmerman now 30.1 seconds through the last timing beacon. This Ferrari is looking in fine form. We saw it was quick early on, and we saw in the hands of Daniel Georges, despite that instant on the first lap, just running through the gravel up at McPhillamy Park, that this car looked quick. And it seems once he was able to get past the number 16, 610 Racing Mercedes, which now has Robin Reuter at the wheel, this 15 car has just been rapid, hasn't it, Nicholas?
Yeah, let's actually bring up the timetables here in just 1 second as well. I think we currently... Oh, we are still in the replay screen for some reason, so unfortunately I'm going to have to annoy you with a little animation here. And I think that's right on up. Let's have a look at that. That was the data from the last lap. A little bit of a graphic. I'll have to put this up and in again. Let me just quickly get this fixed so that we get the timing screens on there as well.
No problem. So look, we see Rhys Spence Rob flying up the hill through this fantastic sector across the top of the mountain at Bathurst. And there we go. A look at the timing screens. Actually losing time in the middle sector. Yeah, quite a significant chunk, isn't it, really, to Simon Zimmerman? But we say significant, Nicholas, in terms of that one lap as he comes up on the back of the 101 Porsche, but it's a 2-minute lap, and he's got 30 seconds.
30 seconds of a gap is just scary, really, if in the other car, because not only can you not make a mistake at all, you also have to continue pushing if you really want to bring the gap together, because there's just no reason why Rhys Spence number 15 here wouldn't just continue cruising at flying altitude, really, in terms of the speed that he's doing at the moment.
And the pace has been consistent, hasn't it? That's what's really been the weapon for this car in the last hour and a half, isn't it? Is these guys have been lapping, like you say, in the 202s every now and then, but consistently in the low 203s. In fact, on the previous lap, Zimmerman dipped down at 202.9, so that Bentley still has plenty of pace in hand. And so they're just kind of exchanging lap times. But look, they're massive, isn't it? As Spence Rob goes on to the mountain straight and he's climbing up the hill towards Quarry, Simon Zimmerman's only in the final corner. That's just a massive impact, isn't it, on the driver when you can't even see the competition, the car you're trying to chase down.
Up in the mountain, talking a little bit about competition, Racing Dudes Motorsport PP was doing very well, but put it into the wall a little bit there. Very, very exciting moment there for Joe Snyder. Looks like the car isn't too scathed, but once again, it's quite a rough one there. But that sort of mistake can obviously happen up at the front as well, and that would significantly reduce the gap and also just shred the tires that are still only now warming up to the very hot temperatures we'll be approaching during the day here.
It's crazy to think we're only at 7:30 local time. We've still got 9.5 hours to go, and the track temperature is closing up towards that 30-degree mark. It's currently at 28, and that's already going to be placing enough strain on the tires as is. And once the sun gets up to its top spot by around noon, the track will be baking, and these cars will really be running a different circuit than they started the race off, obviously under the cover of darkness. But it looks like in the shed once again, we could potentially have a word with Stefan. It looks like his microphone has managed to sort things out. So let's see if we can grab a quick word with Stefan.
Yes, let's do so, shall we? So
So-
up in the broadcast booth, go right on ahead, Tim.
Yes, so Stefan, driver of the number 101 garage, hashtag RIP101A team. I mean, Stefan, we saw your car involved in incident. We saw you limping the car back to pit lane. How has your first 2.5 hours of this race been?
Well, it's been kind of like a Jekyll and Hyde double stint, to be fair. First stint was actually pretty awesome. I think we had 0.6 seconds worth of damage, which is probably a record around here for one stint. But yeah, the second one, I had a little tap on the wall, a little kiss, and yeah, just swearing all the way back to the pits, to be honest. And yeah, classic RIP 101, to be fair.
We saw you defining a new kind of rally course around the outside of the chase at the bottom in the final sector at Bathurst, trying to stay as far off the track as possible. Had your car picked up some sort of steering damage? It looked very difficult to drive.
It's smash fuck the Skunderstein, I would say. I had a very major lefty steer, so I just tried to dance it around the wall, to be fair, because every time I tried to go on the tarmac, it will just spin around. So better to be not ruining everybody's race, just our own.
Yeah, absolutely, and sorry to see your race unravel, but you know, the team are pushing on. You know, we've seen it from other teams as well. Incidents in this opening quarter of the race, but he's still out there on track, still giving it everything. What's the plan for the team now? Is it just to lap as cleanly as possible and hope that others have mistakes?
Well, we don't hope for mistakes for others, of course, because we are really good guys. But that might be our opportunity to climb the field. I mean, right now we have a rookie in the car, so we might see a slower kind of a pace, but as long as he keeps it clean, then we're happy with that. We're also good friends in real life, so if you don't, then you'll get slapped.
Good stuff, Stefan. Well, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary booth. Any rough idea when you'll next be back in the car?
Well, I just had a double one. I know Oliver will be in the car for a double as well, so I have a few hours as engineer now, and some coffee.
Yes.
So
Any lunch as well? And we've had food conversations with my previous commentator, David Christie, saying he was going to have some crosses as donuts. We see all contact there. Sorry, this is the number 911 team, Hot Air Balloon Motorsport Porsche, having contact with one of the Bentleys. I believe that's the 107 car on the exit. In fact, looking to the inside and kicking up one of the boards, that was another Bentley as well. So it's all kicking off further down the order. As they go in towards the chase, could have been a very difficult incident. They were 3 wide at one point, Porsche in the middle of 2 Bentleys. Wouldn't like to be sandwiched between 2 of those massive Continental GT3s, but Bjorn Renard are managing to get away lightly there, the driver in P4. But yeah, Stefan, congratulations on getting the car back. Your race is still alive and you'll be back in the car soon, and look forward to seeing you back out on track. Thank you very much for joining us.
it's a good stream, guys.
Thank you very much, Stefan.
What a moment that was for Bjorn Renard there, getting himself stuck in the middle where the 107 was the car that he had a little bit of contact with. Super easy to overjudge yourself on the exit there for where basically the main straight that's happening then. And once you get to that outside, the car just bounces back once you touch the wall there. So very easy to get yourself involved in some sort of incident.
Yeah, good driving from those to basically stop there from being an incident. I was surprised at how quickly that all-black Bentley, the car just in front of Bjorn at the moment, how he just steamed into that instant there and managed to take avoiding action. It was very close indeed. So cars getting away lightly. We haven't seen that really. We've seen a lot of cars involved with some incidents, especially over the top of the mountain. One of those cars being that 169 RNE ACC car we saw spun just after I'd come back from my break. He's Ruben Hullerman in the 169, down in 13th place, so still running, which is good to see. The 911 though looking for a way past traffic. Here is that car, Robin, kicking on, attempting to make back the lost ground in that incident. Ferraris the Ferraris are looking quick, aren't they, Nicholas? Here at the moment, we have seen some Ferraris, challenging at the front. We've obviously, our race leader is a Ferrari, but could we expect to see these cars change? As the conditions change throughout the stint, because there's no perfect car, is there?
Surprisingly so, it's one of the most balanced tracks. I feel like obviously straight line speed will benefit you once you are past the qualifying phase. The only car that is going to have a slight weight advantage, I think, is going to be the Porsche as well as the Bentley, because it is, despite the large size, quite light in itself. As we're seeing a drive-through being applied for one of the Essence. Those would be benefiting a lot if there was any weather changes, but chances are it's just going to be sun all day long. So I would say, in terms of preferred cars, I think the Ferrari just drives fantastic here. The Audi does too, and would say that the Aston, AMG, Lamborghini, they got a good feel to themselves in general. But yeah, if I were to be asked, I'd probably go for one of those, Ferrari, Porsche, or the Audi.
As we're seeing on screen at the moment, Tim Schafer in the Wii Sports 187 Aston Martin picking up a drive-through penalty. Stewart's decision. Drive-through penalty for car number 187 for causing a collision without waiting. So they're up to 6th place on the road, but they will need to make their way through pit lane and serve that penalty. That's surely going to drop them a few positions down the order. They've got 3 seconds at the moment over the number 69 Mercedes with Cohen Scepter on board at the moment, and then a further 12 seconds back to the number 42, our erstwhile race leading DGTL Motorsport Lexus. So there is some positions to be lost there for Schafer. It's on screen at the moment. Dennis Kroll getting stuck in this battle with another Lexus. Bas van Mellis recovering that Mode 11 car. Behind though, they've got a little bit of a gap actually back to Patrick Vance. So they do have a gap to enjoy, about 6 or 7 seconds. No, 7.7 seconds.
I think we just barely missed the pinchback as well, coming under quite some heavy pressure there. At some point in time, they actually had the positions change, I think, on the straight. So I think if I want to bring back a replay, because definitely Bjorn Renard must have had a moment. Because he lost about 4 seconds on that lap and was at some point ahead of Pinchback, lost that position though.
Yeah, it looks like there has been an incident at some point for the 911 car. Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport not having the easiest time in this, only the 3rd hour of the race. Pinchbeck though up to 4th place in the number 22 SimSport racing car, and what a recovery drive. That car was down outside the top 20 after the first stint, half an hour of racing, even less than that. It seemed in the first few laps there was an instance. We see Renard going wide again through the cutting, almost taking a NASCAR highline style there. That's not the line you want to take. And Bjorn clearly struggling, losing time to Pinchbeck. Fortunately, the next car behind, there's a little bit of a gap back to the next car on track, which according to the timing screens is that 187 Aston Martin. So Renard, he's got
Chase
a little
quickly
bit of
here. So Tim Schafer, after the drive-through, drops back just ahead of this AMG and finds himself in 9th place in the Wii Sports. So definitely dropping back a couple of positions, but not as much as he could have. So chances are he'll try to make the comeback happen here. A bit further up ahead. Oh, it's almost. I think I just barely missed him spinning there. Let me try and find. Wait, yeah, just a bit of a moment then. Sorry to jump back and forth so quickly in succession. I just thought that it was maybe an incident. I was rubbing my broadcast hands as if I found the incident I was missing. Just on the different cars. Bas van Mellis into the wall once again.
What a shame, Bass. Another incident up atop the mountain here at Mount Panorama. That Mode 11 Racing Lexus has been to pit lane already with significant damage. And Bass sustaining another hit to the wall there, dropping him behind Dennis Kroll, I believe. The other Lexus getting through. And that was another incident for this driver in this stint. So it's a shame to see. But this is just, I suppose, Nicholas, this just pays emphasis to how difficult this Bathurst circuit is, because these drivers would have been practicing plenty of laps and hours and getting up to speed with the car and the setup, etc. But we're still seeing mistakes.
Oh, certainly so. I'm sure they're absolutely dialed in, but that's just the sort of, well, it's not really a stage fright, but considering how we are doing live commentary, watching their hands do all that, it's just you're trying to perform, and sometimes if it's such a difficult track as it is, it's just hardly possible not to make any sort of mistakes. And once that first mistake is made, there's two types of drivers. There are those that just refocus and think, oh, this relieves the pressure on me, and others that beat themselves up a little bit too much on their mistakes, so the pressure actually builds up from that, trying to continue to perform until eventually they break.
Well, the one saving grace for that car is this livery, because that is something quite special, isn't it? The zebra pattern, if you like, definitely stands out amongst the crowd.
Beautiful, yeah.
It's brilliant, isn't it? And Baz, unfortunately, though, is standing out for the crowd, and the fact that he's made a couple of mistakes and the cameras have caught that, so we will be watching back the race, I'm sure, and be seeing those incidents, or chances are he'll avoid heading on YouTube and finding this stream post-race to not see himself dropping it. That is a shame to see a couple of incidents for the Mode 11 Racing Lexus, but God, it just seems to keep getting quicker and quicker, David, and sorry, Nicholas, running well. Is this Odyssey Racing Ferrari? It just looks on rails.
Yeah, we talked about not dropping something and not dropping the pace at all here. Up at the front is the number 15 Ferrari, 203.0, being the fastest lap of this stint for him personally. So I would have to say, and I would go as far as to say that he's absolutely in the mode. If anybody touches him in real life right now, he's going to jump off this chair. He's going to be absolutely spooked out just how focused he is on the car and getting the lap times in that he does.
All in the zone, isn't it? It's brilliant when race drivers are in the zone. It's brilliant when you're a sim racer, isn't it? And you're in that zone and just working away and everything seems to be going your way. I'm not very used to it myself, but it certainly looks like
it's something that this track just brings out. It either takes you out of the zone completely, or you're gonna be absolutely in the groove. In the groove here as well, or rather in the slipstream of Johansson, is Micah Branoa in the Team Abbey Racing, who was dropping back a little bit due to the earlier pit stop, the unscheduled. I would almost assume the 3-1 now, trying to claw its way back up the field here, and next car ahead is going to be the Lexus, and that might provoke a little bit of an unfortunate memory to them, because being stuck behind a Lexus has been the theme for the past 3 hours, really.
Well, as we see, he's kicking on after that mistake and unscheduled pit stop. And sorry, spit my words out. I suppose it shows how up and down these races have been already, because we're 2 hours and 42 minutes into this event, and the 42 was leading for the majority of those opening 2 hours and was locked in battle with the number 8. And this 3-2-1 car we saw climbed the order and looked to be knocking on the door of the top 5, and actually was running 3rd place at the end of the previous round of pit stop. So you see how the races are yo-yoing, aren't they, to some effect? And one of those cars really is that number 22 SimSport Racing Aston Martin, 4th place, and quite convincingly as well, with 3.3 seconds back to Bjorn Renard. That 22 car is climbing the order and looking very strong doing so. Chris Pinchbeck at the helm at the moment. This number 22 car, obviously blessed by the presence of Kyle Army 8-hour race winner Regan Mitchell, who jumps across from the SimSport Solutions car to a combined effort here. But Regan didn't have the easiest of stints, did he, Nicholas, early on? We saw the incident he was involved with Mark Neutelings in another SimSport Racing badged Mercedes. And now, though, it seems like they've just managed to get things settled down and really push on through the next 2 stints.
fantastic to see that after the slightly unfortunate race start for them. They've been able to regroup and refocus, and obviously we're trying to keep track of the position changes in the background. There's some definite winners of the second and third stints here, as well as a couple of drivers making too many mistakes, albeit driving very cleanly so far. I have not caught too many incidents as I almost broadcast curse myself there. Chris Finchback ran into the back of Pike, the 937 Honda. That was the car spinning around there, trying to follow Janse for the fight in P19 there. A little too closely as he drops back into 21st.
Well, it looks like, did Pinchbeck avoid any damage? I think he did get through cleanly. So race preservation at its finest from the drive of the number 22 Aston Martin. Car currently in fourth, lives to fight another day, but that's certainly another Code Brown moment for another driver over the top of the mountain. Great heads-up driving from Pinchbeck to be able to react so quickly, as we see on screen at the moment. Another car that's been a bit up and down, hasn't it, Nicholas? This number 23.
There's so much action. Alan Barella is off the track as well. We have Nicholas Agard, who made a mistake. Looks like Batten got the hood opened a little bit, like a can of tuna, really, but you don't want to peek to the inside because there's a hot engine there. It's so much happening on the track. My mind is melting how beautiful a race we got on the hands here.
It's incredible, isn't it? And on screen at the moment, Bertalan Horvath at the wheel of the Cup Team Future Esports 333 Aston Martin, another car that's been up and down the order. He's at the wheel now and has been for the last 59.5 minutes, 28 lap stint is what he's been working away at. I wouldn't be surprised to see the pit stop windows start to open shortly. Drivers are limited to 65 minutes maximum per stint, so would be surprised to see this one coming to an end within the next 2 or 3 laps. He's up over the top of the hill now, down into Skyline, challenged by that number 16 car behind, the Mercedes of Robin Reuter. We've seen that car enjoying plenty of action so far, the 610 Motorsports machine. These guys battling for the last position inside the top 10, so 10th place up for grabs and more points that come with it.
Now let's see what they can do on the straight, because while the Aston's engine is strong, right on behind him, that AMG is an absolute powerhouse of a unit. Let's see if he can maybe get it side by side. We've seen a couple of overtakes like this already, and look how he's already closing the gap completely there. Now into the braking zone. He's not going to go for a lunge this time, but just look how the gap is basically 1/10 in between the two cars here, and I'm sure that there's going to be a change in position eventually, albeit hopefully in the cleanest way.
Well, both of these cars have a V8 engine. I'm sure there's some sort of crossover with the Aston Martin engine. I believe it could even be a Mercedes engine into its genetics. So 2 cars powered by virtually the same engine going hammer and tongs at each other around this Bathurst circuit. It looks like they're fairly well matched in a straight line. If anything, Horvath was able to just stretch his legs towards the end of the straight and keep that Mercedes at bay. But Reuter looking to the inside on the run up the hill into Quarry Turn, and he's got the job done. That yellow Mercedes now is through and up to 10th place in the corner where we saw the 333 car spun round. He's managed to, again, loses a position. So another corner really that's the same corner telling a different story for the number 333 car, losing a position ultimately once again. Horvath now dropping back to 11th place. And Nicholas, we've seen this where battles happen and a car gets through. The next couple of corners, the next sector, the next lap really are crucial. Get your head down, get back on your line, because you can get rattled, can't you, and just find yourself losing time as Reuter comes up on traffic.
Yeah, it's a very tough moment if you're just being overtaken, and that also seemed on in terms of the pace. So you can't really let that get to you. You gotta get the head down, as you said, and just try to refocus. Know that it's not just about this stint, not just about this single lap that you're driving. You want to give it your all, but you have to understand there's always going to be someone around you that might be in a quicker state at the moment, but that can change from lap to lap, most certainly.
Well, behind, they have got the blue Lamborghini who's just getting past the rather unhappy looking Audi there. That is the number 74 Dark Sky Racing car of Johan Planas. Third place. So this is a car that we've seen really make best use of that early pit stop. As
We got an
heads
early
to
pit stop there here once again. Seeing the Ascent to the pit line right away. So it looks like that sort of drop to 11th place got Horvath motivated to use the opportunity, jump to the pit lane and potentially hand over the car to one of his teammates. Not trying to hand over the position here though, after really catching quite significantly. Patrick Wunst has been closing up to what is now P15 only for the Malice after some incidents and contacts with the wall. So the Pulse Motorsport right now chasing.
So this is Battle of the Admins then. Two of our SRHI racing admins are going to be going at it. Patrick Wunst and Bas Van Mellis. There is definitely bragging rights up for grabs here in this little exchange between the two of them. The Lexus in front, the white and black car is Van Mellis, and then behind another Lexus is Patrick Wunst, who's going to the inside as they go over the crest at Conrad and into the right-hander at the chase. They're side by side. Wunst on the inside, which becomes the outside through the left-hander, but no, he's got the job done on the brakes and nice and cleanly as well. So the 777 car goes up to 15th place. Definitely a really clean move there, wasn't it, from Patrick? And like we say, bragging rights indeed. He's not gonna let Baz forget that one.
Yeah, bragging rights and just a textbook overtake, really. There was nothing that he could have done at all, and it was executed just as cleanly as I would have expected from the admin team. So wonderful to see that. Couple of yellow flags. Bring up the track map and see where that lies. It's the 720 as well as the 937 cars here. Nothing up at the front of the pack. Most fortunately for them, so we're gonna close this back on down because it's really the easiest way for me to see what's who's off the track. And,
so
also,
just noticed that the number 321, the Team Abbey Racing Ferrari, Mike Abranhosa getting a penalty, plus 15-second time penalty for an unsafe rejoin decided by the steward. So I wonder if he was a bit too aggressive in returning to the racing track after he was in pit lane. So it's clearly been an investigation into that one. And the 321 car, it wasn't already difficult this stint with having to head to pit lane to fix some damage. Now that car is going to have to come back down pit lane and serve 15 seconds at a stop, or they can carry that 15 seconds, I'm sure, to the end of the race. So let's see what the team elects to do. But
I think the more interesting version would be just not to serve the penalty and leave that as a rumor for other cars to get out of the way. He's not afraid of pushing you away. he's gonna go for the rejoin when he pleases. So just getting that bit of attitude out there if he doesn't serve the penalty. No, I'm sure that Mike and the Team Abbey Racing 321 will decide on that collectively. In the background, however, we are seeing one very purple Ferrari.
Indeed, that's the race leader. And I was just going to say, actually, that Mike in the 321, he's the last car on the lead lap. So just shows you how quickly fortunes can change here at Bathurst. That car challenging for the top 5, now set to go a lap down to our race leader. Reece Spence Rob in the number 15, Odyssey Racing. This has been a textbook stint for the driver. He's extended the lead as well to Zimmerman. Now 33 seconds his advantage. Plenty of time to be played with there, the Odyssey Racing team. But 33 seconds now with just over 9 hours to go could mean absolutely nothing come the checkered flag. But it's still important in the here and now, especially when you're making pit stop decisions and your decisions on traffic as well, to just know you've got that buffer to play with.
Yeah, talking about that, it's something very interesting that the drivers, when it's your first time racing an endurance race, as we heard earlier, the Sorry, hold on. Let me get the car number right on that. That was the 101 of Nicholas Ergaard, who's currently piloting that. They have some drivers in there as well. This is going to be one of their first, if not their first, endurance event. And not only the track is difficult, but also managing these sort of gaps, really trying to put another layer on this sort of racing.
Indeed, and we were discussing it earlier. You know, it's great having you know, an alien driver in the squad, someone who can pull out outrageously fast times lap after lap. But if you don't have three of those, I mean, it's a rarity to get three of them. You need three drivers who are going to be able to race well and consistently. You're almost just only as strong as your slowest driver, aren't you, Nicholas? And you need that driver to be comfortable in the car and able to lap cleanly, because then it's up to you, you know, as the quicker guy, to go out there and pull the times out.
Yeah, and it's something that really comes into the dynamic. Say you're trying to found a team, you're trying to get into endurance racing yourself, and you have a couple of options available. Probably you could be going around in some public lobbies, you could be going to some friends, perhaps, if you know real life lads who are also driving ACC, but you could also try to really go for some esports level drivers. So if you had the opportunity, what would be your ideal team composition?
Oh, for me, I mean, I quite like the mix. Like, I like the, you know, a group of people who are just committed to getting a good result. You know, and it doesn't matter if you're one of the slower guys, because you always find yourself in a fight, really, at the end of the day, don't you? You could be having the best race of your life and fighting for 20th position and enjoy it more than fighting for a podium, if you know what I mean. Although maybe that's maybe I haven't got quite the same sim racing tenacity as some of these guys, because everyone wants to be a winner, and me fighting for 20th position and being happy about it is probably testament to my pace.
Yeah, has to do with it, just like the terms of ambitions. But I do really like the approach you were talking about, trying to go for what you can do in that moment, trying to push for what you can. And even if that doesn't mean it's the front of the spot, you always have to put that in relation. There's probably going to be someone out there who's even quicker than you anyway, no matter where you are on the time standing. So I think that's quite humble of you. I like that.
Thank you, Nicholas. Well, if you're looking for a teammate, then I'm sure I'll be happy to slow you down and ruin your race. But anyway, let's return to the action then. So Simon Pike in the 937 Dynamic Motorsport Honda NSX. We've seen this car not having the best of times, spun around a couple of times, I believe, over this first 3 hours of the race here at Bathurst. You are watching the Sim Racing Hub International 12 Hours of Bathurst, round 3 of the Endurance GT3 Championship. We've had some exciting races so far. A wet dry thriller at Monza, and then it was a flag to flag sprint at Kyalami with racing up and down the order, and it looks like we're getting exactly the same, if not more, here at Bathurst. And incredibly enough, we've just got a little over 9 hours to go, coming up towards the next round of pit stops. And I say that because the number 74 Dark Sky Racing Lamborghini has just made their third stop of the race, and that's the car that is kind of kicking off the pit window. So that was pitted by Planas, has brought the car in, and we'll just wait and see whether he's stayed in the car. Yes, he has.
It's actually Aaron van Drunen taking over the 69 here.
So Aaron van Drunen, yeah, he's back.
Sorry to cut you short.
That's all right. He's back in the number 69. So another driver change there. So they're rolling around this next series of pit stops, and the cars are almost locked in now to their 65-minute stints. That opening stint gave them the opportunity to try something different. It's actually Jitse Midima who's taken over the number 74. So let's see if he can continue the form of his teammates, Sem Spenklik, Nard Cox, and of course Johan Planas, who's just got out of the car. So let's see if the 74 can continue on. And Nicholas, we've seen this car pitting early seems to have paid dividends for this car, jumping up the order. It was 6th place come the first round of stops, and now net position, really, it was on the podium.
Yeah, I think it's exactly the right strategy. Perhaps they had some small discussion in the teams where they want to turn up when the sun does come up here eventually at Bathurst, and it looks like the strategy calls have been going quite well for them. So a couple of couple of lads being the early adopters here of that pit stop strategy. We're probably going to see more cars head to the pit lane as we do. So exactly, look at that timing, guys. It's as if I would have already watched the race before. And Vincent Lande, the Doggo Racing team, haven't seen much of them so far, but a very interesting livery.
Yeah, and a very interesting entry to pit lane there. It looked like he skipped across the grass and gravel on the inside. He's managed to bring the Doggo Racing team 489 Aston Martin onto the pit lane. Now you have to hit his marks and slam on the brakes and not go too far forward or too far backwards and lose time. Just about gets on the right stop, right?
See if it lifts up. Looks decent to me. Very nice. Just showing her hands on there. Yeah, he's done that just perfectly. Yeah. Following here, Martin Ido, after getting past some of the traffic cars ahead, is now in the Cup Team Future Esports number 333 here at the very back of Patrick Bunst. And it's going to be an interesting one to see if there's an overtaking opportunity at the end of the lap here, because the chances are both of them are about at the same pace. If not, Martin Ido might be a little bit quicker in the second sector here.
We've seen this Aston Martin further up the order, and now 333 car, a previous stint for Horvath at 1 hour 3 minutes in the car, now handed over to his teammate Martin Ido, who's looking to push on and get past some of the traffic here, one of them being that number 777, Patrick Vance. Can you get the job done? Patrick will be pitting within the next 9 minutes though, so the move will be done at some point. Whether he makes it on track or whether it's because of Patrick coming down to pit lane, we'll have to find out as we're going to ride on board here with Martin Ido in the Cup Team Future Esports car. He's heading down the hill into this final section of turns through the left and the right, and under the Liquid Molly Maguire's bridge and down towards Murray's.
Just the last couple of corners here on the track. Want to get that to first gear, maybe second, depending how much traction control you're willing to put into the car, and hoping that the tires will stick, because the exit out of those two is super crucial, setting yourself up for a long straight, getting on the power nice and early. And I would say that he's done so quite well, and honestly the Aston in itself round here should get you the sort of stability you need for a 12-hour race like the one we're proud to present to you today.
Well, we are 3 hours, so a quarter into this Sim Racing Hub International 12 hours of Bathurst. Let's give you a quick update on the order. It's the number 15 Ferrari of Odyssey Racing. Reece Spence Rob at the wheel at the moment leads the way by 34.5 seconds over Simon Zimmerman in the number 8 Bentley. Then it's Chris Pinchbeck in the resurgent number 22 SimSport Racing Aston Martin up to third place, over 50 seconds back. And then at the moment it's Bjorn Renard in the number 911 Hot Air Balloon Motorsports Porsche. And then rounding out the top 5 we have the erstwhile race leader, the number 42 DGTL Racing Lexus, currently in the hands of Chris Johansson. Then it's Mike Abrenheur in the number 321 Team Abbey Racing Ferrari, still with that 15-second penalty to his name, which I'm sure the team will carry to the end of the race. Then it's Tim Schaefer in the 187 Aston Martin in 7th place, ahead of Jitse Medema in the number 74 Dark Sky Racing Lamborghini. We know that car though has pitted, so is down the order owing to its pit stops. Then Aaron van Drunen in the number 69 Mercedes is ahead of Robin Reuter in the number 16 610 Motorsport Racing Mercedes that rounds out the top 10. Then it's the 296, the 777, the 333, the 169 RNE ACC Motorsport Ferrari, and the 220 Lexus that round out your top 15 positions at the moment. Then it's Tim Kroll in the number 33 Lork driving Lexus in 16th, ahead of Jansa in the 301 Team Rocket the Fast Bentley Continental. Then in 18th we have Dennis Berkman in the number 11 Mode 11 Racing Lexus. That car we saw having a number of incidents in the hands of teammates. It was Baz Van Mellis, and then we have Mikhail Hutman in 19th in the 84 Rust and the famous Audi. And rounding out your top 20, the 969 Artworks Racing Bentley. That is Dave Jr. at the wheel at the moment. Looking like I thought he was about to head to pit lane.
You faked me into that as well. I actually believe that he was going to go into the pits. So if he can do that to me, then probably he's going to strike some fear and emotion into his opponents. It's
we've seen people do that, haven't they? Kind of feint to pit lane and try and get the competition to dive and commit, as we see the number 8 Art Cars Bentley of Zimmerman rejoining. I'm sure he's handed over the car. We'll get an update on the timing screens once that happens, but he's now headed to pit lane as well. So we're still waiting on stops from our race leader, the number 15. We're also expecting a stop soon from the likes of Chris Pinchbeck in the number 22 SimSport Racing Aston Martin, as well as the 911 Porsche. And about maybe 15 minutes out from the number 42 pitting as well. So a number of cars still to get to make their next scheduled stop. But Moritz Haymack taking over the wheel of the number 8 car.
Moritz Haymack in there, and now it's the Art Cars against the Artworks, even though one of the two liveries doesn't seem to be all that colorful, even though I did get the download. So chances are the beautiful colors here in Pride Month are going to strike as well. It's lovely to see number 8 doing as well as they do. Only 3 seconds now behind Pinchback, despite the fact that they've already served their pit stop.
Well, look, there you go. That Aston Martin just gone out of shot there is Pinchbeck. And here is the number 8 Bentley as contact in the background. That's one of the Mercedes. That looked like the
Robin. Yeah.
Robin Reuter in the number 16 610 motorsport car, hitting the inside wall potentially. The bonnet up on that car as well, like a tin of tuna, as Nicholas alluded to earlier. Unfortunately, I've had my lunch, so that doesn't make me very hungry, but I'm sure that's certainly making you peckish. As the
it certainly does. So you hate to see it. I actually have not eaten yet today, so I got out of bed at 10. Wanted to get the broadcast up and running, as beautiful as it is. We're seeing Robin Reuter now in the 610 heading to the pit lane with this absolutely horrific camera shot if somebody goes into the pit lane, but we get to him eventually, and enjoying ourselves with
unhappy looking Mercedes making its way down pit lane. But here is our race leader, Lee Spence Robb, looking very happy indeed at the top of the standings. Sven Kropp in the Schneller Della 220 Motorsports Lexus getting in the way of some of the cars there. That was a side-by-side with, I believe, the Artworks Bentley into Quarry. Yes, that's Dave Jr. at the wheel, nearly in the wall, managed to gather the car up and keep on the racing surface just about, as our number 8 Art Cars Bentley kind of scrapes through past the traffic and continues on up over the hill, the mountain really at Bathurst. A close call for Dave Jr. there as we ride on board with the Bentley over the top at McPhillamy Park, throw the car in, and then here at Skyline you can't see the road that you're going to be using when you arrive, and then you kind of throw the car down this twisting section. Such a thrill to drive, and with the sun now further higher in the sky, it's less of a visual impact as you rise over Skyline. Dave Jr. making his way down the hill, looking for a way past that Lexus that I believe
it's actually a lap ahead, yeah.
A lap ahead, yeah, I was going to say. So it's not for position, but he feels like he's getting held up slightly by that Lexus.
Yeah, it's P15 crop there. Exactly, it's Sven Kropp. That's the Lexus ahead that we're seeing. But I would definitely like to take a quick moment here to just highlight 3 drivers before we forget about what's been happening early in the race. Chris Pinchbeck started 9th and was 18th at some point, currently in 2nd position. So mega drive here up at the front. That's one of the 3 drivers, or the 3 cars rather, that have been doing a fantastic job at this at these early stages here during the race. And once again, just as impressive, I would say. Björn Renard in the 911. They started in 22nd after a botch qualifying, or at least you would think so, considering their 4th place at the moment. 14th about an hour ago, and climbed up with some amazing pace for sure. A top runner for me if we're looking at the podium at the end of all and everything. And then finally, last but not least, in my top 3 highlight showcase reel, it's going to be in position right now 11th, Martin Ido in that Cup Team Future Esports. They also started way down the order, 23rd, and sorry, no, that's actually wrong. That's they started 34th and gained 23 positions, and 6 out of that in the last hour. So absolutely fantastic drive by the 333.
Good stuff as our race leader, Spence Rob, heads to pit lane in the number 15 Odyssey Racing Ferrari. He had a gap in excess of 30 seconds before the pit stop window opened. Now a minute and a half back to Chris Pinchbeck. So let's see. The number 15 should rejoin the track easily with the race lead. And in fact, there he goes, rumbling down towards the end of the pit lane. Reece Spence Rob, or at least he or one of his teammates, will be returning to the racing surface.
It's like a double stint to me by Reece Spence Rob here, unless there's somebody sharing the room with them who might be taking over the physical simulator. Otherwise, chances are he'll come out ahead, even despite serving that pit stop, which cost him about 1 minute and 9 seconds to complete it. So he's well ahead of everyone, really.
And this car is really now just set about. It needs to just tick off the stints, doesn't it? It needs to stay clean, stay out of trouble, which often isn't very far away here at Bathurst. If this 15 car can keep lapping as they have done for the last 3 hours, the race is certainly coming their way. But we are starting to see a challenge form in the form of that number 22 SimSport racing car, and indeed the number 8 Bentley isn't too far away. It is within striking distance should something
certainly
go wrong.
Yeah, it's all still very much playable by these drivers, be that through traffic, be that through an unforced error, or be that through just the sheer luck of the Irish if they don't have that going on around for themselves. Because it can be super devastating just getting a drive-through or stop and go. Maybe you make a mistake in the pit lane. Maybe there's a server disconnection, the internet just acting up on a Saturday afternoon. So it's still very much open to anyone up at the front. And it'll be down to the pace of Reece Spence, Chris Pinchbeck, and Moritz Heimark up at the front, as well as Björn Renard in that battle for position 1, more or less directly.
So Chris Pinchbeck's up to second place, but we're still expecting that number 22 Aston Martin to head to pit lane within the next, well, I'd say he's got about 2 laps potentially. He's 1 hour, 1 minute, 41 seconds into this stint, and there's a maximum stint time of 65 minutes. So Pinchbeck's going to be heading to pit lane shortly. He's one of our last front runners. Actually, him and the number 911 Hot Air Balloon Motorsport Porsche are the last 2 cars from our top runners really to pit. We've seen the Hansen number 42 DGTL Racing Lexus, the previous race leader, is now a bit out of sequence, so they've got still about another 6 laps or so before they pit. But a battle going on here, Nicholas, between Pike and Metka.
Yeah, and I've put up the timing sheets for these two as well, where Pike was about a second slower despite getting his personal fastest second sector. So that's how you're basically going to read the graphic. First sector, however, must have been some form of overtake or traffic, because chances are he's not going to lose this as much this time around. So we're going to keep this up a little bit. When they come across the line, standings will update here, as well as Metka is chasing. Looks like the Honda, however, is keeping a hold of itself. How did... maybe we can get a little bit of a roundup in terms of the constructors who've been doing well in the past couple of races, as we're seeing stop and go 30 being applied to Junior.
Yeah, in the last couple of races, I mean, if you're thinking back to Kyalami, really the Aston Martin was a strong car to have, but we did have the the Ferraris up there. The Odyssey Racing car was certainly in contention for the majority of that Kyalami race. Then I would say that it was those Ferrari and Aston Martins. We had a Bentley in fourth. So it was a real mix once again at the top of the standings. But we did have, I suppose, the Team Abbey Racing Ferrari in seventh and that Odyssey Racing Ferrari in second. So it looked like the 488s were a good car to have at Kyalami, and again looked like a good car to have at Bathurst. And a good mix though, and I think that's just testament to the drivers able to extract whatever performance from whatever car they've got underneath them, and it's such a level playing field. Also the Cup Team Future Esports Aston Martin was up there, yes, in fifth, so a real mix of cars in that top 10. And we see again today, look, I mean, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Bentley, Lexus, Lamborghini, Porsche, Mercedes. The first repeat car is a Ferrari in 8, so 7 manufacturers in the top 7. It's love to see it, don't you, Nicholas?
It's fantastic. Very, very great variety here up at the front here, and that just goes to show how well these drivers can adjust their cars, their setups, their driving styles, and such to the way that the track goes. It's absolutely fantastic. We're seeing Chris Pinchback heading to the pit lane and most likely also handing over the car here. So pit window is about to open now for the teams that have probably decided to go for a cheeky strategy here, trying to extend all and everything. So Chris Pinchback looks like he's still gonna be in the pit lane for a little bit here. So we are taking on this fight once again. P21 right here, very close between Timo Metke and the number 937 Honda of Simon Pike there.
As we're seeing a drive-through penalty go the way of the number 296 Lamborghini. Looking on my steward's board, a drive-through penalty for the car for causing a collision. So the stewards have investigated an incident there, and Seidel in the 296 car is going to be dropping down the order as he serves that drive-through. The team, I'm just trying to find my spotters guide. That's the second team hot air balloon motorsport car, the Lamborghini. Mike Nagoda, Sonke Seidel and Gianni Bathka are driving that car. So they're inside the top 10 for now, but I don't think they're going to be there for much longer with that drive-through penalty. As Pinchbeck's resumed the track after making his pit stop, so the 22 car is back out, and I believe he has managed to hold a fairly strong position indeed. He is just checking my timing screen, still looks like he's in third place, which is pretty spectacular stuff. And in fact, in that pit stop cycle, Nicholas has taken third place away from the 74 Dark Sky Racing Lamborghini.
Exactly that. It looks like they have a good gap now, and they also will have the fresh tires, which are probably going to take about 1 or 2 laps only to warm up at the most, considering the temperatures we're seeing on the track. So this battle for P3 is very much still on. We see it barely there in the background. That's the blue Lamborghini we've been talking about. That's the number 74. So if you've joined us early, we've had plenty of wonderful time at Bathurst so far. We're about we're closing in on what is 3.5 hours into all of this. So joining me here in the broadcast booth, Tim Fulbrook, and my name is Nicholas Kraus. I hope you have been enjoying yourself as much as we have. I'll quickly go grab a bite to eat, or maybe I'll wait 20 minutes or so when David is back. I think I'll do that actually.
Feel free to let us know when you're in need of a pit stop yourself, Nicholas. Broadcasting everything you see, all the screens and cameras and overlays, etc. Nicholas is providing at the moment. So cracking job from him. We, of course, are part of the Sim Sport Solutions team bringing you this broadcast, and we will be bringing you the remaining 8 3/4 hours of this Sim Racing Hub International Bathurst 12 hours. And this is a storyline you can see on screen in the form of the number 22 Sim Sport Racing Aston Martin Vantage, Chris Pinchbeck at the wheel. Still, this car, after being involved in a collision under the cover of darkness in the first half an hour, has recovered from outside the top 20 to now be running in a podium position. And really, it's given the others an advantage, isn't it? This is a handicap almost for this number 22 car to be starting right down the order. Somehow, though, they've managed to make it up to third place.
Yeah, striking fear if you know that somebody is way down the order and apparently up the pace. The question then becomes, do you want to let him go past and just let Chris do pinchback things, or are you going to be trying to fight? And the answer is, despite you trying to fight, he's still going to find a way past, and the 22 flying in with a beautiful gap ahead of itself. He can just show to us what sort of pace he can do around the mountain here, as he seems to slow down just a little bit for the Dipper there. Now up onto what is essentially the longest straight on the track here. Lovely to see it. 12 seconds separating him from P4, so it looks like he's got the pit stop strategy figured out. Last lap at 2:03 is about 2 seconds quicker than Medema chasing.
It's quite a big gap that they've managed to overturn then in the pit stop window. So something's happening there, traffic potentially, or just that undercut that we've seen the 74 for once not really paying off.
Yeah, a little bit of info from the pit wall. I've been walking about and asking the engineers. Looked like the pit stop of the Lambo took about 8.5 seconds longer than the Aston team. So looks like the Lamborghini lads have been slacking, getting themselves a little bit of red wine 8.5 hours too early in the race. So chances are.
And 8:24 a.m. as well, local time. It's not the best time to be popping the cork on a couple of bottles, is it? So, yeah, that time definitely is seen the lead exchange, because if you factor in just traffic or just general, time lost out on track with other cars around you, that could very well have seen that margin sway. And indeed, that number 22 take the final step on the rostrum away from the 74 for the time being. Still,
yeah, very well managed. Just keeping the head out of trouble, and I would go as far as to say that these have great potential to bring themselves not just at the third step of the podium, but even up further if they can keep up what they're doing right now. Definitely on the pace. The only car that's just out of this world quick right now, and it has been for basically what is the absolute majority of this race after getting for the early pit stop. No trouble, no nothing. Roy Spence is just the one to watch, really.
He's leading an extended margin now, 41.6 seconds over Moritz Haymack in that number 8 Art Cars Bentley. Absolutely flying there. Looking in the YouTube chat, Anthony Tahor saying that the overlay is nice as well, so he's enjoying that, Nicholas. I think we all are enjoying those extra stats. I doubt Anthony will be enjoying it as much if they're showing his sector times to be slower than his fellow admin competitors. But
right. Who do we want to look at comparatively?
Who should we compare? I'm going to put that one to the YouTube chat and see if there's a couple of people they want to compare. So we'll leave that one an open question. Who should we compare the lap times between? And they can pick their battle as and when. I'm just looking at the timing screens at the moment, see if there's any. It looks like all the admins have decided to get out of the car at the moment, maybe to avoid being compared between each other.
They're just so great that you just can't compare it. That would not be fair. No, I'm obviously messing about.
They knew it was coming. That was the problem. Anthony Tahor says he wants to compare. Is that 5th and 6th? He says number 5 and number 6. So let's go positions 5 and 6 as we see. That is on screen. Bjorn Renard getting
just
past
very
that
quickly
traffic.
here. Let's follow if Lukas Verkov is going to get something done. Because it's a major slipstream here on Bjorn Renard, jumping the curb there for a brief moment. Cold Brown for sure, and that's going to send him slowing down the car quite significantly earlier than the Porsche. So let's use that opportunity as they are settling themselves a little bit. It's a spooky one for the 187 there. Not quite seeing where he was supposed to go and out onto the grass as well. So things have been rattled and shook. So let's bring this on up for you. Right now we're following Lars Ågård. That's the car ahead and center of screen for you. Bring up the overlay, and we're going to see that they're not too far away from each other.
Wow, but look at that. Aaron Van Drunen on that previous lap. A purple first sector for the number 69 Mercedes, a 38.859. And for reference, that part of the track is from the start finish through Hell Corner, up through Quarry and the cutting, and then through the quick double right, really, that really sets up the mountain. So that first sector owned by the Mercedes driver, fastest of everyone in the race so far. And comparison there, because Lasse Ugard is maybe potentially struggling a little bit in those first and third sectors in comparison, but across the top, through the twisty stuff, 3/10 of a second clawed back. So that could just be down to how these different cars generate their performance, because I've seen those Mercedes looking fairly strong in a straight line, but the Lexuses haven't been too slow either.
Exactly that. It's where you said the engines are right on there, but the way the aerodynamics work, the way the car is supposed to handle, you have certain components essentially in comparison being a little bit better and a little bit weaker. So I would say that the top of the mountain, definitely where the Lexus can hold up on its own, and the AMG is just super quick in the first sector, and that goes to show on the timings. Again, 3/10 last lap. Coming across the line now, Lasse Ågard does a 2:03.477. Let's see what the pace is going to be for the number 69 AMG once he does come across. Looks like a 2:03.7 there as well, about 3/10. Actually a 2:04.2 right on there as he comes across the line, being stuck a little bit behind traffic at the moment.
Well, we've got another request for a lap time comparison, and that's between the number 101 and the number 404. So those cars are two cars part of the RIP #101 team. They're down in 25th and 27th. There's just been a change for position there, as we see Dennis Workman at the helm of a rather sad-looking Lexus. It's got a bit of a scuffed front end. He's battling with the Mercedes there and the Arwin Nam. We used to be in that car, doesn't it? It's the number 90. It's now Niboa in the car.
Despite the beautiful livery, I would have to say that beauty comes from imperfection in this case. So he's making it work, despite all this.
That's the Team Rocket, the furious Lamborghini in behind. That's another car that's been down the order and really fighting back. And yeah, fortunately, the bonnets can't blow up on the front of these cars and smash into the windscreen. We've seen that happen in the real world. And I briefly remember a BMW GT4 at the Nürburgring a few years ago, potentially 2019, with more duct tape on the front end than you'd ever like to see on a race car to keep its bonnet from flying up in the air. So we've seen it in racing before. None of the virtual duct tape yet to really been used and sticking these cars together. But on screen, this is the number 404 Garage RIP 101 Porsche of Thomas Wolters. Thomas, from covering the GT4 Championship, he's been rapid in a KTM, but today looking fairly strong in a GT3 Porsche. And a comparison between the current drivers, Thomas Wolters there in the 404 on screen, 11 seconds ahead.
He's fast in every sector. It looks like it fits him quite well, that Porsche driving style. It's quite similar to the GT4 in question too. So gaining about 8/10 down on a single lap. Obviously, the race pace is there.
Car is looking strong indeed. So it was Stefan Hoffmann-Arvidsson who wanted to see those, and there you go, Stefan. There's your comparison between your two cars. Hopefully that just shows which car's got the pace. At the moment, it looks like it's the 404. But the top of the time still, it is the number 15 Odyssey Racing Ferrari of Reece Spence Rob. He's still the quickest car out on track. He was, well, last time round, he was 5/10, so half a second faster than Moritz Haymack in the number 8 Art Cars Bentley. Chris Pinchbeck rounding out the podium in the 22 SimSport Racing cars. We're 8.5 hours in to this one. The sun is starting to come up bright and proper now. We are into the mid-morning, 8:30 local time. We're going to hit a little bit of a milestone I've noticed on the clock at the top, where I reckon we might be 8:32, if you can see what I'm saying there. On the
We
clock.
might. Oh, it's going to be a very close one. I think we are going to see that, but just barely. You have to pay extra attention if you want to see. We're getting yellow flag all across the course, which are then again relieved. Sorry about that intermission. And what we're seeing now is a 30-degree track and ambient temperature. It's going to be tough for the drivers to drive once we actually get to the 40-degree mark, and potentially even up to 50 once we're getting around time of noon, because this track will be blazing hot. And the rubber will basically start to disintegrate just a couple of seconds after you basically touching the car at all.
Yeah, and it's just a completely different track, isn't it? Once the temperatures start turning up, the cars can feel very much different underneath. And some of the cars might have been set up for going quicker in the dark, or going quicker in the heat of the day. I mean, really, like Nicholas, I would think you'd be silly to set the car up to go super fast in the night, because you only get that opening 90 minutes of real kind of morning darkness, don't you? So there's a yellow flag there at Quarry, a car facing the wrong way. That's
Looks
the
like it's the Honda,
937. Yeah, the 937 Pike at the wheel at the moment. A Dynamic Motorsports car facing the wrong way, and he's going to have a hell of a time to get that car turned around. And there's plenty of cars still out coming round on the track. He's now over to the track right, manages to spin the car around and get going again as a McLaren comes flying through the picture, and he's back facing the right direction and trundling along. But where he'll merge with the traffic is going to be crucial. He's trying to stay to one side to let other cars go through.
That's actually for position to the inside. That's 145 of Weezer. That is Pascal Weezer. That's exactly the sort of opportunity that where you say thank you very much and get straight on past. Look like it's an overtake in the overtaking zone. Very, very respectful for both of these drivers to make the room that they did. Is there's one small contact with a Lexus in the wall. Seems like that's just sort of attracting there. They're kind of blending in together a little bit too well, I guess.
Whilst that was all happening, the race timer and the local time did in fact read the same time.
I missed it.
We missed it, but
you should have just interrupted me. Got to set up priorities straight.
Kieran spotted it in the chat, so he's happy, and a couple of other people as well are in NAM as well, enjoying that. So everyone enjoying the stream so far, thank you very much for tuning in. A number of our competitors keeping up to date with the race action through this stream. I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. But Simon Pike has had a couple of issues. This car hasn't had the easiest of runs so far in this opening 3.5 hours, but limping back round, letting a couple of cars go. That was the number 90 Lamborghini going through as well. So looking to dust himself off, and he'll go again. But here's the 187. Lucas Verov, the Wii Sports Aston Martin. That's not a car he's battling with on track.
Not at all. That looks to be position, I think is that 16 or 18, the Audi Hutman, that is for sure, the number 84. And not really letting him go past as much, and that's definitely benefiting the 911 coming up in the background as the Honda's off again. Oh, disaster.
Once again, Pike off into the wall. That's at the final corner at Murray, so an already difficult lap goes from bad to worse. He manages to get going again. Wouldn't be surprised to see him heading to pit lane sometime soon.
Quite early in the stint. The last lap with 302, obviously, with the incident. But regardless of all that, it's just super rough for him getting settled into the rhythm here. Once again, Svirkov not getting past the position number 18 Audi ahead, and he'll probably have to spend the entirety of the mountain being caught up by the 911 stuck behind traffic here, which doesn't seem to really get out way much.
And another milestone we've just hit here is the race leaders completed 100 laps of the Bathurst circuit. So 100 laps in the book seem to have absolutely flown by in this race so far, but with plenty more still to go. I wonder how many laps we'll eventually get to. I wonder if we're going to smash a real world distance record. I feel like it's very likely, considering we don't have any safety cars or full course yellow interventions like they do in the real world, but there's still opportunity for the pace to be slowed. Obviously with disconnections we often see the cars reduced to pit lane speed, and then once cars have rejoined, drivers have rejoined the server, we go back to green flag racing. I'll tot up some maths in the next few minutes and see if I can get a rough idea of a target lap when we finish the race. But Lucas Verov at the moment in this 187 still not past Hutman in that 84 Audi, and Hutman races in the GT4 Championship, and he's very, very committed in the car. I think he drives a Camaro from memory, and he's very good at wheeling that beast around and making use of its power and weight. And at the moment he's doing exactly what he needs to do in that Audi to keep the Aston Martin behind, albeit not for position.
It's probably the right thing for him to do, considering that Svirkov last lap 203.7, and for himself that's about the same pace. The question obviously arises, what sort of pace could they do in clean air? But regardless of that, I think he's doing a great job just keeping up the pace, and That visual damage, I think, should be repaired. Otherwise, I don't see how he could be doing the pace that he is.
So, a quick use of my very average high school maths says that we should be on a target for around 342 laps at completed race distance. So, hold me to it.
Yeah, I was about to say, I hold you to exactly that. If it's one more or one less, we're gonna issue a penalty to Spence up at the front.
Very good, very good. Yeah, I won't be allowed to have a cup of tea or whatever to get me through my final stint if we don't get it. We'll see what happens. 342 laps is where we're on for at the moment, but all could change with average pace, etc. But I mean, Reece Spence Rob leading the way has been pretty spectacular and averaging 203.5 in this 11 lap stint so far. His previous stint 203.4, so he's been mega in terms of keeping it consistent, and that's what's helping his car extend the lead, now 46 seconds over Moritz Haymack in the number 8 Art Cars Bentley. Consistency is key at Bathurst, but a fun battle here. This is Dennis Berkman in the number 11, the Mode 11 Racing Lexus. He's catching back up. As you see a slide there through the complex that rounds out the lap under the Liquimolly Bridge. About to say he was closing up on the number 777 Lexus of Backer, but in fact he's now lost a position on track. Sorry, it's not a position, but he's now got another car in between him and the 777. That is the 90 Lamborghini that seems to have been in this train for the entirety of the last stint.
It's actually a lap down, and then we see a little bit of the dust being kicked off by the outside tires there, so that is probably not going to run itself very far. We're probably going to see the two separate again and kind of be taught in this group.
It's a difficult situation there because the stewards were clear pre-race in saying you've got to obey the blue flags, and as soon as Niebauer gets past Berkman, he's going to be receiving the blue flags and he's got to slow down and let the Lexus go again. So again, just costing yourself time. And if you think about an endurance race, really it's a time trial against yourself, isn't it, to be the most consistent, the quickest, and just setting the best possible times across 12 hours to get you up front. And it seems that in a situation like that, you just lose maybe 3, 4, 5 seconds that really could pay into the game come the checkered flag.
Yeah, well said. That is exactly the definition. If you're not really got too much multitasking to do with multi-class racing, then it's probably going to be all about that. And really, it's something very unique to racing, where you don't see that too much. You don't really see other athletes in doing something so interdisciplinary, where you have these sprint races where you got to go all out pace. You have these endurance races where it's kind of the mix between the two, and then obviously the pace on hot lapping, for example, as well, figuring out setups for everything else. And it's just wonderful hobby that we're sharing, isn't it?
Yeah, very true. As we see, this is Lucas Verov still at the helm of the 187 Wii Sports Aston Martin.
Eventually got past the Audi, just there. That's
Yes.
what I wanted to showcase.
He'll be happy, won't he? He's finally clear, and he's got plenty of clean air to play with now. He's got a gap up to... Well, the next car up the road is the number 90, which is currently in 19th place. That is that Lamborghini of Niebauer, and a train of cars on alternate laps battling away.
Chase up here. Looks like we have another... What would be the previous race leader at some point. Lasse Ågaard, if you're joining us a little bit late, was leading during the majority for the first stint, if I'm not mistaken, and is good showing in the second one as well. Now finding himself in 5th position and looking to get past the number 74 Lamborghini. That's the car just in the distance there, riding along, separating about 2.5 seconds between the two.
So a number of drivers are changing in and out their stints, changing their turns in the car. I've just seen Denise Pope pop into the YouTube chat to say afternoon. Good afternoon, Denise. She's obviously driver of the Wild Things Racing McLaren. So there's a few enjoying a bit of a lunch break at the moment. One of the bots in chat offering to take our pizza order. So Nicholas, if you want to get something sent in, I'm sure we might get a the pepperoni sent up to the shed. That would be delicious, wouldn't it? I'm
That would be
sure at the
wonderful.
moment.
It's the long time delivery up to Germany. It's
David
going to be a
Christie
while
is-
until it arrives here.
David Christie's away at the moment, stuffing his face, I'm sure of it. So he's happy and filling his stomach for his next stint, which will begin in the next 20 minutes or so. As we're now really heading towards the end of this first third of the race, and we've got nearly 8 hours to go. It's incredible to think we've pretty much had a race as is already, and we're going to have kind of 2 more slapped onto the end of it. This is the joy of endurance racing. It's still going, and we can still come back after a little break, and the action still be as hot as ever. It would be great to hear from a couple of the drivers who are potentially out of the car at the moment, just to get a quick word on their race. I think
would
we
be
fixed
perfect.
the server, the Discord channel issue regarding being muted, so there is a potential now. If you do want to chat to us about your race and get a bit of airtime for your car, then feel free to drop in.
We're moving on over a little bit of a moment there for Pascal Wieser in the chase, or rather exiting it. They're 145, losing a little bit of traction here. So I would assume that they're on a slightly different strategy too, considering that we are seeing some cars extend the stints, some cars coming in way early. So at this point in time, it's super mixed all around the grid. We can't really make too many predictions where the cars are going to end up with their pit stop timings. So far, we've seen great action, that's for sure, and luckily not too many retirements. I think we started with 35 cars on the grid, and we're currently at 31 with Gajewski, the 498, I think, being down 38 laps at this point, so 30 live competitors on similar pace here as well. Wonderful to see.
It's great still to have so many cars running, considering this track bites, and it often bites very hard indeed. But plenty of cars still out on track, enjoying the Bathurst circuit, enjoying the sunny weather as well. 30 degrees now, ambient temperature. The track's been at optimum for a while now, so it's offering plenty of grip. The art cars, Bentley, the number 8, is certainly enjoying at the moment, running all the way out to the wall on the exit of the Forest Elbow and down the hill on the Conrod Straight. And Bentley have been a strong car at the Bathurst 12 Hours in the real world, winning the last event at the start of 2020 before everything went a bit funny, didn't it? But Bentley has always been a strong car here. I remember seeing this Continental fighting for the overall race victory and having issues with the pit lane speed limiter, I believe it was, exiting the pit lane in the final hour. So it shows how the Bathurst race really can come down to the final 60 minutes. Now, I would be surprised to see that happen here in the real world, in the virtual world, Nicholas. And we've seen as well, you know, with endurance racing, it's sometimes just about making it to that final 60 minutes, and it's there where you pick your battles and get your passing done.
Yeah, exactly. It can be down to the wire. Pace is very, very varied between the different drivers out on track. I would say that it's down to that. And since you were discussing the failure of say the pit limiter, imagine that you're on that final stint. Obviously, you can already be thrilled because you're driving in Bathurst, but then imagine you got to enter the pit lane without a pit limiter and have to drive 50 just manually. I would say that's probably one of the most difficult things that you can do in sim racing, really.
Yeah, I'm trying to rack my brains as to who it was, but it was one of the Bentley drivers tried to come out of the pit lane. I think they hit the wrong button on the steering wheel, and the car obviously didn't accelerate, and in doing that lost the race lead, and it was eventually the race victory had gone up in smoke. So a real shame to see something happen like that, but hopefully no instance like that decide the race today. But fine margins we've been playing with the last 4 hours or so. So speaking of that, car off, that looks like the 84 Ruston, the famous Audi again. The front end of that was already pretty sad looking. Now it's might be a few times.
They fixed it, but they kind of want to bring it back to its old state. It feels like it seems that the car kind of wants them to have that on open, perhaps for the cooling. It might be a cooling thing here, just trying to get more air towards the engine.
Certainly not an aerodynamic thing, because you can imagine that would be causing plenty of drag in a straight line with a bonnet flapping around, and after a pit stop to make the repair, and now it seems to have undone all the hard work. That is a shame. As Bjorn Renard here in the number 911 Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport Porsche in 9th place. This car has kind of yo-yoed up and down the order again. It's now still within the top 10 and looking to recover from a couple of incidents. We saw a spin as well for Bjorn. He looks to have found himself a nice gap on track. He's 10 seconds off the back of the 187 Aston Martin of Zverkov, and he's got a sizable margin over Seidlin, the 296 Lamborghini. Yet to see that car cross the start-finish line. In fact, he's rounding the final corner now at Murray, so he's got best part of the first sector to his name in terms of advantage over the challenger. In fact, 296 is head to pit lane, so that gap's going to extend even further.
What's up with the Lamborghinis and their different pit strategies? I was assuming that the cars were trying to, or the different teams rather, were trying to go for the longest possible stint times, maybe an hour and 3, an hour and 5 minutes, and then kind of trying to cut that last stint short a little bit. But there's none of that, and I'm curious to hear. Maybe some of the teammates can let us know if they are able to disclose the information. No NDA agreement for Lamborghini regarding their strategies. That would be fantastic.
Well, we've got this fantastic app called pitwall.live, which you can watch along from if you're indeed watching the race at home. Just head over to pitwall.live and select the Sim Racing Hub International server, and you can watch the timing screens that us here in the broadcast team are using. And to expose the Lamborghini strategy, it doesn't seem to be very consistent across the cars. We saw the 74 Dark Sky Racing car pitting early, and then the most recent stint that's completed for me is Joan Planas doing a 58-minute stint. And remember, you can do a maximum of 65, but in comparison, Mike Niegoda in the 296 car doing 1 hour 2 minutes, and then we had Arvin Nam, who's just got out of half an hour ago, got out of the number 90 Lamborghini. They did 1 hour 2 as well. So there's a mix of strategies going on. That 296 has been in and out of pit lane over the last hour, potentially with incident as well. So the strategy is not really too obvious as to whether those Hurricanes can't match the fuel mileage of the others. For comparison, the Ferraris of Reece Spence, Rob is easily the Odyssey Racing car, has easily been doing over an hour and a half. Hour 1 minute and a half.
It's all right, Tim. It's very interesting details you got for us to cover there. Pitwall Live, certainly a very great addition to the broadcast that we're showing you here today. Super happy to get that extra info there as well. Now, what I'm to just follow up on that a little bit before we move on to a different topic is, considering how the temperatures right now, despite being 30 degrees, should still be considered mild compared to what's about to follow over the course of the afternoon here. So I would assume that they would try and extend the first ones as much as possible, and then right around the in-game lunchtime, which should be the evening hours for most of the UK and Central European lads, is just trying to cut those short so that you don't have to run on grain tires all night long.
Indeed. Question coming from SimSport Racing on YouTube: is the top 3 still on the lead lap? Yes, the top 3 are the only cars still on the lead lap of the race. The number 74 Dark Sky Racing Lamborghini of Medina is the first car a lap down in the order. So that shows you where the competition has been at. And in fact, looking at the timing screens at the moment, our race leading number 15 car is closing up on the back of the number 22. So as the 15 comes through McPhillamy Park at the top of the mountain, number 22 is just heading down through the Forest Elbow and back onto the Conrod stretch, the back stretch. So that gap is closing between the two of them at the moment. Reece Spence, Rob's been lapping in the 205.1s, Pinchbeck's last lap 203.8, so that gap's ebbed and flowed, but it looks like the 15's been caught up in a world of traffic, especially on this lap. Blue flags waving for the 333, who gets out of the way on the Conrod straight.
What's quite fantastic is on my end, I also can see that there's going to be a large gap ahead of the number 15 once they do clear the traffic, but they had to go through an absolutely massive group and also wait up a little bit. So right on before, the pace was usually around a 2:02, still being the quickest car by a margin there, Rob. But regardless of that, last lap definitely a little bit of a wrench in the way. With high mark being 40 seconds down, I don't think it's going to matter too much.
So we're nearing another pit stop window, and another pit stop window for the team here. David Christie will be taking back over at the helm in the next 10 minutes or so. As we see, that's got to be one of the first mistakes for this number 15 car. Reece Spencer running wide on the exit of Hell Corner, just skipping the Ferrari through the dust and gravel there. They're able to rejoin without incident. That'll be one of those moments that just wake Reece up a bit, won't it?
Yeah.
Just remind him that this isn't all said and done with 8 hours and 11 minutes to go.
Just waking him up out there, and we got him. We got him, detective. We just slap him on the hands. He did the mistake. He is not the alien. No, obviously he's doing absolutely fantastic up at the front. And I would go as far as to say that right now, if he can just keep this up, then it isn't in his hands anymore if they're gonna win it, because it's gonna be either up the teammates or what the other cars can do, because he's done a fantastic job here. If anybody's looking for the esports team, I'm not sure if he's already signed somewhere, but gotta keep your eyes peeled for that number 15.
Someone's going to want the contract, aren't they, of Reece Spencer Rob, because at the moment the Odyssey Racing driver has certainly been proving his value over the last hour and 40 minutes. He's led this race comfortably and extended the gap at the top of the order. He's now 54 seconds in hand over the second place, number 8 Bentley. But it could all change, Nicholas, couldn't it? We've seen it before, we've seen it again, and we've seen it throughout this race, that one wrong move and that could be your race done and dusted.
Chances are it's going to be when I'm pointing the camera right on over, getting some commentator's curse or somebody in the pit box. Maybe that's why they were so afraid of getting into the interview. We see in the background here, lurking right behind the Dark Sky Racing 74's rear wing here. It's Olgard, who's been closing up a little bit, penduluming, being a bit in a pendulum or a yo-yo effect, as you call it, back and forth in terms of the pace. We can also get a nice comparison of that once we come across the line, see what kind of pace they are doing. Looks like 204s is really the place to be, going around traffic right on there and starting a lap anew. 1.2 seconds will just be the time separating the two.
We see behind, that was Ugard trying to get past the Wild Things Racing McLaren into Hell Corner. Such a deceptive 90 left. It's very complicated, it seems, when you arrive there. It seems to tighten on entry, and there's some very angry curbs that can cause problems for you. Losing time as well across the second and third sectors was Lasse Ugard in comparison to his direct competitor on track, Jitse Midema, in the number 74 Dark Sky Racing Lamborghini. But in that first sector, it does look like the Lamborghini has the speed. And indeed, over the next couple of sectors, actually it looks like the Lexus finds the time, doesn't it? So interesting to see how these cars as well are developing their performance. Simon Zimmerman in the YouTube chat saying he's going to drop in 5 minutes. So we await the arrival of one of the drivers from the number 8 Bentley. It'd be interesting to see how he's getting on and how the team are finding their race, and maybe what they've got in hand to overturn that near minute margin now to Reece Spencer Rob in the Odyssey Racing car. But the race is fully now settled in, I like to think, Nicholas. We haven't got those incidents, and everyone seems to now have got into the rhythm of running around Bathurst, which is a difficult thing to get into.
No, certainly. I'm expecting some changes with this sort of. It's a little bit too quiet now. It's the quiet before the storm. I'm sure that when we get to this mark, we're gonna get to the 4-hour mark, which means that chances are we're gonna see lots of new drivers who will have to take on that challenge or completely anew. So I would be hoping for some more racing action, clean albeit, and in the background here, you might have missed it in. Right on there, Tim Nyoba, as well as the AMG number 145 there of Pascal Rieser. It's they've been very close here, and that's the sort of thing that would have probably resulted in an incident earlier. Things have settled down, as you mentioned. Regardless of that, things are rather going to be shaken up once we get to the next phase of pit stops.
That's an interesting point you make, actually, Nicholas. There will be drivers taking over the car who haven't driven yet. There's been plenty doing double stints in this middle part of the race. Sorry, middle part of the race. I mean, this
First third, yeah.
First third, yeah. So we could see the form book from this first third really go out the window. You know, we could see drivers suddenly get in who are much quicker than their teammates, or someone get in who's much slower. You know, we'll see an ebb and flow with how these teams are made up and the abilities of the drivers within them, because you know we've been saying about the number 15 car looking exceptionally strong up front, and I don't think there's a weak link in that order. We've had Daniel Georges in the car, Rhys Spence Rob driving at the moment. It will be Clyde Barney to take over, and at Kyalami, all three of those drivers were very strong indeed. And looking at the number 8 car, Simon Zimmer we had in at the start as well, Moritz Haymack in at the moment. Those two have been very quick. Florian Möhring due to take over at some point, and indeed Marvin Ingenwerth. So unknowns potentially there in where their pace lies. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting roll of the dice, isn't it, when other drivers take over. The only team that I would say we've definitely seen, there's a couple actually that we've definitely seen all the potentials. The cars currently sat in 4th and 5th. We have seen all drivers from the 74 Dark Sky Racing car, and we have seen everyone in the 42 DGTL Racing Lexus. So I feel like there has been some cars that have cycled through, and if those cars have, all their drivers have done a stint and they're up there still, it shows that potentially that's where we're going to see them throughout the rest of this race.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It appears that they have the consistency. They're not afraid to put these drivers out on track to represent them, and that's fantastic to see, because it's very easy to get your nose stuck in some ways of thinking. Oh, we have to send in someone now, and right on then what kind of pace do we need. But really, it's got to be a team effort, and if you're not comfortable letting a driver out at a given point, then either you got to put in more practice with him, or you might have a problem in the long run. So it's fantastic to see the sort of synergy between them.
Definitely, yeah. The other thing as well, it's such a difficult thing to get into about setting up the car, isn't it? Because you know, some drivers will like a car one way, some of them will like it another, and you've got to find a happy middle ground for both of them. And that's when it's 2 drivers, let alone when you've got 4, indeed 5 drivers, as some of the cars have out there on track today.
Yeah, you're gonna need yourself a German engineer to fix something in the middle. You've got to be very diplomatic when it comes to.
I was going to say, you're going to need someone need some UN involvement or some sort of diplomat to keep everything at peace, trying to sort out a setup between so many drivers. But yeah, we're heading towards potentially the next round of pit stops opening. A couple of cars are about to hit a 60-minute mark in this stint, those being the number 69 Mercedes of Aaron van Drunen. He's 59 minutes into his stint, and as well Jitse Medema in the number 74 Dark Sky Racing Lamborghini. And that car has been the one really that kicks off the pit stop window for our top runners. So we'll get the feeling that in the next, really, just as David comes back from filling his boots with food, he's going to be in for a world of fun with all the pit stop window playing out. But we're starting to see the
actual saying. I love that. Is that a saying in English? It's filling your food. Your boots with food. I love that. That is fantastic.
I think it's as well as if you've got empty legs. If someone's sat there just eating, and they've got empty legs, they've got room to fill, kind of thing. But well, I'm sure David will correct me or tell me it's a load of rubbish when he's back. But we are heading towards this pit stop window, and really we see those differences in pit stint times really start to play out now across the stint. So you might pit 2 minutes earlier on one stint, and the next time it might roll round and you're pitting 4 minutes earlier, and really you see the pit stint times really start to overlap more and more. Looking at my timing screen, there's pit stops all over the place really for loads of cars now inside this top 10. So we're in this coming towards this middle part of the race where the strategy stories are really starting to play out, and then it's only when we get back towards those final really 3 hours do the strings start coming together to form a rope, don't we? And we get our story and how the strategy is going to be playing out. But we're 2.5 minutes away from 4 hours complete, and back in the commentary box, back from stuffing his face, I'm sure, equally topped up and ready to go for the next couple of hours, is David Christie. David, the racing's been just as spectacular as it was in the opening couple of hours, but again, this number 15 car looks to have the measure on the rest of the field.
A very good afternoon. Thank you very much, Tim Philbrook. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Stuff in my face, get a cup of coffee, watch the Nürburgring 24 get underway, then come back to this, which is arguably just as exciting. The 15, great to see them still as strong at the top. Spence Rob obviously back in the car just now, but Tim, just before you go, amazing to see that Haymack and Bentley still able to hold on. But it really has been the pit stops that have really set the strategy, set the tone for the race.
Yeah, we've seen how that the number 22 Simsport racing car pitting slightly later than the 42, and it's what must have happened really in the most recent round of stops, as we see actually the 74 now in pit lane. So this pit stop window is about to kick off. Must have lost time out on track, because when the pit stops then rolled around, it lost about 8 seconds stationary in pit lane, potentially fixing damage. But that was enough for it to lose third place on the road. And what a story, I mean, that is for the number 22 Simsport racing car, from down and out, outside the top 20 after the first half an hour to being back on the podium with 8 hours to go. A long way to go, albeit, but still already a pretty spectacular fight back.
It certainly has been. I mean, it's obviously Chris Pinchbeck that's behind the wheel now, but it's Regan Mitchell that they have to thank for all of that hard work. It was a difficult start putting him out of the top 20, but he just absolutely got the bit between his teeth and just kept pushing and pushing. And when I left, he was in 8th place, so to see him in 3rd place is absolutely incredible, and a testament to exactly why you keep going and keep chipping away at these endurance races. 8 hours left to go, and Tim, we'll let you head off and go and enjoy some lunch and enjoy a little bit of a break. We'll see you back here in 2 hours time. Thank you very much to Tim Philbrook. And Nicholas, how are you feeling, my friend? You must be starting to flag a little bit just now.
Yeah, I'm feeling that I haven't eaten today. I'll have to get something for myself, otherwise I'm gonna be like just vegetating in this chair here.
Nicholas, I love the sound of my own voice, and I'm sure that the YouTube audience will not enjoy that. But if at any point, my friend, you need to go off and get yourself a little break and get yourself a little something to eat, you just say, and I'm more than happy to sit on autopilot here and enjoy the awesome racing that we've got here. But you are watching the Sim Racing Hub International GT3 Endurance Championship, race 3 of 6 of the season here at Mount Panorama, Bathurst. It is the 12-hour endurance race, and what a race we've had so far. Action all through the opening hours here. We're already 4 hours in. We're into our 5th hour. It has just been a humdinger of a race. We're sitting on board here with the number 220. That is, of course, the Schnelldella Motorsport by R4F Esports of... in fact, I'll just...
Sorry about that.
No, that's absolutely fine, my friend.
I wanted to get that.
It's Westerhouse that we're on board with just now, down in 14th place there. Jörg Westerhouse, currently 3 laps down. Incredibly, what I can't believe. In fact, I'll have to double check my timing, because surely that can't be right. But it's saying here that we've only got 2 cars on the lead lap, but then that'll be because, of course, pit stops will be on the go as well. Reece Spence, Rob, and Moritz Hema will be going. So bring me up to speed then. What excitement have I missed then, Nicholas? What has been the standout moments for you in the past 2 hours? And you see, that's my fault. What I've done there is I've invited him to head off and get some supper and get something to eat, and then I've just asked him a question. So yeah, that's a bit of a naughty moment from me. So I'll apologise to Nicholas when he does come back. But I mean, what a fantastic race we've had so far. We've got a couple of guys in the room. So let's have a look here. Right, Chris, and we've got Simon Zimmerman. So we'll bring Simon in and see if we can get a little chat with him. There we go, Simon. Sorry to rudely bring you in here. I noticed you in the waiting for the schedule to come and have a chat. So apologies if you've already been in and already had a chat, but I've not had a chance to have a chat with you. What was the opening stint of that race like for you?
Hey, good morning, guys. I guess it's 9 a.m. in Australia. Well, the opening stint was fantastic, nerve-wracking at the same time. Like, it was really good. I sort of like stuck behind Ogalt, and just waited for a mistake that happened, and then I did one my own, which basically determined the last two stints of our team, because we could have pulled away and could have stayed in front, and then I think we got back out behind him on stint like 2, and we lost like a lot of time, but I'm not sure if we could keep up with, you know, like the Ferrari. They are really consistent, they're really fast, they seem to have a good balance between risk, consistency and pace, and that's like kudos to them, like really fast guys.
Now, the setup that you've got with that Bentley just now looks absolutely fantastic. Obviously, Moritz Hemach behind the wheel just now, and Moritz doing a pretty decent job of holding on to that second place.
Yeah, our setup, we worked hard on it. Like, we have tuned it for the mountain, basically only, and it's super fantastic. It's stable. I mean, obviously, you can still, there's hiccups here and there, but the car is fantastic. Once you get in the flow and into a rhythm on the mountain, it's just so much fun to drive this track. It's incredible. Like, it's by far my favorite. And yeah, I'm really having a close look at, I think it's SSR with Pinchbeck, and I'm not counting out Sam, Medema, and Nard Cox as well. And then the Ogard team. So let's see. I mean, it's only been what, like 3 hours. It's like we have a lot can happen till the end of the race, but it's so fantastic, this track.
It certainly is. It's one of those iconic tracks that drivers just absolutely love. Now, I believe you were having a chat with Chris in the waiting room, so we'll bring Chris Hill in here from the 937 Dynamics Motorsports team, currently down in P22 at the moment. Good afternoon, Chris. How are you?
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for your broadcasting so far.
Not a problem.
Very
not
well.
a problem. 22nd place at the moment, and obviously handling the car with Simon Pike and Eurus Evelines. What has this track been like so far? Because we're 4 hours in, and it's safe to say there's been fireworks all through the field.
Well, let's not comment on our team at the moment. We're not doing that well. We're having a few issues. There are other teams that are having bigger issues than us, so we're going to try and do the best we can to finish the event as high as we can.
That does actually bring up a decent point, Chris, because obviously when you get fields like this, 35 cars, there's going to be some teams that really just don't have a great day. And when you get a day like this, for me personally, the temptation to alt F4 and just head to the pub is absolutely immense. But for you guys, what's the thing that keeps you in? What's the thing that keeps you going and keeps you motivated as a team?
I think, to be honest, we're all good friends, so we all just want to do the best we possibly can. We realise it's Bathurst, and we're not going to quit. We're not going to just give up just like that. Although I've not spoken to my teammates since the last stint, so might change by now.
Just on that note, because obviously Tim Muris behind the wheel just now in that 937, and you are in 22nd place, but I mean, when you look up at, just trying to think, it was the 23rd before. That was, of course, I've just completely forgotten him. It was just scrolling through. Regan Mitchell in 22 Simsport. They were all the way down in 23rd on lap 2, and were then up to what was that, 3rd place that they're now. So, I mean, on that note, there's still massive possibilities for you.
There is possibilities, but their incidents were happening quite early in the race, while the field spread wasn't as big as it is now. So you've got to take that into consideration. But yeah, there's still a chance. We've got Tim in, as you say now, who's a lot more confident in the car than the rest of us, in all honesty. So let's see how far he can get us up the track.
What sort of work, Chris, has gone on with the team in terms of developing the car before the race?
There's been about 3, maybe 4 weeks worth of practice. Tim has done quite a lot of the setup work. He's very good at that, very good at driving, and we just come and sit in the passenger seat every now and again and lets us have a drive.
Well, Chris Hill, thank you very much for joining us. Simon Zimmerman as well, thank you so much for joining us in the commentary box this afternoon, guys. Get in touch with us later on this afternoon and let us know how the teams are doing.
Will do. Thank you very much for the stream, and thanks everybody for watching this SRHI event. Greatly appreciated.
So there we go then, Chris Hill and Simon Zimmerman. Some very mixed fortunes through the race today so far. 7 minutes 50 left to go, and again, you don't have to be a mind reader. You can hear it in the voice, you can hear the frustration from Chris, and it's a difficult one because, you know, these races you put so much effort into practicing, to preparing, and quite frankly, all hell can break loose, and it usually does. Yellow flags shouldn't be surprising. They seem to be popping up left, right and centre. I'm having a quick look here at the time screens. I think that's the 404 might have been the one bringing that out. That's Nicholas Landman that appears to be stopped on the track, but of course the cars can bring them out. In fact, there it is. So, that is absolutely devastating. That's the 101 Garage RIP outfit again, bringing out some real problems in that car, looking very, very much second hand. So I'm presuming from the fact that our cameras have changed that we have got Nicholas back behind the scene, possibly eating a Pop-Tart. I don't know, that might actually be happening, but certainly taking a very much a well-deserved break on that one. But if you are just watching us just now, say hello in the YouTube chat. We'd love to hear from you where you're watching from today. If you've got any questions about the race or the championship as well, and as always, if you do enjoy what you're watching here at Sim Racing Hub International, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and you can see all of our socials up the top there, Facebook, Discord page, and jump on board and join the very friendly community that are there indeed. It appears that the 101 is taking everyone's pizza order. That's a little bit unfortunate. Chris Pinchbeck in the SimSport Racing number 22 Aston Martin did a cracking job of holding on to that 3rd place. An amazing recovery drive from the 22 team there of Regan Mitchell, Kieran Vidago and Chris Pinchbeck in SimSport Racing. Catching up quite rapidly with that number 8 machine, and of course that's the Science Friction Racing, and that's currently Florian Mooring that is behind the wheel of that one, trying to catch up with Spence Robb in the lead. But Spence Robb finally jumping into pit lane, and I've got a feeling this might actually hand Pinchbeck the race lead. So Spence Robb, a little bit of a later stop there, but obviously I think this is going to be part of the scheduled pit stops. And just watching the cars come through. So Florian Mooring for Art Cars, the number 8 Science Friction Racing outfit. Still, he's got a lot of pressure that he's getting put under from Pinchbeck in the number 22 just now. Chris Pinchbeck really not giving him any respite whatsoever, because that is getting very, very close. I'm just having a look. Oh, sorry. Welcome back. How are we doing? What have we got for lunch today?
Well, just now I'm taking a little bit of a break here. I've got the absolutely traditional German sort of lunchtime, the cold lunch. I've got special kind of cornbread, whole wheat, all that goodness with butter, cheese, and I'm putting some pickles on top of that as my usually how do you say, my hangover breakfast, right? It really isn't a hangover today though. It's
that
just
here in Scotland. We've got the hangover breakfast down to a T. Well, we're celebrating the German lunches. I had some frikadelle for my lunch, and very tasty they were indeed. Will you enjoy that, Nicholas, and enjoy your well-earned respite? We're still watching Florian Mooring, though, trying to keep himself on track as we see into the number 15 now. The team change handover. Clayt Banney goes into the controls panel, the cockpit of the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo of Odyssey Racing, and comes out of pit lane. And I can't believe he's still in the lead. That is an incredible gap that he has got over him there. This is the timings then from Florian Mooring on Chris Pinchbeck. You can see it's sector 3 where it's all coming undone for Mooring, and Pinchbeck is closing. That gap is 6.2 seconds on that last lap there, and it is still coming down quite quickly indeed. There was an Aston Martin behind, but it's not. In fact, that's not an Aston Martin behind at all. That's a Lexus. So yeah, vastly different cars. So yeah, that's the order as things stand. As Banney from Mooring, from Pinchbeck, Ugard back behind the wheel of that 42. Now they were being the word, were in the lead of the race. The team DGTL Racing Lexus RCF. That's Lasse Ugard that is behind the wheel of that one, and the field spread is quite considerable. It's spread out quite drastically from when we were on board about 2 hours ago, because we've only got 4 cars that are on the lead lap, and third and fourth place are around about 2 minutes behind your race leader. So such is the pace of that Ferrari of Odyssey Racing. This is absolutely spectacular stuff. 116 seconds, and given that it is 2 minutes for a lap here for your race leader, again, it just shows you the different level of class and of ability here. That will of course have come down massively by the time they come across the line. In fact, that's Florian Mooring just across now, so the gap is now down to 57 seconds, but still, to have a minute's gap 4 hours into an endurance race is a healthy lead to have, as we see Chris Pinchbeck going across the line. But this is the battle for 7th, 8th and 9th place just now. This is Anthony Terhorst for CBSR Racing in the 69 Mercedes, back out again ahead of the 187 and 296 cars respectively. And the problem with that is, of course, the cars behind him are several seconds away. In fact, actually, it's about, make that 20 seconds, the gap between Lukas Svirkov and Sonke Seidel that is behind there. But again, lap traffic is a big thing that you have to contend with here at Bathurst. So the car's just making their way around. 7 hours 45 minutes left to go, and I hate to say it, but a little bit of a lull in the action now. The cars all just getting into their rhythm, getting into their stride, and just popping in these laps left, right and centre. So Banney still in the lead. Clayt Banney for the number 15 Odyssey Racing. Of course, your championship leaders, Odyssey Racing B, they took the win at Monza, they took the second place at Kyalami, and it is looking very good for them just now. An exemplary drive for them. Bjorn Renard for Team Hot Air Balloon, the 911, jumps into pit lane with 7 hours 45 left to go. That'll be a scheduled stop, and again, you're now starting to see the long sway, the long drift of pit stops as well. We've got another interview actually. We've got Chris Vickers, who fancies having a little chat with us, so we'll bring him into the interview booth. And A very, very good afternoon to Chris Vickers. A difficult opening stint. You had a lot of pace in that Ferrari for Team Abbey Racing in 321, Chris. How is it racing here at Mount Panorama?
I think my nerves are shot, that's for sure.
Because you were obviously in for that opening stint, and it's safe to say that was a wild opening stint.
Yeah. The first few laps were all about getting everything up to temperature, finding a groove. And the start was really clean, it was good. And then it was just head down, put the laps in. I could see Simon and, was it Lassie?
Yeah, that's it. It was,
were
that's
up
exactly
ahead. Yeah.
I just want to touch on that because, I mean, obviously they were in a battle themselves, Lasse Ugard, Simon Zimmerman, but you were just able to take so much speed that they didn't seem to have, and you caught on them very, very quickly.
I think they were just involved with each other, so they weren't pushing for full laps, because you saw as soon as Simon was released into the lead, he put in, I think, a fastest lap within a lap or two. I couldn't respond to that. Not a chance.
And given, obviously, the difficult season that you've had, you've only scored points at Kyalami. It has been a much different race. A very, very good start for you guys. Currently in 5th place with Fabri Torre behind the wheel. But, I mean, you guys must be absolutely delighted with the performance so far.
You could say that. Yeah. Monza was a bit of a bust. I think I qualified 12th, it might have been, pushing for position, but ended up getting caught up in some damage. Kyalami wasn't too bad. I think we ended P7, which is a lot further up than we started. But this one, I think this took us by surprise, qualifying 4th. So it was a good surprise. And managing to keep it at the pointy end as well until some incidents. So doing well.
Obviously, a lap down on the leader so far, but 5th place, and obviously, as I said, Fabri behind the wheel. You also share the car this weekend with Mike Abronza and Nelson Abronza. What was the sort of team talk going into the race today?
I think it's for us. It's more about it being a team event and just having fun with it. I think as soon as you start making it all about the competition and all about the win, it puts too much pressure on and starts taking away some of the fun. So we always just say, whatever happens, drive your race, do as well as you can, no pressure.
Yeah, that is a nice sentiment to have. Certainly takes the pressure off from the drivers. 7 hours 40 left to go. What's your thoughts on the rest of the race? Is it just a case of
try
keep
not
your
to
head
die?
down? Oh, that's a good strategy. It's a bold strategy, Colin.
That's a winning strategy.
I mean, obviously, we've seen the likes of the 22 of Chris Pinchbeck and the SimSport Solutions car doing a cracking job getting up through the field. You must be hoping that you can just sort of keep your head down and keep out of trouble as well.
Exactly. That's exactly it. We've had 2 unscheduled stops additional to what we would have been doing already. So to still be at the pointy end I think we're doing okay.
Yeah.
And it's just about getting to the end now.
Well, great
Avoiding
effort
what we can.
from Team Abbey Racing. Thank you so much, Chris, for coming over to chat. Feel free to pop in later on. We'll get a blether and a catch up with you.
Yeah, brill. Cheers. Good luck to everyone.
So there we go, Chris Vickers from the 321 Team Abbey Racing machine starting the race and having a bit of a wild start, some incredible pace in that Ferrari and getting things back up in order. And, I mean, it really does show that the fact that that car up into to 5th place and really giving it some just now. However, in one heck of a battle with Anthony Tertors there, just about a second up the road there in that Mercedes. So they two are fighting it out tooth and nail just now as we see the more pit stops coming in through as we go. This is Dominic Mellon fighting it out, I believe. Is that Pookie that's just behind him just now. It certainly looks that way. Just behind him on the track there, coming through Hell Corner just now. Great fighting that we've got going on. In fact, sorry, that's Sunky Seidel fighting it out, I believe, with Dominic Graham. So the two of them side by side coming up the main straight there. The 911 just absolutely left for dead. The Porsche doesn't have the straight line grunt there to get things going. And blue flags waving all of the time. Just watching the cars coming through, and you're absolutely spot on. Thank you very much for Chris Hill pointing out that is the Honda. That was the Honda making their way through, and that would have been hinted at, the fact that was the blue flags, really, shouldn't it? But the Honda making its way around it, trying to recover some sort of pace there, and Tim Muris getting the job done. The Honda's really an understated machine here. You don't see a lot of them out on track. You don't see a lot of them taking part in the competitions. And obviously, BOP comes into play. There's a performance element of it. Folk tending to go for the Bentleys, tending to go for the Ferraris or the Mercedes. But I think the Honda is definitely one of those underutilised machines. Doesn't maybe have the upper hand here at Bathurst, but of course, remember that this is a championship, and you can't pick and choose your car through the championship. You stick with what you've picked. So while it may suffer a little bit here, there's going to be some tracks that Honda is absolutely dominant at, and really going to have a very strong upper hand. But this is Fabri Torre for Team Abbey Racing. We were just speaking there with his teammate, but Fabri Torre trying to catch down Anthony Van der Horst. Anthony Terhorst, it's just not happening. It's losing at least about half a second every single lap towards Anthony Terhorst. So Terhorst taking that position, making it work, and really just getting that gap out. At the front as well, Clayton Banney extending that gap significantly, 0.3 of a second per lap, and that gap up 3 seconds in about, 8 laps since we saw him last. So really stretching away there. 204.1 is the last time that he put in around there. 204.4 for Florian Mooring in that number 8 Bentley for Science Friction Racing. So here's an interesting little story then. John Planis in the number 74. Now the Lamborghini had a very mixed session for Dark Sky Racing, sharing that car with Nard Cox. Now Nard Cox, we saw in that first stint, was up in the top 10 for a little bit. In fact, I think the top 5 actually. He was fighting it out for. Dropped down out of the top 20, and John Planis for Dark Sky Racing did a cracking recovery drive job, and this is something that I wanted to highlight to all the teams that had really been struggling. I mean, we even see Martin Utelings in the 111 Mercedes back up into 23rd place, is that if you keep your head down and just keep plugging away, at the end of the day, just now you're only 3 laps behind. So again, Planis doing a great job of getting going with that car again, and those 3 laps can turn into 2 laps, can turn into 1 lap, especially when you look at the fact that I just can't believe that your race leader appears to have lapped everyone apart from second place. That is absolutely absurd. Clayton Banney for Odyssey Racing is an absolute machine right now. We've got yellow flags out on the course, and I'm going to look here. Is that the 145 of Pascal Weiser that's brought them out? He's got going again, so has got going, but was stopped, and that looked like it was down at the S's that the 145 had stopped there. So the yellow flag's withdrawn, the green flag's back out again. But again, it just proves that consistency is the name of the game here. You need to keep everything in order to be able to finish this 12-hour race. I'm going to look here at Dominic Gremlin and the 911, and I'm not sure what's happened to that car, because he was considerably higher than he is now, and there's a little bit of damage looking like on that 10th place car right now. He's making his way through the circuit, and that's going to put him another lap down, because he's now got the 22 just behind him rather. That's Kian Vidago in the 22 Aston Martin that's in 3rd place here. But Mellon, he was a lot further up, and yeah, that has not been a good lap for him. He's lost 20 seconds on that last lap, and he goes wide again at the bottom of Skyline. Oh, this is not turning to be a good day for the Porsche. The Porsche in all sorts of trouble right now. I wonder if tyres have gone on that thing. Surely not, because Mellon very recently doing a pit stop. There's damage on that car for sure, and he's almost certainly going to have to bring that car into to pit lane there. Went very wide at the bottom of Skyline on the brakes, trying to get that car turned in. You can see the difficulty he has staying out of the way there. I wonder if there's some sort of steering damage on that car, the number 911. And again, this is exactly the point I was making, how quickly things can turn. If you're having a good day, it can go wrong very, very quickly. If you're having a bad day, something can turn out not so bad at all. I mean, those cars that have dropped out the top 20, absolutely possible, absolutely 100% possible to get back into the top 10 just by pushing things through. 7.5 hours left to go. Who knows what is going to happen in the remainder of that time. But Dominic Mellon for Team Hot Air Balloon, definitely going to hope that his luck improves. So I'm looking at the track temperatures as pointed out in YouTube chat there. 31 degrees air temperature, track temperature 33 degrees, and we're only at 9:34 virtual time here in the morning here. A beautiful, beautiful simulated morning here at Bathurst Mount Panorama. We're watching Patrick Vance for Pulse Motorsport in the 777 machine, currently catching up to the number 74 Dark Sky Racing Lamborghini, hand over fist just in front of him. That is Joan Planis. So Joan was on the recovery drive, but that Lexus is looking very, very handy indeed around here. A lot of pace in it, and that gap now down to just half a second. It was way more than that earlier on, but a cracking job from Patrick Vance there. 2:04.9 for Joan Planis there, and Patrick Vance doing a 2:04.3, so 0.6 of a second off on that last lap there. And yeah, brilliant stuff there. And there we go. That looks like that's going to be a move for Patrick Vance as they go side by side. It's up the inside, and that is in Quarry Bend. That is like taking candy off a baby. That is Patrick Vance saying, thank you very much, I'm going to take that position. And that is how you take 15th place 4.5 hours into a 12-hour endurance race. Great stuff to see some places still up for grabs right now. And I'm going to be honest, he's going to have to watch out, because once he drops down a little bit further, he's then going to have, I believe, Patrick de Groot is on a charge at the moment as well. But just ahead of them, oh, we've got the car off. That's the number 8. So that is the number 8 of Florian Mooring, if I'm not mistaken, that was up in 2nd place. That has hit the wall, went off into the gravel, gets going again. And oh my goodness me, huge drama for 2nd place car. And what did it just say? Things can go from having a great day at the races to horribly wrong in the space of seconds. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he's nursing that car home. Let's hope he's just went off into the gravel. Here is Florian Mooring. It'll take a second for the replay actually to kick in. But my goodness me, that is an absolute heart-stopping moment for the number 8 outfit of Science Friction Racing. This is up through the cutting then. Let's see how he gets through here. It's all looking reasonably okay so far, so we'll just keep an eye on him. Through the left-hander now, does it? Oh, the back end is already gone. Thankfully, he's avoided the barrier there, so no hard, no foul whatsoever. gets it back on the track, but that is a code brown moment and a half then for the number 8 Science Friction Racing driver of Florian Mooring, who will get to live and tell the tale another day. That was through McPhillamy Park. You saw the tail end of that car twitching before it even turned the corner, and that's exactly what's happened there, pushing maybe a little bit too hard and gets away with it. Goodness me, that could be the track temperature just increasing very slightly, and you can see the marbles at the side of the track there. So Florian Mooring gets away with it, only loses 11 seconds at the end of that lap. So he got away with murder, proverbially, in that Bentley, but gets going again and is about still 40 seconds ahead at least. In fact, no, make that a minute and 40 ahead of third place of Kieran Vidago there. So just looking to the timing screens there. Yellow flags out again. We're back to green, and every time I go to try and find out who it is bringing it to yellow flags, they're back to racing. And again, it could just be 2 wheels off the track. There's enough to bring out the yellow flags there. But yes, real action kicking off all the way through here, this SRHI GT3 Endurance Championship. Round 3 of 6 here at Mountain Panorama Bathurst. 7.5 minutes left to go. So Kieran Vidago for SimSport Racing definitely pulling a gap there on the number 69 of Anthony Ter Horst. In 4th place there. Anthony actually had a really bad lap that last lap round, 206.1, whereas it was a 204.5 for Vidago there. So really strong, consistent running for him. And again, it's all about this pace. It's all about keeping things going and keeping that consistency while managing things like tyres, while managing your fuel level and your fuel intake. And again, being able to hand over that car to your teammates is so important. So a very warm welcome back after a little tea break. He's enjoyed his bread and his pickles, and I've got to be honest, I'm quite jealous of that. But Nicholas Krause, our broadcast director, back with us on stream. Nicholas, are you all refreshed? Are you all recharged?
Oh, I should hopefully am, because it's quite an exciting race. Don't want to miss any of the hot action. Thank you very much for that, David. It was very tasty, actually. It's even more tasty after you just like getting that in as it's one of the earliest meals of the day. So just that excitement gets an extra crunch now. Before we get too sidetracked with the food. Now, Kieran Vidago here in the SimSport Racing 22 was the second to last car to potentially be lapped by number 15 leading the race here. So only Mooring now in a spot that proves that he's still up in the lead lap. And same story goes with a couple of other cars falling back more significantly. 74th Planas, already now with a 3 or 4 second gap now to Runst. So that's definitely a developing, might even be a yellow flag caused by Planas, considering how he isn't getting a move on. Yep, there we see him. So he's been sitting there for a good while on the exit here. Oh, the big bump! What's the McLaren gonna do? Just barely avoid the... Do we want to go back to a replay and have another look what happened there?
I think we're going to have to see what happened to the 74, because we were talking about a recovery drive from the dark sky racing machine of Joan Planas, and that down for the number 74 Lamborghini. Difficult times for them there. When we do come back as well, we'll keep an eye on that battle for 4th and 5th position as well, because Fabri Torre catching Anthony Ter Horst. Hands over fist. That was a 1.5 seconds here. Oh, crunch into the wall. Round the corner he goes, into the wall. That is good night Vienna for the Lamborghini. A lot of damage on that car, and just wait for the sickening crunch as the car rejoins and hits the wall at the other side. He tries to do the super race car driver move of spinning it around. Waits, tries to reverse it in the wall for good measure. This is actually painful to watch. I'm really wincing at this one, knowing what happens here, and waiting, and
I think
this
it's
is the
gonna
problem.
go out of the replay
He
just
has
before
to-
we get there, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. It's so frustrating as a driver because you want to get back onto the track and you want to get going again, and it's just not going to happen. It's such a difficult thing to watch for him. Meanwhile, then, as I said, this battle for fourth place is hotting up very nicely indeed. Anthony Terhorst is getting caught hand over fist by Fabri-Tori. You can see Anthony Terhorst coming through the final corner just now, as Fabri-Tori has got a little bit of traffic in front of him just now. What can he do there? So it's a 2:04.851, a little bit back to normal. You can see their fastest sector 1 there for Terhorst, so it gets a little bit better of it, but as I said, Fabri has got some traffic in front of him just now, desperately trying to catch up. It still takes 0.2 of a second out of that one there, so about 6 seconds to catch up, but that gap coming down very quickly indeed. We'll keep an eye on that one and come back to that as it develops. But looking at this, Nicholas, it does seem like the race has calmed down a little bit now.
Oh yeah, for sure. Was expecting even more position changes. We saw most certainly a couple of drivers stepping over the boundaries and getting themselves entrapped in incidents, but less in terms of the gaps being closed all that much. We have had a very beautiful share of action in the first third of the race, and perhaps we can even run back and have a look at that. Considering that we're also streaming out to YouTube, you can just do yourself that little favor and have a look at the race start there as well. It's a wonderful feature which obviously you're gonna miss out if you're watching elsewhere.
Yeah, it was a fantastic, highly strung race start, I've got to say, but we got it underway, we got it done, and let's have a look at the penalties. We've got an official warning for car number 16. Now that is Just Vermeeren in the number 16 car, and that is for causing a collision. So yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you want to have, because that means race control are going to be watching you and
Which car number again? Sorry.
Yeah, so that was the 16, so that was the 610 of Just Vermeeren, but that was Thomas van Schaik that was behind the wheel before, so it'll be interesting to see which one of those two drivers brought out the penalty there. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Oh, and that looked like a little bit of a car, but that might just be netcode. The Ferrari looks like it was fast enough coming out of the car there, but it did look like it was just bouncing off the corner.
Looking to shape a little new carpet on the exit there, definitely pushing the track limits all the way. That has to be the Ferrari in the background there, so I think that might be Hullemann there in the 11th position. Actually, no, it's Fabri-Tori, who is looking to catch right on up ahead. So definitely trying to find that pace, extract that pace. Last lap was a bit about a 10th quicker than the car in 4th position. That's Terhorst in the number 69 AMG. It's very nice to see that these two are so close in terms of the pace, and the track is just going to get hotter and hotter, and mistakes will happen for sure.
And I hate to say it, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the 301 Team Rocket, the Fast, that's the team of Dan Lenson, Bart Svering and Wesley Janse, has retired from the race. So I believe that is our first official retirement. In fact, no, we've had several, because we've got the 44 and the 489 have retired, as well as the 969 in pit lane as well. So that adds to the misery there. The 301 retiring from the race. Absolute commiserations to them. Yep, VD very quickly correcting me on that one. Yep, you're absolutely spot on. 4 cars retired already. I only see 3. I think the number 79 is still running. Indeed it is. So that is the 4th car.
Oh, that's big contact there, Klaus Wester.
Oh, Quarry Benz, Klaus Wester. And that is, yeah, you hate to see it. That was 3 cars trying to go into one corner, all on different laps from the looks of it, and yeah, you hate to see it. Yeah,
just such a tight movement, seemingly leaving the door open, but then pulling up and close again. And that's the sort of move that gets you involved in an incident, as we saw right there. Very difficult, and we also are seeing a couple of cars limping around the track at the current stage. Last lap for Class Wester was about 20 seconds off, or 15 seconds off the pace. And we've also had the Porsche number 911 of Gremlin. We don't see it too well here, but if we go into the cockpit, we can see quite clearly that the number 911 is probably going to drive much more like a hot air balloon than it should.
I don't know what you're on about there. I think there's just obviously a little bit of custom camber on the front of that car. That's what it is. It's a setup choice. This is how they've. Okay, yeah, that car's kind of broken, isn't it? Yeah, never mind. Team Hot Air Balloon, just it's maybe going to be hoping that it's going to get recovered from a hot air balloon by the end of this day. And the problem is that for Dominic is that the more that car gets damaged, the worse it drives, and the more likely he is to put it into the wall himself. But I mean, hold on to the top 10 just now, and yeah, keeping things going.
I'm wondering what's happening up at the front. There must have been a major incident involving Clyde Bunny, because he's way down on the pace. He's lost over 30 seconds in this lap, so I don't think I'm going to find it if I go back and replay at this point in time. It might already be past that point, but that was a major hit somewhere along the way, and this is being lapped by the HDR number position 4. That's the tail hose there going around the outside. So
I tell you
that
what,
might
that
spell
is
disaster.
a great spot, Nicholas, because that gap now was 78 seconds. That gap to second place now is down to about, what, 30 seconds? So,
Yep.
I mean, that's about 40 seconds that Clyde Barry has lost here. We'll find out as he goes across the line. 204, 287, 254.021. What has happened to Clyde Barry? He surely didn't... Yeah, well, YouTube chat pointing out that he's binned it in the S's. So, again, proving that point. It doesn't matter where you are. Things can go from hero to zero in the blink of an eye. And I've got to be honest, I think he's done. Look at that. Look at how slow he's on the start for the straight.
They're probably right now figuring out the tire pressures in an absolute hassle just to get him into the pit lane at the end of this lap at the latest, so that they can fix the damage and just hope that the gap to Murring is actually going to be enough. So the race is being flipped on its head in exactly this fourth stint, as we've been predicting.
Well, that gap was 78 seconds on the last lap. It's now 29.455 this time round. I'll tell you what, Florian Mooring, if he wasn't counting his lucky stars before, after the incident going across the gravel at Skyline, he will certainly be looking to it now, because there is no doubt about it, Clyde Barry, that is a wounded car. We are seeing cars unlap themselves left, right and centre. That was in fact third and fourth place. That was Kieran Fadago, and that was Anthony Terhorst, who have unlapped himself already, and I think you're going to start seeing the 3-2-1, so Fabri Torre has unlapped himself as well, and it looks like we could see as well Casper Hugard. So I mean, so many cars that were a lap down. This now changes the entire complexion of the race.
Exactly. So if we were preparing a story life of an unbeatable Odyssey racing, then we're probably going to have to go back to the drawing board on that one, because yeah, this is kind of the largest wrench that anyone could have thrown into their way. That's just themselves.
Wow, that is an absolute, that is like a bomb going off in the middle of the race. Huge implications. I tell you what, Barney, he's still staying out. He still wants to...
Don't know what's happening there. Maybe they just haven't figured out the pit stop yet. He's going to lose 8 seconds once again. And the gap they've been working almost 4 hours for, or rather more than that, really. It's just gone in 5 laps.
Wow, this is an absolute... Wow, that is a klaxon if ever you wanted for your viewing pleasure, folks. That is an absolute klaxon, goodness me. So, Clayton Barry still struggling to keep the car going. We're on board with him now in the number 15 Odyssey racing machine. And I've got to be honest, I don't know if it's steering. I think it's top end. I think there's damage to the engine on that one because he's really struggling. The back end of it clips the wall as he's going through the circuit here. And yeah, this is not looking good. I've got a horrible feeling like this.
It's just no turn into the front. He must have completely ruined the front aero, because that car just is like losing the front wing on a Ferrari. When you're talking about the F1, like there's just no front downforce at the moment, and it's going to be super tough for him to navigate the car anywhere at higher speeds, because the car is just like, look at that, it's just not turning in at all. He's just snailing his way down and blocking cars left, right, and center, because from being at the top end, he's all of a sudden fallen. The higher they stand, the lower they fall, I guess.
Yeah, that is a difficult one for sure. Lots of theories being handed out, but that car is very wounded right now. We can see cars unlapping themselves left, right, and centre. I believe that is going to be that is Casper Hugard, who has just gotten himself unlapped, as well as that might actually be, is that Luka Svirkov? I don't know, I think, no, Luka's a lot further back, but surely Clyde has to pull into the pits this round. Yeah, okay. He does pull into the pits. That is,
eventually,
I mean, that's a lap too late there.
Yeah, certainly. I don't know what happened in their internal team communications, but that was just too slow for anything to happen in time there. So Clayton Vanny here is going to be dropping back to second place, considering the damage, that's for sure. But question is where he's going to find himself once the pit stop is fully complete. So he'll come to a halt here, and so do their ambitions for running a P1 finish here.
Well, what I'm going to do, Nicholas, is I'm going to very quickly get you to fill in for a second, because our intrepid YouTube chat team, and round the corner goes one of the cars. That is Nico Racorpi for Wild Things Racing, teamed up with Denise Pope, and that is not how you tackle Hell Corner, but that is exactly why it gets its name. My goodness me. Now, what was the way to say here is our intrepid team in YouTube chat has pointed out something, is that they think it was a car that was involved, and that the car is live streaming. So I'm going to go and very quickly find that live stream, and I will give you an opinion on that one.
Certainly, if you did want to bring that up and put it as a screen share on the side, then we can also broadcast the replay of said mentioned stream as well. So yeah, Mikko Rajakopi looking for a very creative entry, reverse entry to the pit lane there for a brief moment, thinking better of it, and now bringing the car up the hill here for what is his 127th lap. Yeah, that is correct for the McLarens. McLaren's not looking too hot tonight. It's the 720 that's currently leading ahead, and in terms of their sister cars, and right up at the front here, we've only now seen Barney leaving the pit lane. There we get it, just in time, and he's back and down into third position, and regardless of where he finds himself now, it's going to be very interesting to see what their pit strategy will be. So he's taking on a second stint here, hopefully not too shaken up with the fact that the car was as damaged as it was, and see how he'll do and perform once we're getting around for the second time.
Yeah, I no luck on finding the stream just now, but I've got to be honest, if what chat are saying is true, and that it was a lapped car that was racing him and collided with him, that is absolutely gut-wrenching to hear. Can you imagine how frustrating that would be? And B, my goodness me, Race Control are going to get ready to launch a team to the moon in punishment for that one. That is, I mean, you just can't have that whatsoever.
Everybody has the same chances at the start of the race, but if you find yourself a lap or even multiple laps down, then that chance to be racing with everybody on track has just vanished. you've had the opportunity, and if you are not able to keep up with the pace, then there's no need to race each other as much. Regardless of that, we obviously don't know at the current point in time. We're still investigating what has exactly happened, but it's super awful for them, and it must be one of the worst feelings that you can have as a driver when you're just not in a position where you can change anything about the outcome of your race at the moment.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, is the fact that we didn't see the incident, so we don't know actually what has happened here. So again, we'll leave it to race control. They're the ones that have got access to all the replays, and my goodness me, they will be very, very unhappy if that is the case. Right, here is an update on your new race order then, after that absolutely monumental seismic shift in. Your new race leader, Florian Mooring, in the number 8 car, in the lead for that incredible Science Friction Racing team. We spoke to Simon Zimmerman earlier on, and I'll tell you what, I bet he's a very, very happy bunny right now, handing it off to Moritz Hemach and then Florian Mooring. They take the lead of the race, but Kieran Vidago in second place there in the 22 SimSport Racing machine. They'll be delighted with that one as well. And then Clyde Banney jumps down into third place behind Vidago, but ahead of, more importantly, Anthony Terhorst. Now, the important question is whether or not there is damage on that number 15, because that is only 6 seconds that they had at the start of the lap ahead. I've got to be honest, I think Terhorst looking like might be a little bit closer, but the pace of the 15 is sensational.
Yeah, let me bring up the comparison here for us just in a second. So one of the sectors will be grayed out because that was from the pit lane essentially being covered there. So the first laps out and running. We see there's a big difference.
Yeah, Clyde Barney is much faster from the looks of that there. 7/10 on that sector 2 there. In fact, sorry,
no, it's actually a fun now.
I was reading that completely wrong. So it's Terhorst that's faster than Barney, and this doesn't bode well, does it? That's 0.8 of a second in just 2 sectors of a lap. We'll get an idea properly when the cars come around, but I mean, this could be absolute tragedy, absolute heartbreak for the 15. And again, it goes to show that all the teams having to deal with some sort of an issue, some sort of drama, and the car's going across the line just now. And maybe, just maybe, Banney starting to light things up. In fact, yes, he has. 203.885. The 15 roars back into life. The Ferrari is back in the game, and that is a huge lap. That is what they wanted to see the pace back in that car, and we have got a race back on our hands.
Lovely to see that. They've had to pick their poison, and they might have chosen wrong regarding the sort of incident that's almost bound to happen for any one of the cars out on track. But I'm sure that this is the point in time that will hopefully send them back out on track as motivated as ever. So following... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, on you go, Nicholas.
Yeah, so what I've been following a little bit is this train of sister cars, the team DGTL piloted by Kasper Hugard, as well as Sverkov right on... sorry, no, that's actually not Sverkov. Let me get that right. That's actually Daniel Lenners, the Schnelle Delle. They've been following each other for about 5 or 10 laps at this point in time. It's very awesome to see, really, that they're at such a similar level, despite the fact that the car ahead, the 42, it's been one of the quickest all around all day. So congratulations there for keeping up as well as they do in the 2-0 here.
Yeah, Lexus friends, I think, is what we'll call them just now. They're just hanging out, and this is exactly a point I was away to bring up earlier, and I didn't get a chance to, is the fact that it almost makes it easier for you if you've got somebody fast that you can go around with, that can drag you along. Not so much about the slipstream, but about using them as a reference point. Brake where they brake, turn where they turn. They're fast, so therefore you're fast as well. And it kind of passes the time by quite quickly, and I'm not a fan of this, I'm going to be honest with you. Seeing lap cars fancying their chances. Yeah, it's not the best.
He's flashing the lights at him as well. It's
So,
if he
does
doesn't
realise he's a lap up.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he really does. Chances are he's going to have the race engineers for him and tell him that. But if he goes too close to the rear bumper, they might be more than that. They might be friends with benefits of Lexus. It's going to be a close one if they can't figure out who is ahead.
Well, that's yeah, that's an interesting one for sure. Just looking at your race leader, yeah, Clay Banney absolutely on it right now. 203.834 is still a second faster than Florian Mooring in that lead right now. So again, he's got the pace to get this done, but the question is, how often is he going to be able to do this? Because 7 hours left to go. He's certainly in the position to make it happen, but we're going to have pit stops coming in. Obviously, now the other thing that we didn't think about is Clay Banney now out of strategy, out of schedule with himself, and could he work that to his advantage? Do you think, Nicholas?
I sure think that they are at the level where they can just adapt in an instant, really. We saw him taking their sweet time with the pit stop, which has definitely cost him about 10-20 seconds or so. But regardless of that, I feel like they are in a situation where no matter what sort of strategy they have to come up with, they have a smart team on their hands that'll just figure out their optimum to get them the best race result they can at this point in time.
So just over 7 hours left to go in this 12-hour race. We are racking through the time very, very quickly. It only seems like 10 minutes ago that we said goodbye to Tim Philbrook because he went off for a little break. But
I think that must have been...
Oh, sorry, on you go, Nick.
Yeah, just quickly here. I'm not sure if it was actually the pit exit or if there was something else. Pretty sure there has been, because Concepta taking now the car number 69, and while they did do the pit stop, it seemed quite excessively long, a minute and 26 in the pits, which is about 15 or 20 seconds longer than what it should be. So chances are they're going to be fighting back a little bit after being in such a fantastic position for what was the two-thirds of what we've seen so far. Yeah, go ahead.
So just over 7 hours left to go in this race, and you are watching the Sim Racing Hub International GT3 Endurance Championship 2021. This is round 3, live and direct here from the virtual Mount Panorama in Bathurst. And Australia playing host to us today. What an amazing 5 hours we've had so far, and we've still got 7 hours of action to come. It's Dave Christie here with you alongside Nicholas Krauss on the cameras and our amazing broadcast director pulling all the strings and giving us all the essential information. A very warm welcome if you have just joined us this afternoon. As always, if you like what you're seeing, hit that subscribe button so you keep up to date with all the awesome action they produce here on SRHI TV, as well as hitting that little like button because our little egos like getting stroked as well. It makes us feel happy. But this is Conceptor for CBSR trying to get through, but through turn 1, and we can see the 333 car in the pit lane just now. That is Istvan Pukki in the Aston Martin who jumps into pit lane. So again, we're starting to see strategy come into play here. 3 cars into the pit lane. Is this maybe the time to try something a little bit different, Nicholas?
I sure hope they will, because while we've had the sort of default strategies for a lot of the cars, some being the long extension, some running with the basically 1 hour mark. So we're seeing some of the cars heading out of the pit lane here. For example, Benjamin McConnell taking over the 169, one of the Ferraris up at the front here. I feel like if they want to really succeed in this race, they might have to get creative with their pit stop strategies towards the end and just race it down to the last minute, because getting yourself in a position where there's lots of clean air around the track, as little traffic as you can, it's definitely going to pay off in the long run.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Nicholas, what I'll do is I'll hand things over to you for just a second. I'm going to go and watch potentially the offending replay of why our race leader is way down, and I will report back to you in just a second.
Yeah, if you have that figured out again, we can also show it on the screen.
Not a problem.
Yeah, so you do just let me know, and otherwise you put it up on Discord for us to share. As we're seeing both Ferraris hit the wall. Oh no, Benjamin McConnell just after getting handed the car there puts it into the wall. I'm messing up the cameras. I'm getting all flustered
You got a bit
there.
excited there, right?
Yeah.
I've come out of that. My goodness me, I caught the tail end of that. Tell me that wasn't Clayton Barney again.
I might have to tell you that if I want to be truthful with you.
Oh no, that's what you don't want to see. That was a huge accident at the top of the line, on the entrance to the corner. Again, we'll see the replay kick into life as well. We can see the Ferraris coming round, and it's like that old Matrix scene. It's like, no, not like this. And that was at the exit of Soman Park in McPhillamy Park. 2 cars straight off into the wall here.
Oh,
and you
replay.
absolutely hate to see it. Oh my goodness me, no, that is, isn't it? That's Clay Barney.
Yeah.
Oh, what a disaster.
Car looks fine though. It doesn't look all that damaged. I mean, he's already gotten used to how the car might feel with plentiful of damage. But it's both Ferraris synchronized and on stream as well. What are we doing to them? It's so unfortunate to see them struggle like this. Oh, it's a rough one. That's a rough one to say the least here. Up at the front, Claire Barney now is only 4 seconds ahead, and we see it in the background there. That's the number 321 Ferrari chasing. You see him with a characteristic livery that's like dark and with some green patches, a little bit of splashes of color there. That's the car you don't want in your rear view mirrors if your name is Clay Barney, because he is fighting for position once he blows on up. So yeah, start of the next stint, and not much has changed in terms of the consistency. At least he kept it out of the wall at this time, but he'll be well. We talked about it earlier. He'll be properly PTSD'd at the end of these 12 hours, I think.
Oh, you hate to see it. You absolutely hate to see it. Right, we're on lap 144 just now. Clay Barney getting his way through there, trying to recover from that, but yeah, that is just absolutely gutting for him to see that, because you know, Barney, that gap was coming down, and he's now 90 seconds behind. I'll tell you what, he's going to have to watch out, because he's going to have Fabbritori catching on to his tail very, very shortly if he's not careful.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's about to happen. We see him here cruising in the background. See if I can maybe get both cars into one shot once they're passing this nice camera here now up into the chase in just 1 second. Looks like they're still a little too far away with the 3 seconds there. Finding himself in the middle of traffic, and look at this train of cars right on ahead.
Yeah, just watching Clay Barney here. He's just been eaten alive from lap traffic here, trying to keep that car going. That is a very second-hand looking Bentley behind him. That bonnet on that car is, yeah, we're going to have to get the hammer and the duct tape out for that one, Nicholas.
Yeah, it's just like what Benjamin Connell is going to have to hope for in the pit lane, and see if they can duct tape his car up, because otherwise I'm sure there's going to be some more troubles. And the tires, most importantly, they only have 12 sets for 12 hours. You have to be careful with those. You can't just throw them around and burn them up like that. He was only a couple of minutes into the stint. Got to be more careful than that. It's going to be rough in the long run as well for him.
Yeah, for sure, not the best stuff. 6 hours 55 minutes left to go in the race. Florian Mooring in the lead in the number 8 Bentley. A very unusual way of taking the lead, because we saw Barney, that was dominant out in the lead, had lapped everyone but second place. Was still establishing what exactly happened with that one. We've got the replay. I'm still trying to watch my way through it, and I do just have the most horrible feeling. But again, it's not really for us to comment on it. It's race control that obviously make all the decisions and hand out all the penalties on this.
Should be around lap 130 if we're considering or between 130 and 135 if we're considering the POV of a lapped car. If it was the POV of Fabbritori himself, that would have been, or rather Barney, sorry about that, That would be a bit later, so maybe I can help you try and figure that out as we're watching through and providing you with what is essentially a picture-in-picture demonstration of what happens if you have a really bad stint at one time. You're up at the front first, and there's hardly anything that you can do, and I do think it's great that they're still pulling through that, not letting the heads hang, but however, it's going to be a rough one.
Oh dear, oh dear, I've just seen the incident. I'll give you a link to it very, very shortly. All I'm going to say is and again, I have to preface this is just my opinion. It's absolutely a racing incident. I'm watching the way that the 15... So what happened was, it was on turn 2, and it was... let's have a look here. It was Klaas Vester, who was in the Lamborghini. He kept to the inside, and the 15 tried to go around the outside at turn 2. For me, just watching that back, the car can't disappear. The car can't just vanish into thin air. I can't see there being any penalty for it, and a very, very difficult incident to watch back for sure. It's certainly not for me that the 15 tried to keep his foot in or tried to fight the race leader. He kept the car on the right hand side, and it's one of those things.
Let's see when we do get either the link with a timestamp or use screen sharing this as well. And that's going to work.
I will pop that over to you just now, my friends.
So in the background, just trying to get everything updated for you, so you have everything in and running here as well. It looks like we have had a couple of pit stops happening right on around now, different strategies mildly. We're probably going to see Klaas Vester in. No, he's just very defensive, or rather letting go of the Lexus around the outside of him there. So we are looking to have another quick check-up with Clyde Bunny, and a 4.5 second gap to the Lexus. So he'll have to go through the traffic there. That's the Lexus at the top of the hill, just under the Liquid Moly Bridge there. Start finish straight, and let's see what the gap is going to be developing like. It looks like it's about stable, right around 4 seconds, so it's going to be down to really pace and if they're having more or less luck with the traffic than they have already been.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, is that this is endurance racing. This is exactly what it's all about. It's a case of just trying to keep your head down, trying to get as much luck on your side as you possibly can, but sometimes that just doesn't happen, Nicholas. And again, on the grand scheme of things, so we see Florian Mooring into pits. Barney, I can't be too unhappy with third place, given that they're still in the championship, they're still in the lead. That is huge championship points for them.
Yeah, certainly. It's quite well, everything considering the way that things have been going down, and I'm sure they're looking to make a dash of it in the second half of the race, because do keep in mind, we're not even at the halfway point of the 12 hours here at Bathurst SRHI. Wonderful. So it looks like Kieran Vidago will be taking temporary lead here of the race, because right up in the pits we don't see any sort of movement from the Bentley yet, and that's going to be him clear in just 1 second. There it is. That's your confirmation. We have SimSport Racing up at the front, not only on the broadcasting side. Not a good pun? Okay, I'll accept that.
Just the silence says it all, my friend. The silence says it all.
So yeah, right on there, taking over the car, Marvin Ingleworth in the art cars, number 8, will look to bring it back up at the front in a couple of laps time, when the 22 of Vidago will also have to take the pit stop. Right. Would you happen to have it ready?
Yeah, I've just popped it over to you. It's about, if you put it about 30 minutes and 15 seconds, or 30 minutes and 30 seconds ago, you should be able to do that on the YouTube live stream. So like minus 30, and watch it from there. It's around about there. It's difficult because it's an ongoing live stream. But again, I'm watching it back, and there's no malice. He's over at the right-hand side.
Yeah, we're gonna bring that up on screen in just one second.
Barney comes from about a second behind, brings the gap up, and I don't know. It's a difficult one to watch. It's meanwhile, we've got yellow flags. We've got a car off. I believe that's going to be up through the cutting. In fact, is that on the entrance to Forest Elbow? Let's have a look here who that is. Oh, that's the number 71, I think that is. That's brought out the yellow flags there. That is Filippo Gambarini that gets going again. So yeah, that's he's got it going, but a little bit of damage on the front of that car.
And by the looks of it, it must have been either that he was standing there for over 30 seconds, or that he just recently had the pit stop as well, considering that the Racing Point Ferrari hasn't had all the drivers in. Chances are it's going to be the second of all. So a bit of a rough start to the stint for him. So in the picture in just 1 second, you'll be able to see and maybe even hear as well the incident.
You're probably going to want to mute the audio for the not safe for work language that comes
Right.
in. So
I've gone ahead and done that.
Here we go. So again, this is up the main first straight here, and he's tucked to the right hand side. Leader dives up there. It's unfortunate. It's a silly mistake, but I don't see any malice in that. And to be honest, it's not the brightest idea trying to overtake a car around the outside, maybe.
Right. I feel like for that one, it seemed that he was completely slowing down ahead of the turn and then taking a decent speed in. It might have been just in the moment where the leader seemingly just pulls in a bit too early. So I honestly have to agree with you on the case here. Chances are that might be considered a racing incident.
Yeah. Again, we're making an opinion. That's exactly what it is there. And that's it. Is the for me is the fact that you always have to, even if you're the race leader, you always have to respect all the other cars around you. You have to allow that racing room. And the simple fact is, it's about risk management. It's about, okay, this guy's a lap down. Do I really? Oh, no, who was that up in front?
That is a very familiar livery now, isn't it?
That's not Clay Barney. Tell me that was netcode and he didn't just clatter the wall again. Oh,
we're gonna have a look on board.
Down in fourth.
We're gonna find out that this isn't looking too hot. They had a 2-minute 20 lap last time around, so it looks like they're currently in it to win it.
Place. He was in third before, and Casper Hugard's now up in third place.
Yeah, steering's spunked. They had. I was talking about it earlier. The only enemy they had at that point in time was themselves, and it looks like they overwhelmed it. They overwhelmed themselves.
Oh my god, that is. I honestly, I've never seen an implosion of a race that is happened like it's happening right now for Odyssey Racing. I mean, this is again. Obviously, we've got 6:45 left to go in the race, and we've got a whole field that are racing. But the reason we're focusing on this is your championship leader. This is Odyssey Racing that are in the lead in the championship, and this is quite possibly one of the things that when we come later on in the championship looking to Imola and to Paul Ricard, this is one of the moments that you're going to look back on and say, this is where the championship changed.
For a brief moment, we heard it there as well. It just leaves you speechless now, doesn't it? It's possibly the single worst stint, or double stint rather, that we've seen in the history of ACC Endurance League racing. It's such a rough moment, and where this is going to go down in the books, I feel like.
Yeah, it certainly is. And VD on YouTube chat saying that they didn't report that incident. And again, it's saying that they know it was their own fault. I don't think fault is any is the right word to use there. I think it's racing incident. I think is the word, is the fact that they're used to cars moving out their way very quickly and just getting out their way. and it didn't happen because the car can't disappear halfway through the turn, and it's cost them. But my God, it's cost them so badly, like in a way that I never even imagined. They're going to get eaten up very quickly. Lucas Verkov is going to move up into 4th place very shortly, but I mean, what we have to say is that means that Kieran Vidago in the lead for SimSport Racing. That we didn't get a chance to speak about that because it was the 8 of Florian Mooring that was in the lead, and now it's Marvin Ingenworth. So SimSport Racing, after seemingly all hell kicking off in the first 15 minutes, going out of the top 20, Regan Mitchell then doing a heroic drive getting into the top 10, are now in the lead of the race. I think we have to take a couple of minutes to absolutely let our heads digest that one.
It's crazy to think about that. If anybody would have been betting on the outcome of the next couple of stints, then chances are it's absolutely not going to be what has happened. So such a big surprise in the middle of the race here with this front pack shifting completely in the order. Right now we're following Martus Markek, which who is in the Mode 11 racing Lexus here, just around the outside, not to forget about the action that's happening on track as well. But I have to say that there's such a big change on the whole dynamic of these 12 hours.
It's we can't understate it. It's absolutely blown the race wide open. Not only that, because look at what it's done for everyone else now. That's now 7 cars that we've got on the lead lap, and changing quite rapidly because obviously those cars that were off the lead lap, it's such a mental barrier then to go, oh well, I'm a lap down, so you know I'm now fighting for the best of the rest. When you're on the same lap, suddenly you're in with the shout, suddenly you're in with a chance of actually competing. And now again we've got Fabri Tori in 7th place, who's 2 minutes off of the leader. There's a big difference between 2 minutes and a lap down.
Well, yeah, it's well, if you phrase it that way, considering a lap is 2 minutes, it sounds a bit misleading, but it is the truth that when you completely leapt on a round, we're just approaching the race with a completely different mindset and gaining so much as well. Last lap for Bani up at the front here in 4th position. That's the car we've been talking about for the past almost what feels like an hour or so, just considering how much action has been coming out of that. It's crazy to think that their last lap was a 2:14, and this one doesn't promise to be much quicker either.
In fact, the fact that, oh my goodness me, that car is just absolutely done. I mean, look at it, it is struggling so hard. And I've got to be honest, I do not understand why they're fighting with this. But here's another thing, stint timers and whether or not they've actually got other drivers ready. Because remember,
right.
You know, other drivers maybe taking a break, going and having some lunch and things like that. And yeah, it's
a team of 3 here. And chances are maybe somebody's got other plans during Saturday as well. It might come in slightly later. So chances are that there's going to be a mix of the stint timers where they just want to be able to do long stints until the end of the race. But considering they would have to drive for another 10 minutes for that to be doable at all, because considering it's going to be 6 times 5 minutes, 1 hour and 5 minutes, if at all, it's going to be super tough. Let's see if he brings it in. Yeah, he does so this time, but what is that? What is happening there? He's decided to go against it.
He's botched it in the last minute. He's decided, no, I'm not actually going to bring it into the pit lane. Oh my God, this is my anxiety levels are actually going through the roof watching Clayton Banney here. He's got a lot to answer for. But
it's a big crash up on the hill as well.
You're going to have to let us know here. What do you guys think about this? Because this is absolutely absurd. We've got yellow flags, which means that there's yellow flag. Oh, Nicholas Algard.
He's just parked at that, and there's just no room. let's hope there's no one coming.
He's got to go again,
he's a lucky one.
How bad a weekend has this been for the garage RIP, the 101 and the 4014?
Oh, this is crazy. I'm not gonna lie. This is absolutely mind-boggling.
Sims had nothing to talk about for 2 hours, and we've had like 6 hours of action in 15 minutes.
How crazy is this? So, I mean,
Oh
some of
my
you might have
days, this
tuned
is
back
just-
and watched the race start when I was suggesting it, because there was more action than during the stint of Tim and I. But you just come on board and you're bringing everything right on back. This is...
Do you know what it is? They've heard that I'm going to be on. They're just trying to show
Yep.
off. Either
Yep.
that, they're like, "All right, he's going to be speaking about us." That is, yeah. Simon Zimmerman pointing out exactly that. Yep, Barney is having an absolutely awful race, and we've all been there. The difference between Barney and myself is that by this point I've alt F4'd and I've opened up the can lager. By this point, I am not sitting about for this point because it's done. It's an absolute done. But the thing is, I'm saying that, but they're still fourth place. There's granted that Scepter is probably going to have that chance, but I mean, it's absurd that they can be doing this sort of pace 7 seconds. It's just crazy stuff. In fact, I think that might already be it done.
Yeah, it's just incredible how much pace they had up at the front, and then that gap is just a resource to you. He's gonna do another lap. Oh, Barney, don't do it. Don't do this to us.
I've
Our
just
hearts
realised
are
we were
aching
joking
so
about
much
a
already.
drinking game for a future stream, for a fun stream. If you're at home and you want to join along, maybe take a drink every time Barney takes an extra lap in this car, because he is really struggling with this thing. And you know what? Fair play to him. I mean, he's mustering along in this, but why? Why is he not pitting? So let's put this together. In the space of 4 laps that he's done this, that's 40 seconds that has not come there. But how much time does it take to repair that car? That's going to be the big key question.
And I think at this point in time, I had a race like this. My first endurance race around Bathurst was quite a similar one. I put the car into the wall, I think 2, if not 3 times in Skyline. I just wasn't ready for it. Not trying to say that Benny is not ready. I'm just trying to speak for myself here in this case. But at some point I just said, all right, you guys just take the car, because there's nothing else that can happen that comes out of this. And at this point in time, it's just costing so much track space for the number 15 Odyssey Racing here.
And it looks like Kuhn Scepter in the 69 Mercedes is very close to catching up. Of course, in the Pro Simrig EU racing machine, he's going to be about 7 seconds, and that is going to bring Torre onto the back as well. So Fabri Torre, would you have ever thought that the 321 was going to get up into 5th place? Certainly, when I was having a chat with his teammate earlier on in that 321 machine, they certainly weren't thinking that was going to be happening in that one.
It'll be a very close case. You said it earlier, taking candy from a baby, but this case is taking candy from a Banny. As he goes to the inside, just like that. That's 4th place for Cohen Scepter.
I saw what he did there, Nick. I quite like that. That was a good one.
Thank you.
Kuhn Scepter making it look so easy. Is he going to go into the pits this time? Yes, he is. Right. Okay,
I'm not
that's
sure.
Done.
Only when I actually see him go in there.
Straight across and wipe out Torre.
Yeah, no, it is actually gonna come in this time, and I might have to bring you bad news once again. This is probably not gonna be enough for them to finish the race on a 6-stop strategy moving on from here. So there might be an extra pit stop somewhere around the way. So that's another rough bit of news here. Joining him in the pit lane is the leader of the race, Kieran Vidago, in the SimSpot Racing 22. Looks like there might be some damage on the car as well.
So technically that puts Banny a lap down then, doesn't it?
Yes.
Just for this 2 seconds while they're in the pit stops.
Yeah, for the
That
sake of
is,
continuity, he's a lap down at this point, when already being a lap up on any car but Marvin Ingenworth's number 8 here, which is now once again up in the lead of the 12 hours at Bathurst here. Quick check here, looks like there's a longer yellow flag. That looks like the 78 car. Let's jump right on over there if I can find it.
79.
79, thank you very much for the correction. Well, that's very rough to the front there of the Wild Things Racing 79 McLaren. Yeah, we are once getting.
Oh, that's tough break for Miko Ricorpi there for Wild Things Racing. We saw him spinning at Hell Corner, and I'm not a fan of the McLarens. I just never have bonded with them at all. I find them too difficult, too twitchy for my very, very low skill ability. And yeah, it's just been a difficult day at the office for Ricorpi. Gets the car in. But here is Fabri Torre, who will move up into 5th place then. So as we see another McLaren going across the grass. A slightly creative way of cutting the grass here at Mount Bathurst Panorama. But Rob Mulderink getting things back on with that 720 and pulling into to pit lane as well. So time's obviously up for some of these drivers deciding that they want to change strategy. But I believe is that 15 back out.
Now they're just throwing chances at taking. Sorry if I'm not really connecting to what you said, because I just have to acknowledge the fact that Chris Johansson got a stop and go 30 and 3rd position. So they're just
that's not
any car that doesn't put it into the wall at this point is gonna have a great run being in the top 10. Jesus.
Yeah, that has been an absolute nightmare, and we don't see a penalty for it in the penalty channel, so we'll have a look. But Team DGTL Racing, Lasse Husgaard, Kasper Hugard and Chris Johansson, I know exactly what that is, because Johansson has taken over from Hugard. That's going to be speeding in pit lane.
Yeah. There's one way to take the pit
gutting.
entry, and then there's one that's just a bit too quick here, so... Right now, in the background there, that's Daniel Joris in the number 15 car we've been so passionate about for the past hour, but not without reason, as we are seeing. Oh, he's just gone out of the pit lane. Oh, come on. You guys gotta warm up. You gotta get the flow in. Go to some single player races on the race conditions right now out there. You just can't happen to that. I know it's rough, but still, what's happening here? What is happening here?
Oh, my days. This is starting to get a little bit too much for me. My little heart is peaking too soon. There's still 6.5 hours left to go in this blooming race, but what a race we've been treated to here for Sim Racing Hub International, round 3 of the GT3 Endurance 2021 Championships here from Bathurst in Mount Panorama. It is still Ingenworth in the lead of this race for Science Friction Racing. Marvin Ingenworth doing a cracking job up there to hold off from Kieran Vidago in that number 22 Aston Martin. But the Bentley still has to come into the pit lane, as we see Johansson taking his stop-go 30 as well. So the number 15. The heartbreaking news, the absolutely heartbreaking news, is that drops Daniel Georges down into 9th position and a lap down. In fact, he is the last car that is only a lap down. Dennis Kroll in 10th place is 2 laps down, so very, very lucky here to stay on the lead lap.
Yeah, things absolutely cooking up at this point in time. We're all around the track. We have so much action. We have great news for some cars. We have bad news for others. But most importantly, we've got some hot racing action. Oh, that's Ferrari number 321 there in the background, touching the wall. Luckily, no major incident, but that sort of front aero damage is going to leave you trying to get the air into the front splitter all race long, or all stint long rather. Oh, very rough. Tory there.
Some heart and mouth moments there as we're watching the 3-2-1 of Fabri Torre making his way down. And again, I mean, this is a cracking little battle that we've got. And what amazes me is 5.5 hours into a 12-hour endurance race, and we've still got like a proper on the track battle going on right now between between 4th and 5th place right now. So yeah, this is just awesome to see. But again, I'm just looking at the green card there as Kuhn Scepter up into 3rd place now. Yeah. I mean, this is just awesome that they're so close after this long.
It's fantastic. Of course, we had a slightly lower 4th stint right around here, but then once we got all these driver changes in, we got the temperatures, we got the thermometer absolutely cranked up, and it's gonna get even worse to the tires, even more difficult. And that's something that I recall quite vividly from the race, where in the different series where I was driving, it got up to 51 degrees and at noon, which is something we are hopefully not going to reach this time, but it was an entirely difficult and much more difficult car to drive at the midday hours here.
Yeah, just a little bit cozy on the old thermometer there, but 37 degrees track temperature, 32, and we see the 321 of Torrey having a huge moment at exactly the same point this lap round, but gets going again and gets the power back on, and somehow manages to get even closer to Scepter in front of him. So a huge wobble for Fabritori for Team Abbey Racing in the 321. We spoke to Chris Vickers about an hour ago about the fantastic start that 321 car got, but yeah, it's interesting to see how they're getting going again. And again, just to give you an update on the Honda there, the 937, I believe it was Chris we spoke to earlier that is in that Dynamic Motorsports. It is Chris Hill that we spoke to earlier. They're up into 21st position. They were down in 24th or 25th. But yeah, decent job from them to get things there. Sven Krupp gets a 15-second time penalty.
And it's also side by side with Van Schalk here. It's actually
that's a great point. Van Schalk in the Mercedes gets the position done. Absolutely mugged him.
Yeah, not much he could do there, really. He didn't get the greatest of exit. Wasn't really using all the tracks there, the 220 Schneider Motorsport Lexus. So that makes the job a little bit easier. But considering all things, I'm sure that sort of 15-second time penalty has given him a little bit of a dipper in terms of his own motivation.
Yeah, certainly has. Just watching here, Martin Utelings in our YouTube chat saying that their main goal in the 111 is that Honda up the road, the 937 of Dynamics Motorsports that we were talking about there. So again, it just shows what they're aiming for through this, as we've got a gaggle of cars coming across the start-finish line. That's led by the 777 machine. So that is Jordi Bakker at the front of that group. I believe, or is that the 111? I might have... No, it is the 777 that is at the front there, but there is Rhys Wiggin for Team Simsport trying to catch onto the tail there of the Aston Martin. I think that is the 208 of Martins that is just in front. Oh, we've got cars trying to get across at the quarry bend there. That's never going to work, guys. Calm it down. Let's get to the straight and make it happen. But again, you think lessons would have been learned, but obviously not here, Nicholas.
We're rotating through the drivers at such a quick speed, I'd say, that it's quite difficult for you to really get a feel and get a grip of what the other cars around you are like, because you might recall a livery from lapping around other cars, but chances are there's going to be someone else in your car as well as theirs, so it's just going to be a notion of who you think is safe, and maybe you also misjudge that. You think someone is too safe, then you start sending it around the outside, and all of a sudden your name changes to Benny.
Yeah, it all goes horribly wrong. But Georges, though, 2 laps down now, has been overtaken by your race leader, I hate to say. And I've got to be honest, that car is struggling really badly. George is doing a 203.993, but again, Ingenworth able to get past that car quite easily, so we'll have to have a look and see what's happened to Daniel Georges in that, and see what his recent lap times have been.
I think in terms of the pace, it's looking quite decent for him, actually. A 203.993, which makes him currently the quickest car around the grid at the moment. So if he can keep up this sort of pace, that would be very promising, and it's also by far the quickest time that we've seen in about the last hour or so. Regardless of that, right now we're following an indirect battle where we are seeing a car a little bit sandwiched here. We have the Lexus up on ahead. That should be position number 10, is that? could be position 10. That would be Kroll right there, Dennis Kroll, leading this pack where Mate Mezofier, I hope that's right, the Competizione Future Esports.
Well, it's better than I would have tried anyway.
is chasing Tim Schaefer. So that's going to be an exciting battle between the two sister cars of Aston Martin here.
Just back to that point about the 15, you're absolutely spot on. I'll correct myself on that one. The 15 actually, one of the fastest cars on the track just now. What actually happened is that the time screen hadn't updated itself properly, and so he is actually just the one lap and as goodness knows to being down to 2 as it is. But when the leader crosses the line, he then goes technically 2 laps down until he goes across the finish line there. So he hasn't lost any time whatsoever. In fact, he's actually starting to try and claw that gap back. And realistically, if he is the fastest car on track, 6.5 hours to go is a long time.
It's going to be a tough one, just as Matt Mizzofi tried to find the traction there on the exit. It's quite easily possible for anyone to sort of make some mistakes, for you to be consistent with your pace, just prove that you can make something happen. They really wanted to amp up the action, which we're very grateful for. Let's see if they can keep up with that for the remaining 6 hours.
Great to see everyone enjoying the Sim Racers meal of choice. Pizza apparently is getting dined on left, right and centre from our viewers. Save us a slice, apart from if you've got any pineapple on it, in which case you can quite happily just throw that straight in the bin. I'm sorry, there's just no excuse for it whatsoever. 6:22 left to go in the race, and it is still Marvin Ingenworth for the number 8 Science Friction Racing team out in front, commanding lead 57 seconds over Kieran Vidago in the number 22 SimSport Racing outfit. It's Koen Septer in 3rd place, Fabri Torre in 4th, Tim Schaefer in 5th. You've then got Mate Mizzofi in 6th place. 7th place is Chris Johansson. 8th place is Gianni Bartka. And then 9th place is Daniel Georges. And Dennis Krull rounds out the top 10. Again, going back to that fact now, is that we've only really got now 4 cars back on that lead lap. So the cars that were given a brief respite now, it's kind of gone away, because Fabri Torre is next in the line for Marvin Ingenworth, but Fabri actually lapping faster than your race leader.
Yeah, quite interesting to get that sort of comparison with the lap times out there and using Pitwall Live. I'm assuming is what you're doing. So quick shout out to that. If you may, a wonderful software out there. Go get that yourself if you're doing a league, and more importantly, if you're watching and want to have a slightly deeper insight into what's happening around the track, we've got you covered with a link at your disposal.
Yep, that's right. Pitwall is available, a fantastic bit of software. I've got the subscription on the go, and the fact that you can just, like for us as commentators, the fact that you can click on a name and bring up their past lap times and everything is just, it's absolutely invaluable. It really, really is, and really helps us out something amazing here. Watching this battle, though, this is between Tim Schaefer and Mate Mizzofi. This is for position. Just 9/10 it was. It's now down to 3/10 of a second between the two Aston Martins, 5th and 6th place on the track. And this is a cracking little battle. Wii Sports against the number 333 outfit just now. And I've got to be honest, I don't know how this is going to go, because the 333 outfit looking very, very fast indeed just now of Cup Team Future Esports.
Absolutely fantastic drive by them, and we do have to keep in mind for the viewers tuning in a little bit later here today, the 333 that's currently chasing right on for the 5th position started in 34th spot. They gained more than they almost gained as many positions as there are currently cars on the grid.
Wild stats there. 28 places for the number 333 Cup Team Future Esports of Mate Mizzofi, Martinido, Bertrand Horvath and Istvan Puki, who are doing an absolutely stellar job. In fact, all of the top 4 really have done massive hard charging events there. Marvin Ingworth back up in the leads. Vidago in that second place in the number 22 machine. They're another hard charging outfit. We've spoken about them at length, Nicholas, seeing that it was actually Reagan Mitchell that was in the car at the start, who did an amazing recovery job.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Just getting there, your head down in that sense, getting to really feel the car change as we're coming up in these different temperatures here. And I do also have to give a shout out for the recent performances for the number 69, where currently Cohen Scepter finds himself in the final spot of the podium right on here. Absolutely wonderful drive. They were down in 13th about 2 hours ago, and I just have to compliment them. They started 11th, and they're well deserved in terms of consistency, in terms of pace, and in terms of livery as well, if you ask me.
Yeah, again, stability and consistency, two of the key points, pillars of endurance racing, whether that's real life endurance racing or sim endurance racing as well. So just give you an update on the number 15 at the moment, still lapping very, very fast, faster than the two cars in front of him. 205.565 is Daniel Georges at the moment in the number 15 Odyssey Racing Ferrari. Still looks decidedly second-hand, that car, but is absolutely rapid. He is catching up the 296 of Janne Badke and the number 42 of Chris Johansson at a rate of knots. He has still got a long way to go to make that happen, though. It's probably going to be another 15 laps, or it could be a change of strategy. Race lead, though, very, very difficult to see how that's going to happen, but it could be a potential podium that they're going to be aiming for in that Odyssey Racing machine.
If you think back that on a single lap they were losing 8 to 15 seconds, that just takes so much time. Like, all of that effort for the next 6 hours is just going to be basically undoing what was done in the past half an hour or so. It's crazy to think of that. But yeah, we do see them come across the line, and pace once again shows. Look at that. Fastest lap personally for Daniel Gorgas here in this 5th stint of the race. Wonderful to see that, and a very quick second sector too. Fastest for him personally.
Got to say a big shout out to the number 69 team, currently Kuhn Scepter, that is behind the wheel of that Pro Simrig EU racing machine. Great job they've done to get themselves up into 3rd place. Arne van Drunen and Anthony Terhorst, that is a brilliant job from them. But also, Anthony's been very nice to me in YouTube chat. He's complimenting me on my accent, so I'm presuming that he's not heard the Scottish accent on the comms before.
I do really like it. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's a very enjoyable voice you have to listen to. So do keep it coming.
Just wait till I start swearing at you, Nicholas.
What would I have to do for you to do that?
Not much, mate. Us Scots get pretty wound up pretty easily. It might even actually slip out during the odd race or two, but that's only if we get that drunken race. We'll come back to that in just a second, because Schaefer scrubs the wall coming up through Quarry Bend, and that leaves them very, very vulnerable to that 333 Aston Martin just behind him of Mazzofi there. So that was a bit of a lucky escape, and he's getting very, very frustrated trying to get past that Bentley that's in front of him just now. Let's say that, I'm lost for words, because it's like you kind of get the impression he's wanting to get past, but at what cost? How far is he wanting to go to actually make that move stick coming through the S's just now? This is leaving him very, very vulnerable. It's Georges Dusvader in the Racing Dudes Motorsport machine, and that's leaving him very vulnerable to that car behind.
Now, this is the sort of exit that's going to define where this battle for position number 5 is going to go. So right on ahead, we are going to see who gets the better exit. And Tim Schaefer seems to be doing so just fine, using as much of the slipstream. Let's hope there's room being made as they're chasing each other almost 3 wide. Is there going to be a 3 wide attempt down the Conrad straight 5 hours into the race?
on, Mazzofi's got the outside line then, coming through the Conrod straight down towards the chase. It's going to be a wonderful move for Mazzofi. Tries to go on the inside, still side by side. The Aston tries to keep his foot in. Tim Schaefer loses out for Wii Sports, and that, my friends, is how you get absolutely mugged. Coming down the Conrod straight, Tim Schaefer going to be absolutely raging. That Bentley is going to get sent to the moon. But he didn't do anything wrong. The car cannot disappear, and they were at some speed. What an amazing, amazing effort and fantastic action here on the Sim Racing Hub International Round 3 of the Endurance Cup 2021. Amazing stuff.
Perfectly executed. He got that just right. He had the bravery, and some might say that it was almost foolish for him to go for such a 3-wide move and in a position where the cars are at their absolute quickest during the lap at Bathurst here. It's fantastic to see him do so successfully. No cars were unscathed. He got the inside. He forced him out into a mistake, and that's going to go down into his personal collection.
It certainly is. It's going to go down like a bucket of cold sick, though, unfortunately, for Tim Schaefer. He's going to be absolutely raging with that one. But the 187 is just going to have to regroup, and get going again. That gap is now just, what, about 9/10 of a second. This is Benjamin McConnell for RNE ACC going down the Conrod straight. And behind him, about 1.5 seconds behind him, is going to be the number 220 machine of Sven Krupp. That is, in fact, that might be the 220 that's just gone past him, because it was about 16 to 18 seconds that the gap was, and it's shown there now as 1.5 seconds.
And lapping himself here is Alwin Narman on some very good pace, but what I was trying to get behind is the potential battle between Ferrari and AMG there. Van Schaik is the number 16 car ahead, where this gap has definitely increased quite a bit since the Lambo has gotten past, so thought there was going to be some sort of moves, but it looks like the Ferrari is starting to fall off, as we have seen previously in the last third of their respective stints here.
Yeah, it looks like Benjamin Connell 2 seconds slower on that last lap round. It's actually Thomas Van Schaik that's on the move, because he's 3.5 seconds behind Dominic Mellon in that 911 Porsche. We know that Porsche is struggling, but takes about 0.5 second to 0.7 of a second off on that last lap alone. And Dennis Kroll doing a 206.1 there. So again, some big movers and shakers, but that gap's starting to come down at the front. Kieran Vidago taking 0.5 second out on your race leader Marvin Ingenworth, and again 53 seconds, a very tall order to bring down. But Marvin in the middle of some lap traffic as we speak just now, with 6 hours 10 minutes left to go here. I don't know about you, Nicholas, but my goodness me, it's you're almost lost for breath with all the action here.
It's fantastic, really. The show that these lads are putting up for us, it's absolutely amazing to be able to commentate on this sort of action. We had the opportunity of bringing this out to you, and obviously I hope you're enjoying us. Sorry, not just enjoying us, but enjoying this. That's the wrong one. Enjoying this as much as...
They're not here to watch the race, and they're here to listen to us, Nicholas, obviously, you know.
Perhaps. If you're up for that.
No, but exactly. But no, I absolutely echo those sentiments, Nicholas. It's we are very privileged to be here and to be commentating on this race. It's just awesome effort, and having played Assetto Corsa Competizione myself, it gives you an appreciation for the absolute next level that these drivers are on. I mean, I can lap here in around about, well, what are they doing? They're doing 204s, 205s, right? I'll be doing maybe a 207, 208. So I'd be right at the back of the grids. In fact, actually, Kieran Vidago doing a 207.6 there. So yeah, I have some hope, but unfortunately, Kieran Vidago held up by lap traffic. So yeah, that kind of says everything, does it?
Yeah, it's the up and downs really of getting to the upper end, and then you see, all right, okay, I got the pace on him that lap or this lap, but eventually you just find out, all right, there's something happening to him. He actually didn't have the steering wheel plugged in. It was his little brother playing or such, and then you're just getting a little bit frustrated. That's all right. That's all.
We've got a yellow flag out. That's I think that's the 79th of Evan Endfass that has brought out the yellow flags. They're stuck at the bottom of the S's. That is not where you want to go. I tell you what, that 79 team has just had a miserable day at the races today.
He collected there.
Oh, you hate to see it. I mean, that annoys me so much.
That was actually Cohen's scepter there.
And that was Kuhn.
Yeah, you look at that. Steering is bonked right there.
I'm sorry, but that is absolutely unforgivable. There's yellow flags out there for a reason. It's self-preservation, guys. Come on, it's the car can't go anywhere. The car's struck. The car's injured. Yeah, a difficult one to watch. And Evan Endfass bringing the Wild Things Racing number 79 back along the Conrod Straight there. Just deciding to get in the way of the race leader there. That's fine. We'll just ignore that.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean the third place car of Kuhn Scepter, the number 69. I mean that's almost certainly. Well, no, he's not in the pits. He's away back round. So obviously not enough
that
damage
much,
to bring him in.
It was certainly a tap at the front there, and I'm just sure that at this point in time they want to go and get the stint right on over, so chances are he'll be back in the pit lane in just a little bit here. So we can see some of the cars heading in there. That must be the number 79. The background still up and running here. Let's get the quick comparison going for ourselves here. In between the Tim Schafer Wii Spots 187 and Mazofi in the 333. And we've been basically at the same pace here for the past couple of laps, so let's have a quick look here for the data. Looks like a first
not much. I was just about to say not much between the two times of them, just 1/10 of a second faster for Tim Schafer. Fantastic comparison graphics there, Nicholas, and it really illustrates just how close the battles are throughout this grid.
To get the comparisons in, some things that we have been working on, so the broadcast happening in the background and some of the other SimSport Solutions broadcasts you might have seen online. Currently we are, I'm not going to leak too much, but there might be a little something coming up which is going to help not just myself, but a little tap of the wall there for Schaefer. But yeah, basically we've been working on a little something, and maybe you'll get your hands on that very soon as well. Not to say too much at this point.
Oh well, you can't just tease us like that. Come on now, you can't just give us a hint there, Nicholas. You're gonna have to spill. Although it sounds like you might have already spilled a little bit too much. So Nicholas Kraus might be getting beat up after this race broadcast here. But again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are enjoying what you're watching here on SRHI TV, as always, hit that subscribe button. If you could hit that like button, and if you want to keep up to date with all the action here, head over to our socials. You can see there's our Discord channel, and you can see our Facebook link in just a second. Head over there, like the pages, and keep in touch with a fantastic community that they've got here at Sim Racing Hub International. And who knows, you can be on the grid for the next race as well. Probably not me though, because I don't really have the pace. But besides that, in just about 5 minutes time, you're going to hear dulcet tones of Tim Philbrook, and who knows, Nick, the audience might be able to understand him a little bit better.
Yeah, I sure hope so.
How rude! A couple of I did notice in chat actually there was a couple of requests. They wanted me to say Walter and butter, but of course in Scotland we pronounce our R's as A's, so it's water and butter. So there you go. I hope that made. I'm getting a little bit worried actually about Anthony. He does really like my accent, so
it makes my day better. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's going to be some Fiverr requests coming, and no sound pipe. I am not going to scream freedom at the top of my lungs. We'll see how this race goes, because have a look at Dominic Mellon here. He is under all sorts of pressure right now. Is that Crop behind him?
Yeah, right on behind him. That's not quite Crop. It is a slightly different livery here, but following so closely right on here, that should be. Let me just quickly take a look. That's Martus Markic in 18th position right now.
That's what it is. Sorry.
Number 11. That's alright, because
the timing screens from there, but I mean, he is being harassed, and that car is actually a lap down already, and that is a lot of pressure for that 911 to be taken right now. In fact, this looks like it's going to be side by side along Conrad Straight, and the 911
quite easily so. Yeah, he's gone past, and something 2 laps ago, actually, Dominic Gamelin here in the 911 Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport had definitely a bit of a moment and had contact. You can see it in the front there. That's not just visual, that's definitely some damage to the front of this Porsche 911. That's probably going to cost him in just a little bit of time. He's going to be lapped by the Lambo here. Around the outside, it's going to be the number, what is that, 296? That should be Nigoda as he's heading now into the pit lane. So we're getting this beautiful camera shot as I'm trying to get rid of that as soon as possible. Thank you very much. And now up at the front in the
radar
flight.
tracking the camera through the wall, that's some hacks right there.
Doing something right.
Yeah, Mate Mazzofi for the Coupe Team Future Esports then up into 5th place, and you can see Schaefer is under a little bit of pressure from a lapped car. I want to try and make it as exciting as I can, but realistically it's a second between these two right now. Cracking little battle that they've got going on, but I'm looking at Torrey as well. Torrey's got a considerable gap up there in 4th place there. That's going to be at least 10 seconds that he's got over there just now. But I'm also looking at Torrey is, well, he's not really close to being lapped, in all honesty. He's still about 15 seconds away from being lapped, but Torrey is about 10 seconds, 11 seconds behind Kuhn Scepter in that number 69 machine. So Scepter is about a second a lap slower. So in the next 10 laps, Fabry Torrey could actually put a foot on the podium here.
Exactly that, and it looks like it's quite continuously throughout all sectors. We know that the number 69, if you've been tuning in a bit later here, Scepter did get some damage while trying to go a little too quick during yellow flags, got himself scathed up at the front of the car. That's going to cost him over the rest of the stint, and it's by the looks of it something that might cost him the final step on the podium here as well.
I love how the 69 of Anthony Terhorst is like, nope, won't happen, sorry. I'm loving the confidence there. That's such big lofty dreams there, but yeah, we'll see, because the 3-2-1 is catching.
Yeah, it's Mullen catching.
In fact, it's happening quite
in
a
the
lot.
pits, yeah.
In fact, they were going to the pits. Or maybe that's why it's not going to happen. Maybe Anthony's going to jump back in the car. We'll see in just a second.
I mean, that's one way to just avoid a battle. You just go to the pit lane and you sit there for a good while. As having yourself a good old time there.
We're done.
A little bit of cheese and crackers.
In, though, stop at the cheese and crackers, because talking about jumping in, about a minute and a half away from hearing the dulcet tones of Mr. Tim Philbrick. Tim, have you enjoyed your little break there?
It's been really nice, thank you. Yeah, I went away, watched a little bit of just caught 10 minutes of this little endurance race going on elsewhere in Germany somewhere, but come back to the real action here, and I don't know who did it, but who pressed the big red button in the number 15 Odyssey Racing Ferrari, because that's really unraveled for them, isn't it?
It's the self-destruct button has well and truly been Daniel George's making the best recovery that he possibly can. 203.7 for Daniel George's. He really is trying to catch back up, but as much, I mean, they have had 15 minutes from hell in that car, maybe 25 minutes of hell, but still 8th place with 6 hours left to go, Tim. It's not all over.
It's definitely not, and I suppose the proof in the pudding for that is Kieran Vidago in the number 22 SimSport racing car, back up to 2nd place after 25th or below in the first half an hour. But thank you very much, David, for leading us through to here, the halfway point. He's going to head off now and grab himself a break as well, and I'm sorry to disappoint Anthony Horse by bringing the English accent back to the commentary booth, and we say goodbye to the Scottish tones of Mr. David Christie, but we're back, and I suppose best thing to do, Nicholas, halfway through the race, halfway through to go, 6 hours to go, let's give a rundown of the order, starting in first place with the number 8 Science Friction Racing Bentley, Marvin Inglenworth at the helm at the moment, but we are expecting that car into pit lane in the next 15 minutes, taking the lead after the number 15 Odyssey Racing's event seemed to implode entirely. Then in second place, we have the SimSport Racing number 22 Aston Martin, currently being driven by Kieran Vidago, but we've seen some stellar stints from Regan Mitchell and from Chris Pinchbeck to recover. And like I said, nearly down in 30th position at the end of the first half an hour, but they're back up to second place at the moment. Then in third, we have Tori in the Team Abbey Racing number 321 Ferrari. They've had a yo-yo race, but at the moment back up into podium positions, and they're being followed. They've got a nice gap actually back to the number 333 Cup Team Future Esports Aston Martin of Mate Mazzoffi is in at the moment. Then in P5 we have the number 187 Wii Sports Aston Martin, Tim Schaefer on board at the moment, ahead of the number 42 Lexus, the DGTL racing car, currently with Chris Johansson at the wheel. This car led in the opening hour but seemed to fall back through a couple of mistakes, and fortunately it was one of the Ulgards was able to get away with an incident at the top of the mountain, spinning, but fortunately not hitting the barrier, and they're currently running around in 6th place. Then in 7th we have the 69 Pro Simrig EU Racing Mercedes, Aaron Van Drunen at the wheel at the moment. He's just taken over from his teammate Cohen Scepter, who just finished an hour stint, and Aaron's been in the car for, well, this is his outlap, I believe, so that car fresh out onto the track. Then it is the number 15 Odyssey Racing Ferrari, Daniel Georges, who started the car. It looked a lot cleaner when it took the green flag over 6 hours ago. Now, with some damage to the front end and a couple of incidents during the stints for Clyde Banney, that car, which has led and looked exceptionally comfortable in the race lead, has slipped back to 8th position. Then in 9th on the road at the moment, we have the number 33 Lork driving Lexus with Dennis Kroll at the wheel at the moment. They've been another car that's starting to feature now into this second half of the race and showing strong performance, with the number 269 Lamborghini Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport 2 rounding out your top 10, with Mike Niogoda at the wheel at the moment. And we'll take you all the way down to 15th place, because in the number 16, just outside the top 10, it's the 610 Motorsport Mercedes with Van Schaik at the wheel at the moment. Another car that seems to have been up and down the order over the course of the last 6 hours. Then it's the 169 RNE ACC Ferrari again. I feel like I'm going to sound like a broken record. Another car that seems to climb up the order and then slip back down again. It's Snakes and Ladders at Bathurst at the moment. Then in 13th place, we have the 220 Lexus. That's a Schneider-Della Motorsports car, currently with Sven Kropp on board. This car seems to be quietly going about its business and climbing the order up to 13th at the moment. Then in 14th, we have the 777s just headed to pit lane. That is the Pulse Motorsport Lexus. The car has been handed over now from Bakker. This is going to Demian de Kaiser, who's now taking the helm for this next stint. And rounding out your top 15, it's the number 911 Hot Air Balloon Motorsports Porsche, Dominic Gamelin at the wheel at the moment. This car featuring inside the top 5 fairly comfortably for large swathes of the opening 6 hours, and now is down in 15th place and hoping for a fight back up the order. Nicholas, what a race we've had so far into this second half. It's incredible to think we're only starting the second half of this one. It feels like we've been racing for a day already.
Yeah, it's been quite astonishing to see what these drivers have been up to, all and about. We had a little bit of a quiet stint with you and lots of action once we've got more accent in, but that's all right with me. We've been seeing. Yeah,
Dynamite Dave's fault. That's the problem. He comes in and then the place seems to blow up. But
exactly.
We'll be taking you through the next 2 hours. So
I'm happy to go with that. That was a lovely intro. I have to appreciate. where it's at, and that was exactly where it's at. Well done, I have to say. We are seeing a
Ooh.
big little contact there. Dominic
Mellon in the wall again on the outside of the Forest elbow. That Porsche looks to be dropped down on the front right-hand corner, which is the side that made contact. And he's already, look, he's having to dabble the steering in a straight line. Amazed that he's able to throw the car into the chase, practically flat out still. Very big commitment from the driver of the 911, and I get the impression that car will be coming straight to pit lane if possible. Depends what the damage
I'd say
is.
that's about 5 to 6 seconds of damage, if I recall that from some of my own totally not have happened incidents. Yeah, I would consider that to be some damage, but nothing as major as an immediate pit stop. I do think that he's going to be struggling a little bit with the front end throws through some corners, as I heard you gasping for air there in a brief hot moment.
Well, he's 4 laps into this stint, so I don't think he can afford to come back to pit lane again and fix that damage. So yes, he will have to carry on, but he'll be losing time over the course of the next 60 minutes for this stint, as that damage, affects the performance. But this car on screen, the SimSport Racing number 22 Aston Martin, has really been a fantastic entry in this race. It dropped down the order early on owing to an incident in the first stint. Started 9th on the grid, just outside the top 20, top 25 really, after half an hour, like we say. But through running cleanly and running quickly, Nicholas, this car up into the podium positions.
Absolutely fantastic, and it's one of the top. It's the leading Aston Martin, second place overall, and it seems that it's a very common staple point, because one of the other cars gaining massively is the 187 as well. That's going to be currently piloted by Tim Schafer in the Wii Sports. It's fantastic. They started on P16 and were significantly down the grid as well at some point during the race, and just progressively moving on up. And that's the sort of stability, that's the sort of just in essence the endurance personified in the car. That's wonderful. That's well driven.
And that car hasn't been without its own action points, because we've seen this Wii Sports car, in amongst battles, trains of cars, going side by side, lap traffic, getting passed by the leaders, etc. And somehow they managed to avoid any drama and get up to 4th place. And unfortunately, I'm just seeing in the YouTube chat an unfortunate announcement coming from Denise Pope of the Wild Things Racing McLaren, the number 79. She says the car has retired, and after a good start, we just ended up having too many incidents. Awesome race though, and she'll be back for the next one with the team. Well, Denise, that is a massive shame to see that the car is out. We saw Evan Atafas spun on the way down the hill, down the mountain as well, and caught up trying to rejoin as safely as he possibly could. But this is the point of a community, isn't it, Nicholas? That it doesn't matter if you're battling for 25th or for the race win. You enjoy the hard racing, you enjoy giving it everything, and it's a shame to hear that cars are retiring with 6 hours of hard work put into this one.
Absolutely. We've had some beautiful racing all there. They've proven that they can definitely pull up with it, and obviously at some point during the race you'll have to decide where you want to go next. Maybe something in the setup didn't tune out right, and that kind of forced the retirement, as Robin Rutter in the 610 is conceding, where not quite as valiantly as he wanted it to be, the 12th position there to Hullemann in the 169 there after missing out on Skyline.
So on the run down the hill out of the Forest elbow, that is the number 16 in the middle of your shot there, the bright yellow 610 Motorsport Mercedes. He has lost the position to the 169, the green and white Ferrari, the RNE ACC squad, currently with Robin Hullemann at the helm.
I mean, the livery suggests that it's going to be like citrusy. It's going to be sparkly up on there, but that's a different color. That's not yellow. That's quite there, but that's a different kind of moment. Maybe he'll have to juice up at the start of the next stint.
Another one. I'm going to write that one down. It's another one. Another Nicholas Clanger there. Enjoying that one. No, I did
Thank you.
confirm as well, by the way, Nicholas, that yes, filling your boots is a reference, and indeed,
That
if,
is
if
lovely
someone's
of
got
you.
empty legs, that is also, if they're eating a lot, that is another saying for you
Thank
to
you very much.
learn something every day. Yeah.
That makes my day better. Yeah, I have to tell you, it actually does.
Yeah, Denise as well in the YouTube chat just saying again, too many laps down to feel like they're going to get anything out of it, even with 6 hours to go. That is a
Might
big
have
shame.
to go back 30 seconds. Sorry to interrupt just quickly in a replay. There must have been a moment for the number 296 car here as we're quickly heading on over there. Into this replay here. 10 seconds back, and you're probably going to be stuck with this center screen. It's a nice action shot, but regardless of that, it's. I tried to time it at least a little something.
Well,
Let's see if we get
drivers
the
of the
incident.
296 will be hoping that it doesn't get playing and they don't see the incident, and we can stay on the still shot, which unfortunately we just lose just as I say that. But on the run through McPhillamy Park, and whoa, it just swaps ends on him into
Yeah.
the gravel trap.
As
Wow, that
the
is
sort of
not
Lambo moment, it's high downforce, and at some point it's like the rear wing sometimes feels almost like a twig in a sense. It just snaps on you. There's nothing you can do.
We had that earlier on, one of the Bentleys going off through the gravel there. I think it is our race leader in the number 8 Science Friction racing car went through the gravel whilst I was away, and it's one of the only points on the track really, a few points where you can get away with an incident like that and rejoin safely. But Near Goda, at the wheel of that 296 car, is definitely going to be a bit shaken up from that one. He recovers.
Yeah.
in a
It's
nice
such
place.
an unpredictable thing from the Lambo as well. It just completely gives up on you, really. We're
Suppose
seeing
it's
a
diff-
bit of a dive there from Tim Kroll, taking the position there from Robin Hüllemann, who is essentially a lap down on the Lexus. Regardless of that, bit of a forceful move there. Good thing there was no contact made between the two drivers.
wanting to prove that he is indeed the car ahead on track and deserves to go through. Hüllemann would have been receiving a blue flag as well. And yeah, Kroll very much forcing that Lexus through on the Ferrari. As you can see, one of the many marshals here at the Bathurst track getting out of his box and waving that blue flag. Always wonder how they draw the straws for who's going to be waving which flag, and always the
Probably have a little
marshal-
pit wall live on the side, or maybe something else.
the poor marshal that gets handed the blue flag is going to have a difficult time, aren't they? Throughout endurance racing, they're the one who's going to be doing the work. They must have a very strong arm to be waving a flag for 6, 8, 12, 24 hours. But the virtual marshals here doing a stellar job and enjoying the racing, I'm sure, as much as we all are. I
So
hope they're tuned into our broadcast, Nicholas, and keeping up to date with what's going on around the track.
It is one of the requirements. You have to have one of the strongest right arms, or alternatively, do something different with the flag if you want to keep on waving that. They do so beautifully too, and there's just a little train basically when you're following one of the lead lap cars around there. You're gonna see them being accompanied by blue flags all the way across the track.
So our race leader is in pit lane, the number 8 Science Friction Racing Bentley. Marvin Ingenworth bringing the car in after 177 laps that team has completed so far. He just completed a stint with 29 laps, 1 hour and 2.5 minutes. So that car is now in pit lane, and we'll have to see whether we see a change in the order between Ingenworth and Vidago. So Lewis Vidago runs wide. He's clearly got the hurry up and is aware that Ingenworth's in pit lane. He wants to take the race lead. The Bentley's still stationary in the pit lane. You can see they're on screen, stopped centre of shot. Wow, and there it is. As Vidago rounds the final corner, he's going to cross the line, and the number 22 Sim Sport Racing Aston Martin is going to lead this Sim Racing Hub International 12 Hours of Bathurst for the first time. What a spectacular drive this is and has been from this 3-driver team. In the background there, Ingenworth rejoining the track. Let's see if the drivers have indeed swapped or handed over. It looks like there are doing single stints in that car, so I wouldn't be surprised to see another driver back in, potentially Zimmerman. We'll have
Florian
to see.
Möhring actually taking over right on there. The number 8 is now being led by a different pilot at this point in time. So now, what's even more important, while Vidago was in a temporary lead of the race, at some point it's now actually fully official, because when you're looking at the pit stop strategies, they're no longer, in a sense, a pit stop down. They are actually at the same amount of pit stop that they need to finish this race, which makes it an albeit more impressive feat.
Yeah, Kieran Vidago, 48 minutes into a stint, so we should see him coming in soonish, next 15 minutes or so. 65-minute maximum as a car off to the right-hand side. That's Paul Hopp in the Russell and the famous 84 Audi. This is a car that's had plenty of dents and scrapes put into it in the 6.25 hours so far, as the number 15 Odyssey Racing Ferrari has to get out of it through Skyline and actually run off the track surface. On a bit of overcommitment there, and with the car rejoining, just opted to open the steering, did Daniel Georges, and run through the runoff there. Again, one of the only spots on the track where there is some runoff to do so, and that Ferrari's not looking too happy in that front end, is it? And it's a really interesting middle stint, wasn't it, Nicholas? We were chatting before I left about how, you know, you need your team to be all on a good level, you know, and you're only as good as your slowest driver, as your least confident driver, say. And we've seen that play out in the case of the number 15, because Daniel Georges and Reece Spence Robb were really quick, and it was when Clyde Bainey got in the car that we saw it go backwards and start having these issues in traffic and with the other cars on track, and that's really what's decided their position for the time being.
Absolutely spot on with your assessment there. That's exactly what went down. If you're joining us a little bit later here, this number 15 car was leading extremely comfortable, lapping everyone on track up into position number 3. And then that dreadful stint happened, or rather the dreadful double stint, which started with Bainey trying to go around the outside after a comfortable couple of laps for a back marker, and then closing in the gap too early by the looks of it, from what we saw. And then that just went downhill from there, and there was no stopping them from putting themselves back further down the grid, where they're now finding themselves in 7th position.
Chasing down the Aston Martin, that's the Cup Team Future Esports car with Martin Ido at the helm at the moment. The gap between the two of them is around about 6 seconds, so there is time to be gained there, and it is doable. You know, that time could ebb and flow really within the course of a lap with traffic, etc. So that is an achievable margin there for Daniel Georges at the moment. I'm sure he's hustling on to try and close that lead. Here's a car we've seen in the battles throughout this race so far. I feel like this Team Rocket, the Furious number 90 Lamborghini, has almost been in every camera shot we've had, Nicholas.
Yeah, certainly. The main reason why I'm putting him up is that was the car that the original incident with the number 15 was happening with. So I don't know if it was Aaron Num itself, but we did see it in the broadcast a little bit back. Now, talking about Lamborghini and Audi, we already saw 2 of the cars making their way and going, well, from cruising altitude into what is just flying off the track at this fast left-hander. It's that all of a sudden, once the temperatures go too high, that grip just completely runs out for them, where the other cars aren't struggling as much.
Oh, as a car spun round, attempting to rejoin. That's a Ferrari there across the track. I didn't quite catch the number. There we go, Alan Barella, the 71 Racing Point machine, sideways across the mountain and rejoining now. This car started 8th place on the grid and had a pretty strong performance last time out at Kyalami in their first appearance in the championship, finishing 6th. I remember talking about this car quite a lot in the latter half of that 8-hour race, and here down outside the top 20, currently in 23rd. It's clearly been a difficult race for the Racing Point team. And Nicholas, on another note, something I want to mention is, can you remember my guess for the number of race laps we'd complete at the end of 12 hours?
324?
Or close. It was 342.
Yeah, I got the 2 messed up there. They're a little mix up, but we got the numbers right. That's something.
Definitely. Half a point for you, Nicholas. But
I'll
6
take
hours,
half a point from you too.
Exactly halfway through the race, we completed 171 laps, which is exactly half of 342. So my schedule is on, and we are on for that magic 342. So let's see if we get there come race end. when I made that prediction, the race looked very different indeed with the 15 leading outright, and now look how things changed. So we'll see. Here's go the 187 Wii Sports Aston Martin of Tim Schaefer comes to pit lane. He stops on his marks very cleanly indeed. That was the end of a 1 hour 2 minute stint, 29 laps completed, and the team seemed to be doing consistently around the 29 lap stint mark. With an incident earlier on for Schaefer when he was in the car, having to come to pit lane sooner. That was a drive-through penalty, so they're seeking to recover from an up-and-down race. Currently running in 4th place, and looking like they've made their way up the order, as you were alluding to before, Nicholas. But Florian Möhring here in the number 8, he's back in the car, and he was last in the car an hour and 2 minutes ago, so the previous stint for Ingenworth. I've just noticed, Nicholas, that the track temperature has kicked up into another boundary now, 40 degrees track temperature, and the car that these drivers will be feeling underneath them, the track surface that they're driving on, will be so different to what started the race 6 hours ago, when it was pitch black, and the track temperature was pretty much half of what it is now.
Exactly that. Let's take the opportunity actually and go on board, have a look here with the right-hand side drive, see what kind of feeling we get when we're seeing how much the drivers potentially are struggling on top of the hill, because that's exactly where the grip difference really comes to shine, as well as down into Skyline, where they definitely are looking to put the car on the edge. So about 220 on the entry here, definitely a bit lower than that this time around, 215 being the lowest speed there. 4th gear, get that chucked in 3rd, nice and smooth, and keep it tidy to the right here. That's what you want to do. 1st gear, then on the power once more, and it looks pretty like he's pretty unscathed by the temperatures now. Don't want to look up into the Forest elbow here, so they're coming around very tight on the left-hand side. So they're finishing up this, where the 2nd sector, really the entire mountain area, is where you're going to feel the temperature change the most.
Every time I see an onboard view across the top of the mountain at Bathurst, I'm so impressed by the way the drivers just throw the car in as if there's no problem, as if there's nothing to be scared about. And maybe that's the difference to why I'm on this side of the microphone and I'm not out there driving. But the track is, there's corners where you can't see where you're turning in for, can you? At McPhillamy Park and down the hill through Skyline, just turning in and hoping that the track is where it was 2 minutes ago.
Absolutely, it's exactly that sort of confidence that you have to build when you're starting out in the game. For those of you who are watching and interested in joining us, perhaps you don't yet have an instance of ACC. It's the free weekend right now on out there, so go give that a try. Go drive a little bit around Bathurst in temperatures like this, and come back if you can to us. Let us know how that went. It's very impressive.
For sure, and such a big grid as well. So many drivers lapping so well indeed for this opening 6 hours. I can't believe we've got 5.5 hours and change still to go. Here in pit lane, it's the erstwhile race leader. It's the number 15 Odyssey Racing Ferrari. Daniel Georges in the car at the moment, but this could be a change. Just looking at my timing screen, Georges has done a slightly shorter stint, 55 minutes. So I wonder if there's a reason they're pitting now, trying to get off sequence maybe, or there could have been damage. I didn't see any sight of a potential penalty for the team, so this could just be a strategy call. We are, of course, having to think about driver maximum times as well. That could play in towards the later stages of the race. I know the team will be set to investigate them afterwards as well, just to make sure that no teams unfairly use the driver time limits.
Oh, look at the pile up there.
Traffic jam, 3 cars stuck side by side. The 777, I think that's the 111 Simsport Racing Mercedes, as well as the 911 Dominic Gamelin in the hot air balloon motorsport car, getting caught up again, Nicholas.
Yeah, I'll take this. I'll let this go for a little bit so that we can get the full replay of how this come together. But that's one way to take the Mountain 3 wide, but not really the way you want to do now, is it?
And I'm amazed that 3 cars can actually fit across that part of the track, exceptionally narrow. And Reese Wiggin in the Team Simsport Mercedes limping back towards pit lane. That car looks definitely very second hand. we're getting the replay now as we see. It's just going to take a couple of seconds to load up, but a strange incident really across the top of the mountain. And just quickly, teams based on 3 drivers. There's a 5-hour maximum for a driver, so we'll have to see if that plays into the account later on in the race. Here we go, riding on board with, I believe this is the 111, coming over the crest at Skyline. You can just see up ahead the Porsche going slow, and in fact makes contact with the wall, then spins round and contact from behind as well. So the 777 must have just been coming in hot and unsighted, didn't see the yellow flags, and makes contact with the back of the stationary Mercedes. Was trying his best to avoid the spun round Porsche, and just look at the steering damage as he heads down the hill. He's turning 90 right just to go in a straight line. That is some hefty damage for the number 111 SimSport Racing Mercedes, and Nicholas, such an unfortunate incident there.
Yeah, he was taking it safely. Reese Riggin in the Team SimSport, he was doing everything correctly. He slowed down, he realized the incident, but he got absolutely shoved in head on first and pushed into the incident that was otherwise very avoidable to him.
So here they are, the 2 cars in pit lane. I get the feeling that number 111 Mercedes might be stopped for some time. It's already been in pit lane for coming up to a minute now. So I get the feeling that the 111's race has gone from bad to worse into this 6th hour of the event.
Certainly
Chris,
has.
Yeah, definitely. Chris Vickers, though, back at the helm of the 321 Team Abbey Racing Ferrari. He's been in the car for 6 minutes now. And we saw Vickers early on looking very strong in the wheel at the helm of this car. And again, he's starting to push up the order now. He's just coming up to the back of the 74 Dark Sky Racing Lamborghini. That's the car that early on we saw challenging in the top 5 and actually on the podium positions, but incident for them has dropped them down the order. That's Medema at the wheel at the moment. They're down in 16th place overall. As Vickers works through the quarry turn and up the hill to start another mission across the top of the mountain here at Mount Panorama, through the cutting and into this sweeping section as you climb up over the crest. And this is another, you just got to turn in and hope through parts of this over the top, haven't you?
One of the many. Now, something you might not have known, or maybe you have, you let me know, is that this is actually you can actually drive around here 50 kilometers an hour. It's a regular road when we're not racing here. You can actually go to Australia and drive on Mount Panorama with a Fiat Multipla.
Yeah, it's a public road, and there's houses actually that line the circuit at certain points. And there was a very large property that went up for sale recently on the Conrod Strait for, I believe, in excess of $5 million Australian dollars. It was one of these properties kind of on the left-hand side. Those inroads there, some of them are actually driveways that go up to the front of people's houses. So, and especially up round through the cutting. So, you know, if you better than just driving around here, Nicholas, you could own a house that's on the Bathurst circuit.
Well, as one famous YouTuber has coined the phrase, you can always live in a car, but you can't drive a house. So I'm gonna take the racing instead.
Yeah, very true. That is good. Another one from Nicholas, then, an absolute clanger. I do enjoy those. Yeah, I'd rather.
That's the only reason I'm here, you know.
Yes, I'd rather sleep in a £400,000 GT3 car than live in a house around Bathurst. I'll tell you that. But anyway, as we see, Lucas Zverkov here in the Wii Sports Aston Martin. This car's been fighting up the order, and we were talking about it actually, Nicholas, in terms of the brands, in terms of what car is going to start performing at certain parts of the race, who looks strong. And in the opening few hours, it looked like the Ferraris were particularly quick, and we had a bout of Lexus invasion, I would say, through kind of hours 2, 3. They looked very strong, but at the moment, I've got to say, with 3 Aston Martins in the top 6, that it's the Vantage AMR GT3 that seems to be rising to the top at the moment.
Well, if we look at the front, just like as you're saying, it's the Pride Month, but we're lacking a little bit of color up at the front now. It's just lots of dark grays and blacks mixed up in there. Aston Martin at the front, then Bentley, Lexus, Ferrari, and then 2 more Aston Martins in front of an AMG. So right now I got the timing up, and with a personal fastest third sector here for Lukas Zverkov, last time around. Very nice, and definitely making up lots of time. 203 is super competitive for the 187 right now.
Yeah, very strong times indeed, especially considering the heat of the day. It's up to 33 degrees ambient. That's positively chilly for Bathurst, I'm sure of it, as the 187 now works his way past the 937 Dynamic Motorsports Honda NSX. As to pit lane comes Chris Johansson in the 42, Team DGTL Racing Lexus. This car, like we say, has led the race early on. It was looking very competitive at the front. He pits from third place. It looks like he might lose out in this pit stop, yes, to Chris Vickers, who's now rounding the chase and in towards, actually he's coming to pit lane as well. So the 42 and 321 pitting on exactly the same lap.
Yeah,
which is a bit of a
and
surprise.
now
Vickers has been out only 8 laps from Vickers in that end bit of the stint
really?
there.
Oh, really? I did not even know that. His car looks certainly damaged, but I didn't even realize that he was losing so much time. Last lap for him, a 2:09.2, so certainly quite well off the pace, and that's going to throw a little bit of a wrench here. Same story here. Kieran Vidaro, pit lane coming up, bustling. It's absolutely at the max capacity. At least all the front runners seem to have dialed on in. Now with that, Florian Möhring in the art cars, number 8, will head up to to lead the pack once again.
It's clearly nearly lunchtime local time, isn't it, in the pit lanes? They're all stopping for their sandwiches or mid-morning snack. Indeed. Kieran Vidalgo in pit lane, Chris Vickers. But yeah, that 321 car has only been out on track for 8 laps in the lead up to that stint. It was a 1 hour 2 minute stint from Fabri Torri before. He actually completed a double stint and then handed over the car to Chris Vickers, who now after 18.5 minutes is back on pit lane. So I'm sure we'll find out what has happened there, as the number 8 retakes the lead owing to pit stop cycle. He pitted nearly 18 minutes before the number 22 car, which is in pit lane at the moment. Vidalgo rejoining in second place, I believe, as well. So it looks like Vidalgo has held on to second spot. So we're seeing the order not change too much now. You know, we were seeing it in the opening few stints where when you pitted, you dropped right down the order. But now it seems to be that there's some gaps have opened up on track, and as cars pit, they maybe only lose 1 or 2 positions.
Yeah, certainly have. Because at this point in time, if you're on the same lap as someone else, that's quite exciting, even if you aren't really racing them directly. Let's say something as we're jumping onto the battle for position number 3. Let's go to the TV2 cam, get a hold of this right on around there, where Sverkov in that number 187 is chasing the Aston Martin that's just ahead of the AMG and that yellow livery. That I think that's going to be the number 16 if my brain doesn't trick me.
It is. It's the 610 Motorsport Mercedes, who moves over to the side, having received the blue flags towards the end of the lap. He tucks back into the racing line, and this is a battle for position. Those 2 Aston Martin centre frame. The black with red accents is the Cup Team Future Esports 333, currently with Martin Ido at the helm, and then behind in the kind of gold and black livery is Lucas Sverkov in the Wii Sports 187. Separated by 9/10 of a second at the end of that previous lap. Sverkov really, though, gained 2 seconds, or over 2 seconds on his competitor. 2:06.3 for Martin Ido compared to Sverkov's 2:04.0. So a lot of time found in the middle sector, particularly on that lap. So Sverkov's got the momentum, but we've said it before in racing. It's a famous phrase from Murray Walker, the iconic commentator, but Nicholas, catching is one thing, getting past is quite another.
I like that you actually took your time a little bit to set yourself up with that one, and delivering on the punchline just perfectly. I have to agree. These 2 Astons, obviously, they are worth stacked in terms of the driving. They're just definitely at the top and out there. If you want to get yourself involved in races like this, make sure you're going to be checking it out, the social links. We hope to see you on track as well. And if you want to be at the level of a Luka Sverkov and Martin Ido, it's going to be even more difficult to kind of get past, because obviously they have respect for each other, but most importantly they have lots of skills up their sleeves to make overtaking hassle for the opponent.
Just had confirmation in the YouTube chat from Mike Abranosa that Chris Vickers indeed did hit the wall in the 3-2-1 Team Abbey Racing Ferrari, so that's why he came to pit lane so soon.
Looks like the Ferrari's having a little close encounter with some of the outside perimeters here at Bathurst.
There seems to be a couple of Ferraris have found their way into the wall, particularly the Odyssey racing car, isn't it? So a couple of the Ferraris enjoying, potentially struggling with the track temperatures. You know, it could be that the setups are now a little bit too slippy in the heat of the day and they can't generate that grip from the contact patches. But this battle is hotting up. Sverkov is now well within slipstream range of the number 333. This is a battle for the final step on the podium as it stands. Plenty of racing still to go and plenty of pit stops still to be had, but that will certainly add that little bit more of intensity into the fight, won't it? Because you just think, okay, well, if I get this move done, I'm in third and I'm third in the race, and things might go my way, and this could end up being a podium finish.
Chances are in the Discord or whichever form of communication they're using right now, there's going to be hardly any left as they're almost going side by side into Skyline for a moment. He thinks better of it for now, but just proving his point there, he almost fakes out Ido, and if you get your opponent to just overshoot there by a little bit, there's going to be a long shot in the end when you're making ends meet with the wall.
Yeah, getting away with it there for sure. But now in the slipstream, down this long Conrod straight, the track dips down and Ido weaving side to side. He's aware that Sverkov's got that slipstream advantage as they go over the crest under that Pirelli bridge there, heading down towards the chase. They'll use this extra tarmac on the left hand side and throw the car in. Sverkov looking to the outside, Ido moving across in the braking. Sverkov nearly drops it. Ido's gone straight off the track and Sverkov's nearly followed him. The 333 manages to rejoin further down the road, but there's plenty of grass cutting going on at the end of this lap from the two Aston Martins battling it out for third place.
I'm not going to make any amendments. I'm not going to make any amendments here, but it would be the gentleman thing, really, for Martin Ido to give up their position there, because that was absolutely not defensive on track. That was just like absolutely cutting across the track here to stay ahead, and that's well, it's one way to defend, but I'm sure that Luka Sverkov is going to be not happy about that one.
When we talk about the one move rule, don't we, about how you can move once and then that's your line. You have to take that through the corner, but a couple of moves potentially from Ido in the braking zone there to try and stop Sverkov making a lunge. It just resulted in both of them running through the grass. They live to fight another day, but that's another incident they probably didn't want to have, because one time that's going to bite and that could be a race done. Looking back from the rear wing of the Cup Team Future Esports 333, I'm amazed at how close they get to the walls on the run into McPhillamy Park. Sverkov always wide, he's on the grass again, manages to get the car back under control down through Skyline. He's clearly pushing the limits in that 187 Aston Martin Vantage. He wants to get this position, third place on the road. He's giving it absolutely everything. No quarter given with the walls at all, as Ido's understeering through the cutting and through the forest elbow. And on the exit, Sverkov's in the slipstream. They're close to being side by side. Ido moves over to track left. Sverkov onto the right-hand side. It's a drag race up over the crest at Conrod Straight and towards into the chase. They are side by side. Sverkov on the inside, Ido on the outside. Can he hold his line again into the defensive zone? Yes, he does. He swoops across again, but crucially, the difference here, they both make it through the corner. Get the feeling though, Sverkov slowed down, so I think we've gone full course yellow here.
Yeah, due to a disconnection. Don't quite know which corner it is, but that gives us a little bit of breathing room to talk about this. Look how close he was able to catch up down the hill once again, where Sverkov was able to close that maybe 5-6 tenths of a gap right away after he went out for a little dip in the kitty litter. So quite impressive, definitely a bit of a difference, but getting past is just the task ahead. And now he's actually got himself a little bit more separation, Martin Ido that is, with the full course yellow kicking in, and the reconnection of one of the drivers will happen out on track in a moment.
I'm trying to work out who it is, but I haven't quite seen anyone move. Looked in the Discord chat.
Should have been Stefan Hoffman Arvidsson here in the garage, RIP 101, unless they decided to opt for a pit stop. That would have been great timing, but otherwise, I think it was 29 cars just a couple of minutes ago. Could have been 28 as well. So let's perhaps use this time a little bit to give everybody a wrap up on what's been going on around the track in the past couple of minutes. Starting with the leader of the race here, I'll let you take it from here.
Sure, so this is Florian Möhring in the number 8 Science Friction Racing Bentley, leading the way. A gap of 41 seconds at the moment, but I believe that is slightly enlarged due to the fact the cars are trundling round at pit lane speed limit. It's Regan Mitchell in second place in the number 22 Simsport Racing Aston Martin. Race winner at Kyalami, 8 hours. He's now joined the Simsport Racing team, and stints from Chris Pinchbeck and Kieran Vidago have seen this car climb up the order, and they're now in second place on the road, and with pit stops played out, this is their position, fair and square. Then in third place, we have Martin Ido in the number 333 Aston Martin.
Going
we
green
saw,
again, yeah.
looks like we have gone back to green flag racing, yeah, and you can see actually how full course yellows can impact racing, can't they? Because some people are quicker into the slowing, call. Some are better at getting down to the speed accurately, and some people can mainly gain 10 meters here or there, because the gap between Ido and Zverkov has definitely gone out over the course of that full course yellow period. Because they were practically one Aston Martin 2 laps ago, and now they're separated by a couple of seconds nearly.
Really quite interesting. I hope the stewards have had a look and confirmation that all of that was due to specifications, and it looks like perhaps it was more on Zverkov rather than Ido. So rather Zverkov being a little bit slow rather than Ido being super quick instead, because what we see here is the fact that Lasse Wugard in the team DGTL Racing number 42 has gone and just immediately closed that gap, and bit of a sideways moment there for the Lexus. So they're going into the elbow.
It was close. His right arm was probably over his left arm, and his left arm then swapped back over his right arm. That was all crossed up from Lasse Ogard into the forest elbow, but somehow keeps the car pointing the right way and doesn't take any of the dive planes off the front end or scrape across the wall. Great ability to gather the car up, clobbers the curb through the chase.
That's just exactly what happens when you've been in a full course yellow. Your tires are going to cool down, your PSI are probably going to fall off by maybe 1 or 2 full PSI, which means the car is just not there. It's like driving a GT4 out of the box for a couple of turns, and that's exactly what can happen when you are in that situation. You just get the car crossed up at the front, it's going to be slidey all over the place, and chances are you'll have to be ready to catch it. Oh, very poor exit there, all the way sideways for Martin Ido here up at the front, who's going to be potentially overtaken quite easily right in there. Zverkov takes it, and it moves up into third position.
So yeah, that's a change for third place. Martin Ido making a mistake on the exit of Hell Corner has allowed Zverkov through. So it's now the 187 Wii Sports car up into a podium position. Cup Team Future Esports back into 4th position on the road. But yeah, like you were saying, Nicholas, about cold tyres, you don't want to weave when you're on that pit lane speed limiter, because in weaving you just increase the distance of your lap around the track, don't you? And when everyone's driving the same speed, it just increases your lap time. So you try and take the shortest route, the racing line,
right?
But in doing that, you're not generating that tyre heat, are you? And then when you release the limiter back to green flag racing, the car's not as it was before you came into yellow.
Now, there is a little something, and you heard it here first in the SRHI broadcast from your German engineer of trust. And it's something you can actually do to kind of cheese heat into the tires, is if you found the clutch pedal, you can not only go exactly 50 kilometers fast while you're in the pit limiter, but you can also floor it, then brake, then also put in the clutch, so doing 3 pedals inputs at once, if you can get it just right, and then you'll actually keep the brakes warm, which I would consider cheating, but I've done it, so I'm going to say it's absolutely part of the racing that's happening right around the track. Just as to the inside here, Martin Ido is trying to defend it once again, making very quick amendments with the grass there to the outside, defending against Ogard very hard.
Yeah, Ogard now is going to go to the outside on the run into Murray's, the final corner. Then a little weave from the Lexus on the way into the braking zone to prove a point. In fact, he's run wide, makes a collision with the outside wall there, and Ido's lucky to avoid, as Lasse Ogard made contact with the outside wall and rejoined the track there as a result of ricocheting off the barrier. But that was a fight for position. Ido was clearly, caught napping by the fact he had lost the position, lost his momentum. Lasse Ogard saw the opportunity and tried to take it, and so nearly had the move sewn up and done.
He wanted to get that done as soon as possible. It's just not going to happen that time around. But Ogard just proving in that moment. You talked about the little weave. I think that was him actually realizing that he wasn't going to make the corner, trying to kind of show, hey, watch out, I'm going to be heading out after this one.
Yes, definitely struggling in the brakes into the final corner. He just ran on there, but that's position lost after gaining it for a matter of meters, really. And they return to the battle. Battle resumes between the 333 and the 42. And really, that's just allowed Zverkov now to gap everyone. He's up the road now with about 3 seconds in hand, if not more, in the 187 Wii Sports Aston Martin. And also come down the hill through the dipper there, and look at this really close stuff. The Lexus, which we've seen squirmy on the brakes into the Forest Elbow here, but Lasse Ogard managing to get the car stopped cleanly. Such an easy point just to lock up and run into the wall as the number 16 Mercedes gets a bit squirrely on the exit. And let's see now, it's drag race down the Conrod Straight. Ogard in the slipstream, catching up to that Aston Martin, hand over fist, and actually looking to the inside as they come into the chase. Ido on the outside, you have the defensive line into the left-hander, but on the brakes, Ogard around the outside. Can he get it stopped? Yes. What a brilliant move from Ogard there to go all the way around the outside of the 333 Cup Team Future Esports car. Great stuff from Ogard.
Fantastic. Lasse Ogard showing us how it's done around the outside. It's not something you really want to do, and he shows us that you can still get it done if you've got the skill and the pace to match.
Brilliant driving here. We're 6 hours and 47 minutes into this race, and the action is far from over. This battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th that's been occurring over the last few laps and over that full course yellow period. Zverkov, Ogard and Ido. Ido really has dropped back. He was running in 3rd and looking pretty healthy in that position, but the last few laps have seen that Aston Martin drop down the order. 2 positions lost over the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. After let's talk a little bit about the position change. We've had so much action. Let's get a little bit of facts and details, little nuggets of knowledge, I like to call them.
That's another one. I need to write that down. Another one from Nicholas.
Glad you're enjoying
Nicholas's nuggets of knowledge. That should be a segment in the show. We need a theme tune.
Get a little stinger transition as well. It's like a little cartoonish pop-up. Oh, wonderful. So yeah, taking a look at the Team Abbey racing, we've obviously been covering their race quite significantly so far, and not without reason, because these lads have been putting on a very good pace, obviously with some ups and downs as well. Chris Vickers now is setting himself up for another decent lap. Has currently got some very good pace, currently fastest car around the track at the moment. So very impressive stuff, and they were down a couple of positions earlier as well, so now trying to move up the grid after originally dropping from 4th position here.
Yes, Ferrari looking to kick on now and close the gap to Daniel Georges in front in the 15 Odyssey racing car. The gap's nearly 15 seconds, but we've seen how things can change in this race. That number 15 and the number 321 are both proof of that as they come through across the top of the mountain and down the hill. And here's Paul Hopp in the Rust and the Famous Aid, the number 84 Audi, which again seems to have sustained some sort of front-end damage, Nicholas.
Yeah, And last lap was a 2:12, and this one doesn't promise to be much quicker than that either. So either it was an earlier incident, or there must have been something happening this lap. Either way, the Audi in itself. Maybe I should have sent them my setup, because I've got a special Audi setup for this in the place of my heart. Apparently, it's not going too well for the 84. Regardless of that, 17th position is more than respectable, considering they started 21st in the race here tonight.
The only problem will be, Nicholas, is if your setup requires 3 feet, as your brake heat pack seems to also require. Judging by the sounds of it, do this with the clutch and that with the brake. I haven't got enough feet, Nicholas.
Eventually, you just have to hold the steering wheel with one hand and then use your left arm in order to press the clutch at the same time.
Reach down under your desk or across your tim rig and
exactly
hold the pedal down.
That's my sort of reach around in the living room.
Yes. Maybe you need to buy some sort of broom handle, Nicholas, so you can just push it without having to lean forward.
I'm just gonna sit on my desk and do that, like a sort of Mr. Bean style, you know, when he's driving on top of the Mini.
Absolutely.
That's exactly how you can imagine when you're gonna be racing me on track.
And here's a battle on track. It's the number 11, Mode 11 Racing Lexus. De Canuck going alongside Medema on the run down the hill. And now Dimitri's going to go around the outside way before they get to the chase. That Lexus looking very quick in the straight line. And he's got the move done, and he's up now to 15th place on the road. Unfortunately, though, yes, position gained, but there's a 4-lap margin now to the next car on track as the 74 heads to pit lane. 4 laps behind the number 220 Lexus of Westerhouse, who's driving at the moment. So great stuff to see, a position gained for the number 11, but unfortunately they've got a sizable margin in front, and they're going to be relying on some sort of drama to befall that number 220 Schnelladella Motorsport car as Jitse Medema in pit lane.
It's quite interesting, just taking a look around the track. Obviously, it must have been some sort of damage, considering how he dropped back. But if I'm looking around the track, you're absolutely right. The 11 is in one of the biggest loopholes, considering that they're so away from any other sort of action. So it's going to be a while. However, they still have 5 hours right around here, and maybe we could tune in up at the front as well in just a second, where Svirkov and Ugard seem to be more or less close. Must have been some sort of mistake, I'm assuming, because the gap definitely did drop down, because Svirkov was ahead of Ugard, which we probably missed in terms of the move, right? That was the case.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, the 187 was up the road from the 42, so something's happened there. And you can see on screen now, the black and orange Lexus is ahead of the yellowy gold Aston Martin, the Wii Sports car. So this is a battle now for third place. And Svirkov worked so hard, didn't he, to get third place off Martin Ido, and now something's gone wrong, and he's back into fourth. Deja vu, and he's got to chase someone down and pass them for that podium spot.
Maybe that's exactly what he just needs in his life, right? He comes here, he wants to have a little bit of fun on the Saturday. He's just going to give up third position, because he knows he can get it back later, right?
Yes. Can always fight back, can always do it again. Just reading actually that the full course yellow a while back, for those playing along at home, was due to a driver disconnection, and they got back in. That was Tim Schaefer, who I believe is part of the 69. No, he's not, sorry, part of the 69. I will find where Tim is on my spotter's guide entry list, etc., and I will let you know.
Which
so that
Tim?
Could have been a car. It was Tim Schaefer.
The
The 187, I believe Tim Schaefer is signed up against, but maybe we didn't see this car disconnect, so potentially just a driver issue or standby driver issue there.
It would be the car of Lukas Svirkov, the 187, currently in 4th position, so I'm not positive what was happening there. Just a brief check-up here. Chris here coming across the line, 211, got overtaken, and I think there might be right now the perfect timing to give a quick run-through and well, maybe not only down the grid, but let's perhaps use this opportunity in the timing and just thank our sponsors. I think the event has been going absolutely fantastic so far, and I'm sure you've had a blast watching as well. So I'll let you take it for a brief second.
Sure thing. Well, let's give it a rundown the order then as we near 5 hours to go. We are well and truly into the second half of the Sim Racing Hub International 12 Hours of Bathurst, brought to you by Sim Sport Solutions. The broadcast team here, David Christie, myself, Tim Fulbrook, and Nicholas Krauser at the broadcast helm. Leading the way is Florian Möhring in the number 8 Science Friction Racing Bentley. Then in second place it is the Sim Sport Racing Aston Martin of Regan Mitchell, now at helm. Then at in third place, is the 42 of Lasse Ågaard. The Lexus now on the final step of the podium. Ahead,
Porsche all the way sideways there. That's got to be Gabor Harjas in the garage. RIP, and RIP indeed. Whoa, we had a debit. We're again having a little bit of a deja vu because that is very bent in terms of the outside aero.
Yeah, definitely, and it was their teammate, the number 101 car, that was off in the gravel there a few hours ago. And look at the steering. That is going to be a pain to get back to pit lane. Fortunately, he's towards the end of the lap now, so it's a straight, and he's got this tricky chicane to negotiate on pit in. But Gabor Harjas getting the car back to pit lane as safely as possible. That's going to be another sizable fix for the car. And for comparison, the damage, it added about a minute on to the pit stop for the 111 Mercedes of SimSport Racing when Reese Wiggin had the incident at the top of the mountain when there were three cars all piled into one.
That's quite significant now, isn't it? Well, it's not iRacing levels, but still a minute of damages. It's quite a bit.
Exactly, it's half a lap, isn't it? And you know that those are some of the sizes of some of the battles out on track, and indeed, you know, you could lose multiple positions by having to wait around that much longer. So we'll get an idea of how bad the damage was there for the 404, which is down in 28th position at the moment, 12 laps down on our race leader. But let's just carry on through the order. Third place on screen, Lasse Ågaard's team, DGTL Racing Lexus, the number 42. Then it's Lucas Verkov in the 187. That is the Wii Sports Racing Aston Martin. Fighting back, trying to get back on the podium spots, but it's been a great race from that car so far. Then Martin Edu in the number 333 Cup Team Future Esports car, which has slipped back over the last half an hour or so to 5th place. Then Aaron van Drunen in the number 69 Pro Simrig EU Racing team. They're in 5th place at the moment. And this car was in trouble early on, but looks to have fought back. It's now up to 6th place. We saw this car locked in battle, I believe, with Daniel Georges, who, coincidentally, is the next car behind the number 15 Odyssey Racing Ferrari, which is 10 seconds further down the road. Georges at the wheel at the moment. He's just over half an hour into the stint and trying to get past some lapped traffic here. That's the 101 Porsche getting through on the run down towards the chase. Then we get all the way back to 8th place with Chris Vickers in the 321 Team Abbey Racing Ferrari. This car has been in the walls a bit. We have confirmation that Chris had hit the wall after only 8 laps into a stint, but he's back out on track and pounding round. He's been out there now for 11 laps, so he's made it further than his previous stint, which is good to see. An improvement there, and that will be important for him and the team to lap cleanly now in 8th place. Then in P9 we have Mike Nyagoda in the 296. That is the Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport 2 Lamborghini, which I believe has just actually pitted, so the order shuffled round a bit. So in 9th then was the number 33 Lork Driving Lexus.
Johnny Berger with some contact there on the outside early in the stint. You already talked about that. He was just in the pit lane, and that's already probably about 5 seconds of aero damage. He'll be carried around for over an hour.
Yeah, and that's a shame actually, because his teammate who just completed the stint beforehand, Mike Nyagoda, done over an hour. The teammate before that, Yanthi Bartos, who's now back in the car, had done an hour and 3 minutes with no incident. So it's a shame to see that literally first run up the hill, and he's had a minor incident with the outside wall there. So let's hope that there's less drama for the team now into the rest of this stint. That completes your top 10. Then 11th Robin Hullerman in the RNE ACC Ferrari, the number 169. This car has been locked in a race-long battle with the car behind, which is the number 16 610 Motorsport Mercedes, with Reuter at the helm at the moment. Battle of the Robins there in 11th and 12th, 17 seconds separating them. Then it's Damien De Keyser in the 777 Pulse Motorsports Lexus. He's harried on by Westerhouse, actually, in the 220 Schnelladella Motorsports machine.
It's very much a
Closing
slipstream
right
at this point.
Yeah,
So
he's
look
closing
on
right
board
up
here
in
for a
this
brief moment. See if he's
Coming-
going to go for a move here, because he's been catching significantly to the inside right away. Jörg Westerhaus makes it look easy with a move there, and he's already clear and moves into 13th place. Wow.
Great move. Very clean, very assertive. He wanted that position, and he got it, did the driver of the Schnelladella Motorsport 220 Lexus. So Jörg Westerhaus pushing back Damien De Keyser. And that's the battle for 13th and 14th.
Gets me flabbergasted how easy he got that done and make it look easy.
Well, I mean, they're two cars, aren't they? Exactly the same spec. Okay, the only difference is going to be the piece of meat behind the wheel and potentially the setup. But York just went straight past on the brakes, didn't he, into the chase?
Done easily. He shot himself to the inside. He let him know he was there, and most importantly, he let him know that there was no way he wasn't going to take that position when he had the inside line. It's exactly what you want to do and perfectly executed. So then P14. Yeah.
Yeah, P14. So then rounding out your top 15 is Dick Noit in the number 11. That is the Mode 11 racing car with the zebra livery. We've seen that car up and down the order, and teammate Bas van Mellis was involved in some incidents early on. They complete our top 15, and their gap back to Paul Hopp in the 84 Audi is going to be extended now because he's been handed a stop-go 30, which I believe he is serving at the moment. I'll just take a look, see if the stewards had anything to say about that. It looks like, yes, handed a penalty for severely ignoring the full course yellow. So, Nicholas, we said that the stewards might be looking at how the drivers respect the speed limit, and indeed, it seems like they've come down heavy on Paul Hopp from the number 84.
Well, this, with all respect to the drivers, it's just something you can plan ahead. There's no reason to get yourself in a situation where you're going to have to serve that sort of penalty. We know beforehand, we get briefed as the drivers, and we should be aware of what's happening. And if we are not, then we still are going to have a backup case with a teammate. So I would say there's nothing else than just the penalty in itself that deserves to be put out in that point in time. If you don't respect the rules, then you're going to be made to play by the book.
Exactly.
Yeah. If you wait, that's another one. If you don't play by the book, you're going to be played by the book.
Yeah, there we go. It's another Nicholas's nuggets of knowledge. I'll write that one down. But no, it's a fair point, isn't it? You know, because the full course yellow isn't there as it gets put in place because there's an incident, and the incident is normally a disconnect, and they want everyone's race to be safe from some sort of incident should a driver reconnect, etc., as part of the procedure. It's there to protect everyone's races, isn't it? And it's not an opportunity to go out and pass people and be a bit sneaky on the button. It's about maintaining everyone's race. And okay, yeah, the door's open slightly for strategy, might be at the end of a stint and just dive to pit lane, but really it's there as a matter of protection, isn't it, for everyone's race.
Exactly. That's basically all I can say about that as well. It's a measure that's not here for us to make them race more excited. We just want to preserve everything that you guys have been working towards with the setups, with the practice, and all that jazz. And if you're not going to be playing nicely, then the stewards aren't either.
So we're into final 5 hours of this one. It's the start of the long stretch home to the checkered flag. And we're coming up towards completing 200 laps of this Bathurst circuit as side by side. The Team Rocket the Furious number 90 Lamborghini allowing the number 15 Odyssey Racing Ferrari through. So they are down the order. That is a pass in terms of blue flag, not a pass for position.
Yep.
I've had my pit wall live just reset, which is always fun when it loses the pit timings and strategies, etc. It's always
Wonderful.
good. it done
Maybe.
this before.
I don't want to. I can't spoil too much. Maybe there's something there as well.
So the race continues anyway, despite my laptop having problems, but some good battles still beginning to emerge on track. We have these gaggles of cars really up and down the order where they're kind of locked in, and down the order we have these groups, and then there's a couple of laps that separates them out from other drivers. I mean, looking down the order, we can see Roos is about 7 seconds up the road from Nibau that we were just looking at. Then there's Adzi to Horst here on screen in the 69 car. He is battling away. Well, he's trying to do his best to catch up to that Lexus that's just gone out of shot, the number 33 Lork driving car, which has got Tim Kroll at the helm at the moment. So 3 seconds, well, 2.8 separating them at the moment. Anthony back in the car. He'll be disappointed. Well, he won't be missing out on any David Christie voice, will he? So I'm sure Anthony will be happy at the moment as he continues round to start another lap. Looking at the sector times here between Anthony Horst and Tim
Got
Kroll.
them on screen for you as well.
Great timing, Nicholas. It's almost like you've been doing this entire broadcast up to this point.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
Well, looking at the times though, I was going to say that they're fairly evenly matched, but really it's a massive gap on that previous lap. At 1.5 seconds, Kroll was faster than to Horst. Majority of that coming in that second sector, in fact. Kroll faster to the tune of 1.3 seconds across the top of the mountain. So that Lexus is pretty handy over the top of this Mount Panorama circuit.
Well, really just night and day on top of the mountain there. I'm not sure if actually perhaps got caught in a little bit of traffic, but by the looks of it, he continues losing the gap here, losing the car ahead, out of sight here with Kroll on the Lexus. Definitely showing us how it's done around the top of the mountain here.
So it's still 8 leads, 22 leads, 42 on the podium positions, but further down the order, this is the battle we're focusing on at the moment. Tim Kroll and Anthony Horst separated by a matter of seconds and exchanging
check in
lap
here
times.
just quickly in what I think is this fight here. Yeah, because we did already take a look at the Lambo, because I was seeing that the difference between the two cars was quite significant. Noah Ross in the 911 here losing ground at an increasing rate, where Nishboa in the 90 right on behind him is looking to score that 17th positions and drop him back into 18th.
Well, this car was inside the top 10 in the opening parts of the race, and now right down the order and about to lose another position, a 209 on lap 196. That's a very slow time. Lots of time lost in that second sector for Noah Roos at the helm of the number 911 Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsports car. Look at that, and even in sector 3.
The 911 was third, P3, at some position, at some point during this race. And you wouldn't believe that from the way that the car is being handled around the track right now.
Exactly, and the car is actually behind on the road. Behind in terms of position is the number 74, which is the Dark Sky Racing Lamborghini, and even they were battling up for the podium. They were undercutting leaders and fighting their way up the order. So a couple of cars here that were early contenders now down and outside the top 15 as Ebar looks to the inside on the run into the chase. That Lamborghini looking feisty indeed as they both get stopped into their left-hander. Noah Roos holding onto the position for now, but that Lamborghini is looking very quick and very dangerous on the run out the corner and down the hill into Murray's. It looks like, I thought Nebo was going to go for it. Roos running through the corner cleanly though, doesn't make a mistake despite the pressure from the number 90 car behind. This is a close battle, and like we say, battles up and down the order. This one for 17th place. It's just as intense as a battle for the top 5. Good run out of the Hell corner and up the mountain straight, which undulates massively as they then come over this crest and dip down and rise again into the quarry. And actually, it looks like Nijba to the inside into the quarry. Can he get the job done? Yes, he can. Clean move. There was no contact there. Roos just runs wide in being off his line and in the marbles, and the 911 drops back another position.
Yeah, and he's already well clear and ahead. Look at that, almost 2 seconds of a gap, just right away after he missed the apex. There's just no traction around the outside. That's exactly what you want to do if you want to get an easy move. Put yourself to the inside there and enjoy your ride up the hill, as Ross is now coming under fire from what I believe would be a back marker. That's Aaron Martin Pilkington and the 111 here.
Aaron Martin Pilkington taking the wheel of the number 111 Team Sim Sport Mercedes, I believe, for the first time this race. And he's kicking on hard.
You to really get past him as soon as possible. Look how he's just pointing his nose to the inside, almost making him believe that he was going to go for a dangerous move there. Now on the straight, let's see if he's going to get past on the straight quite easily. He has the engine power to do so, and we see the indicators of the Porsche indicating to us that he's not going to be defending that much at all. So moving up on ahead as we're quickly having a look at the fight here for position number 21, if the game may bring me over there. It's a bit of a special one. Mark Ham and the DC Sim Racing team. We haven't seen much of them this race now, have we?
We haven't seen the DC Sim Racing car really featuring at all. We've seen it kind of in the back of shot, this bright orange Aston Martin. It's hard to miss. The number 208 car not having the easiest run of things. It started 17th, and off the back of a 9th place finish at Kyalami, you would think that this car would be a competitor in this 12-hour event, but today that hasn't been the case, and they're in 22nd position and a handful of laps down on the lead. In fact, they're coming up to nearly being 7 laps down on the overall lead, but still pushing on, still hustling on, because there is a position to be gained. That's Simon Pike in the 937 Dynamic Motorsports Honda NSX in front. He's got the slipstream down the straight, and the Honda looks quick in a straight line. It looks like the Aston can't really gain any time in the slipstream, and that's important round here, isn't it, Nicholas? Because your only real passing opportunities are at the end of these long mountain and Conrod straights.
Certainly, there aren't too many corners which you are able to get a move on easily if there's no major mistakes. And these ends here, for example, Hell Corner, turn 1, or Murray, the last corner that they just drove through, that's a decent opportunity as well, but chances are you're going to be relying on top speed in order to get yourself in a position where that overtake even becomes feasible.
Oh, I think we've got a yellow flag out. The number 33 looked to be stopped at the cutting. Has managed to get going again. That's the Lork driving car, currently with Tim Kroll, I believe, at the wheel. Sorry, no, actually they've just changed over, so Alexander Delors. And now, yeah, look, you can see the damage on the front end.
Do you reckon it was 60 seconds ago? Should I go back into the replay 60 seconds? I actually go back into a slightly different replay. I'll take a long replay. Make
You
that
should be able to. It was
80
only
seconds long, lasting for, let's say, 60 seconds, and then just hope we caught him there, as we are now obviously heading on over to this replay. The animation just isn't going to be long enough, so we just yeah, it's custom liveries. That's the reason why Kunos is going to be tapping your fingers here. And it looks fine at this point in time. Let's see what happens up there.
up the hill and through the left-hander, and behind he's got the number 15 Ferrari. That's the Odyssey racing car. Coming up towards McPhillamy Park, into the left-hander over the crest. And I think it's on the way down the hill that the incident happens. In fact, it looks like he got a tap from behind there.
Oh, he got multiple.
To the wall.
Yeah,
into the left-hand side wall. Big damage to the front end, and I'm sure he's got more damage than that. And then he has to spend ages trying to work out how to get the car turned round in a blind spot. And then he spins the car. Car's avoiding through the runoff. Managed to get facing the right way and rejoin the track surface, but not the kind of place you want to be having an instant. It looked like there was contact with the number 15 on the run down the hill, and I'm sure Lork was the Lork driving car was getting the blue flag, and he looked like he stayed deliberately track right on the run into Skyline to allow the Ferrari through. Just looked like a miscommunication potentially.
The thing is, you're essentially offering the outside to one of the trickiest turns in all of GT3 racing, And that's not where the overtaking car wants to be at all. So even if you're slowing down, as we see in the 911 Porsche, they're doing a repeat job of what happened last time when he was avoiding Alexander here in the log driving 33. It just doesn't work, right? You can try to be the nice guy, but that's the reason why the stewards don't want you to go and be a nice guy at top of the mountain, because that's exactly what can happen. It's so little time, so high stakes, and chances are any sort of miscommunication is going to result in a lot of damage.
I'm looking on the timing tower on the left-hand side of the screen, Nicholas, and I'm seeing that the number 187 car has plus 130 seconds against its name. Lucas Verkov currently in the car. I haven't seen anything from the stewards, and that is a sizable penalty. That is effectively a lap. You know, that's 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
That's a full lap of time penalty. They dropped back from Ugard here, that's for sure. So Lasse Ugard was able to drive away from Lukas Verkov here, but regardless of that, there must have been something. Perhaps we can work this out with the steward, what exactly happened, but 130 seconds is strong. It's more than a stop and go 30. It's basically the harshest penalty, less than a disqualification that you can put out to anyone.
Well, let's see what happens then, and hopefully we get an explanation from the stewards. We do have a stewards board where they post the results into a Discord, and we can see the decision that's been going on. I can also have a look and see in the incidents report, and I can't see anything that suggests the 187 was under investigation. So I'm a bit confused. In fact, that the penalty's been cleared. So
only reason why why that penalty could happen as well would be if there's either a violation on the driver times, as the penalty seems to have been cleared. So it could be a violation on the driving times, or it could be a violation on the stint times. But the stint time usually is a stop and go 30 penalty, and 130 seconds. I think that has to do with the driver driving time.
I would be able to decipher, but unfortunately, because of whatever happened to my pitwall.live, I have indeed lost the stint time, so I can see if Luca indeed went over the 65-minute limit, or indeed a driver before him did. Time in pit lane doesn't count, and the number 87 comes down the lane as Michael Velkering there, the number 720 McLaren, was making contact with the wall. A bit too eager to move out of the way of the number 22 SimSport racing car, but he continues on down the order in 27th. One of our last runners in the order, but still pushing on, still out there on track, still taking part in the action, which is what we love to see here at SRHI. And like has been said before in the coverage, if you want to be part of this community, if you want to take part in some of the fantastic ACC racing action, there's more than just the endurance series. There's GT3 and GT4 sprint series as well, which you can get involved in. So all you need to do is join the Discord servers, which you'll find the link in the description below this live stream.
Currently trying to figure out my broadcast client. Not sure if you have the same issue with Pitwall, but it seems there might be a slight connection issue to this server in itself. Don't know what exactly has happened, but chances are it's about the free weekend that's happening.
Potentially, yeah, could be, yeah. It's a great time for Kunos to run a free weekend and have some server issues this morning. I know there were plenty of other races going on today that look to be under threat, but we're here. We're 6 hours plus in, so fortunately everything going okay for now.
So two battles on track, the number 20, the position 21 fight here with Pike and the 208 of Ham, as well as a fight for P17 certainly happening out around the track. That's the number 19, the number 911. So I'll try and get this figured out for us, and then come back to you as soon as possible.
No problem. So the order as it stands, it is the number 8, Science Friction Bentley, that still leads the way, but that previous lap, 4 seconds slower, in fact, and I believe it's the first lap out of the box for Florian Möhring. Like I say, I've had a couple of issues with the timing screens. Yes, he has dropped back now behind Regan Mitchell in the 22 SimSport racing car. So that gap would be symptomatic of a pit stop.
So quick intermission here, 30 seconds of a break while I'm trying to get everything set back in order.
No problem.
It's kind of the funny business you sometimes have to deal with if you want to make things right. So let's maybe talk about the race in itself, in its entirety so far. Did you have any sort of highlights?
I think that I loved the start. The start was particularly exciting in under the cover of darkness. You know, the stars are out at Bathurst and the stars are out on track. Everyone making a fantastic start to the event. Just seeing on my timing screen, looked like the 720 McLaren going slowly through the second sector. So an instant there for that McLaren, which we saw in the wall. But yeah, some exciting moments. We had that really intense battle in the opening hour and a half between the leading three cars, which was the number 8 Bentley. We had the 42 Lexus was up there as well. We also had the Mercedes closing in. We also had that battle with the 69 and 15 in that opening segment, which is really exciting. And here we go back to coverage now. So a small intermission there. We will be as well hopping over to a second part of the stream as well. So we'll have that to factor in at some point.
Oh, we should do that. Good thing you do remind me. That I should have used that opportunity actually to get the second stream key in, because YouTube does not like us to be live for that extended period of time. We did see, however, Noah Ross definitely losing some position there on track, definitely struggling a little bit down the hill there. That's going to cost him about 5 seconds or so at the least. So now chasing with his quite significant distance. Let's jump back in the battle here for position 21 as I'm quickly trying to figure out everything out to get the second stream event running.
No problem. Well, Nicholas, we can do that. I suppose 5 minutes before the hour and before David Christie comes back, we can make a change there and take the final 4 hours on a new stream. But we are good, a sizable chunk now into this race. We're over the hump in the middle. We're over 6 hours. We're over the halfway mark, and it really is the run in to home. And if you have been enjoying the stream and you feel like supporting the Sim Racing Hub International community, then please do follow the link that's in the YouTube chat to donate. There is, of course, it's not as straightforward as just opening up a server and starting these races, unfortunately, and every penny does indeed help the community towards funding these excellent seasons that take place throughout the year. And indeed, if you are enjoying the racing, you can take part as well and get involved. So it's looking in the YouTube chat as well. Drivers are coming in and out of their cars. Kieran Vidago saying he was loving his stint, saying it was tough. And that's what we like to hear. Drivers pushing hard throughout their stints to get the best possible performance they can and extract the maximum from their machine. With Kieran actually just saying that Regan Mitchell is an actual alien. Yeah, and at the moment he's looking fairly fast indeed. He's got 39 seconds over the number 8 Bentley, the Science Friction car. So I get the feeling really that it's these two cars now that are going to be locked together, exchanging the lead with pit stops. And if something goes wrong, that could bring in the 42 of Lasse Øgaard, who just on that previous lap did a personal best 2:03.8. He's over a minute and a half back on the leading duo. But Regan Mitchell looking fast, looking in fine form as well. And we saw that the previous race at Kyalami, where alongside Rich Smith and Dean Riley, Regan Mitchell was a force to be reckoned with. Actually completed 47% of the team's laps that day. So nearly half of the race for the number 21 SimSport Solutions car was done by Regan Mitchell, and he's now joining the team that finished 8th. He's joining Kieran Vidago and Chris Pinchbeck in the SimSport racing car, so he's hopped across to a different machine, and again showing his speed in the Aston Martin.
He's up at the front end. It's like a multi-talent in that sense, just driving different cars, different tracks. Look how close he gets to the walls there. He's definitely pushing, especially considering how the track has gotten hotter and hotter, which is not helpful at all when it comes to finding straight line speed, which is also important. He just shows to us that even at these temperatures, he can do all of it. He's the complete package. He's the man. He's the Mitchell.
I love it. Yeah, he is indeed. And he's the man on the mission at the moment because he has, I mean, he's got a chance to extend the gap to Ingenworth behind in the number 8 as we go full course yellow again. So this is clearly another disconnect issue and drivers looking to hop back onto the server. So we go full course yellow.
Let's have a look at the background. There's a very angry and yellow out of envy, perhaps, AMG, because Vermeeren was actually overtaken by Hulleman. Let's go back 30 seconds to the replay. He was overtaken by him during the full course yellow starting procedure.
Well, just whilst you're doing that, Nicholas, to add to the story, it's the number 15 that has disconnected from the race, I believe. It looks like Daniel Georges is still out on track on screen, but Reece Spence Robs has lost connection to the server. Yes, you can see there, number 15 heading back to pit lane, so that is symptomatic of that car losing connection. So we'll be waiting to see if they can indeed rejoin the race. The number 15, yes,
late,
in pit lane.
Let me try that one again. So let's say we go back 120 seconds for 40 seconds. I think that should work.
Chris Pinchbeck in the YouTube chat cheering on teammate Regan Mitchell as well. Go on the Regan. It's good to see the support for their team in the YouTube chat. So yeah, drivers now be trundling around. It's painfully slow once you've been driving around at full commitment racing speed.
Just trying to get that in. Basically, the overtake. I think he has given back the... No, he actually has not given back the position. Let's see if I actually got it right this time around. I want to get the... Oh, so I guess he was ahead at some point, because I'm pretty sure that he was behind and then only got him done and snagged. So let's see, it's definitely fighting side by side now into the final turn. He does go ahead, the AMG. Beautiful move by the 16, which we just barely missed. Good thing I went back as far as I did. Now let's see what happens when we're going yellow flag, full course yellow. Everybody falls into the pit limiter here in just 1 second. So they're going to be going down and preparing for the mountain, but that's not going to happen at the usual full speed. Let's see what has changed that time. Oh, god damn it, I actually didn't catch it. Okay, so you could just imagine in your head, right, that they're basically we
can see it, can't we, Nicholas? Quite crucially, the bright yellow Mercedes was in front of the Ferrari, then the full course yellow came out, and the Ferrari is now in front of the Mercedes. So something's gone on there. As we go back to green flag racing, the 169 is still ahead. So there was an incident there, and I'm sure that the Mercedes team, the 610 Motorsport guys, will be reporting that one. They must feel hard done by, but there might be no need, because on the run down the Conrod Straight, the number 169...
Looks like he was lifting.
Yeah, clearly lifted out of the throttle there to allow the Mercedes back through. And yes, it does look like the number 15 was the car that disconnected. And now
way down the order.
Down the order, yes, down into 13th. So it drops outside the top 10, I believe. Heartbreak for that team who were leading and looking so strong in the opening half of the race, and then it all fell apart really from hour 5. And now they're outside the top 10 and reconnected, though. Daniel Georges at the helm of that Ferrari, the pink and purple car. Coming up towards the final third of the race. It's been impressive how time flies, doesn't it, Nicholas, when you're having fun?
Certainly, it's. I mean, considering our usual daytime shift is going to be right around 8.5 hours, we're approaching that, and with ease, really. Chances are, if you have the opportunity, could you maybe stay for half an hour or at least like an hour or something into the other stint, so I can just relax my jaw muscles here a little bit.
Yes.
Just doing the camera works instead, trying to get that fixed up for you guys.
Absolutely. Well, we'll take a short break at the hour mark so that we can flick over to the new part of the stream and be making sure to be checking on the Sim Racing Hub TV YouTube channel to join that second part as we hop on to the final 4 hours. So half an hour away from that change. As we see Daniel Georges on screen at the moment in the 15. This is the team that were fighting so strongly at the top. Now further down the order, and then they had the issues with the disconnect moments ago, dropping them back even more so. They're now, well, multiple laps down on the race lead, which they were holding at one point. Yes, they're 3 laps and 100 seconds down, so they're close to going 4 laps down on the race leader, which is the number 22 Aston Martin that they were battling with almost early on, or were a long way in the distance from at points. Only really seeing that Aston Martin during the pit stop phases. It's a shame to see the 15ers drop down the order so suddenly. So it's Mitchell that leads the way in the 22. We're now over 210 laps completed. 33 seconds separates Regan Mitchell from the number 8 Bentley of Ingenworth. That Bentley has been so strong. He's been right up at the sharp end the entirety of this race. That's one of the only cars that hasn't really moved up and down the order in typical snakes and ladders fashion at Bathurst. This car here on screen, the patchwork orange, yellow and blue Bentley Continental GT3, has been on the podium positions, I believe, for the entirety of the race, dropping down to 4th place after the first round of pit stops. But that's the lowest it's been.
Exactly. Yeah. I think if I take a very close look on my my advanced winky face data, the 7th place is the lowest they've ever been during this race, and that was just after mixing up with a team, getting the pit stop in quite early there, as they're sending it down to Skyline quite quickly.
So we are under 4.5 hours to go. So we are definitely into this running towards the checkered flag, and teams will be now starting to back time. They'll be starting to work out how their pit stops are going to play out, where they need to be pitting, what kind of times they need to be making those stops to set them up for their optimum position for the run-in to the last few minutes in the checkered flag, because you don't want to be pitting for a splash and dash right at the end. You want to be clean and running through to the checkered as your stints would plan out. And hopefully you're all enjoying the race, all those watching on. There is still a very healthy number of you enjoying the race. I haven't seen that number dip at all, so a lot of you still tuned in. I hope you are enjoying the stream, and of course, if you're not already subscribed to the SRHI TV YouTube channel, then please do hit that big red button in the middle of the YouTube page. And why not hit the notification bell as well to be reminded of when the races are occurring. And if that's all a bit too difficult, then just hit the like and the thumbs up and let us know that you are enjoying the coverage. Brought to you by SimSport Solutions. I'm Tim Fulbrick in the booth with Nicholas Krause at the moment, and David Christie will be joining us in the next half an hour or so to take the wheel for the 2 hours, and then I'll be back for the run into the checkered flag. And on screen at the moment, Marvin Ingenworth is lapping quickly, he's lapping strongly, but he's not lapping as quick as Regan Mitchell, who is able to just pull out the gap by, well, it's not really a gap, is it? Look at that, 48 thousandths of a second. That's just how close these cars are, and these teams are so evenly matched.
Looking how minuscule that is compared to the second gap that is basically in between the number 8 and the number 22 here up at the front. So that it's such equally matched drivers right at the moment. So it's definitely going to come down to lots of other factors than their raw pace right now. Considering that there's 4.5 hours to run and many drivers to come, it's going to be one hell of a ride to the checkered flag.
Yeah, plenty of driver changes still to go on. A number of these drivers have had quite lengthy stints in the car as well, potentially 2 stints, so 2 hours. And a team of 3 drivers, I mentioned earlier, maximum of 5 hours in the car, so a maximum of 5 stints. So I wouldn't be surprised to see someone like Regan Mitchell getting close on their driver time. I feel like there's been a number of these drivers who have been in the car for lengthy periods of time, Mitchell being one of them, and Ingenworth as well, who's been at the wheel of that number 8 Bentley for sizable swathes of this race.
Talking about impressive driver performances here, Alexander Delors and the log driving, the only way that the race has been going for them is up. They have been down. They had been down to P19 not too long about 3 hours ago, and have only been climbing upwards. No major incidents, no funny business, and certainly a good pace to match. So Alexander Delors would be a driver of the last stint to me.
This team started down in 14th place. They had a 5th place actually in the opening round of the season at Monza, then 17th at Kyalami. Didn't quite go their way. A strong lineup indeed. Tim Kroll, who's a championship contender in the GT4 series. Dennis Kroll as well, looking strong, taking part in this championship. And Alexander Delore, another driver I know from the GT4 championship. They've been lapping very strongly indeed, up to inside the top 10. And they've got 2 laps on Yusuf Miran in the number 16, 610 Mercedes. So they do have a gap to play with there with pit stops and stuff. So the top 10's looking very solid for that 33 Lexus.
Certainly.
But still, it's an Aston Martin party at the moment, isn't it, Nicholas?
Yeah.
Because still 3 Aston Martins inside the top 5.
Quite frankly, it's the only car that seems to have gone through here as unscathed as it has, and that just was the key factor, really, in finding themselves at the front end of the grid here. Seeing that obviously that's the sort of car, the sort of performance, no matter how quick it is, if you're eventually just gonna turn it around, if you're gonna put it into a wall, what's really the point of it all?
Yeah, definitely. It's all about keeping clean. Clean and consistent is the name of the game, isn't it, in endurance racing? Coming to pit lane now is the number 22 of Regan Mitchell. He's in his pit box, as well as Lasse Ugard in the 42. There we go on screen. It's now swapped over to Casper Ugard for Team DGTL Racing.
Look who that is in the background here.
And that's the number 8, isn't it? That's the number 8 Bentley. So
exactly,
that is nearly that lap lost there for the number 3. So sorry, for the number 42. So the competition for them is nearly a lap ahead of them, and the blue flags will be waved, and I'm sure the Bentley will be flashing the lights to wanting to get past that Lexus and put a lap on it.
They definitely want to put out that timestamp. That's exactly what you want to do. It's going to not only bring confidence to your drivers, but it's also going to just manifest the way that it is. You want to get past, and the question is, what is Hugard going to think of that? Is he going to let him just do that to him, or is he going to really try and defend? Question is, obviously, what is the more sensible thing?
We think the most sensible thing would be just let Ingeborg go, race leader. You've just had your pit stop. Ingeborg's going to be due in pit lane. Okay, yeah, he's got about 40 minutes or so it might be difficult, but you're only just going to be causing problems. Really, ideally now, Hugard's 2 seconds a lap quicker.
Jump on over here. Tom van der Meer must have had a big incident here in the Pulse Motorsport 777. Was looking good for them mostly through, but now dropping back. Let's jump on board. Have a quick look at this.
Well, it looks like he's struggling to turn into the chase, and as you can see, just behind the timing tower, whoa, big slide through the left-hander. He manages to catch it, skates across the grass. Can he rejoin safely? Fortunately, plenty of time to allow the 296 Lamborghini through, and the Aston Martin nearly gets touched as well. That was the 208 DC Sim racing car making his way through, but Tom van der Meer manages to make it back to pit lane, and that was very close indeed.
It's around the outside, and with the suspension being as knackered as it was, it's super easy to get yourself involved in something you really don't want to be. So chances are he's going to be happy with just handing over the car at this point in time, or potentially going out with the mechanics doing their best at repairing the damaged GT3 hands.
So here's Mitchell on screen. He was leading the race a few laps ago, made his pit stop, and he's now...
Very quick one too. They hardly picked up any damage. It was one of the fastest pit stops in the entirety of the race.
I was going to say, 1 minute 7 seconds in pit lane, and wow, I mean, it's 19 seconds from the back of the number 8 car, so a very quick stop indeed. They might be choosing to take a short stint here, potentially. Maybe just get Regan Mitchell's driver time done. Maybe just to get them on sequence for the end of the race, and then they can run flat out maximum stint times through to the checkered flag. We'll see how it plays out. Indeed, a slightly shorter fuel stop for them, and Mitchell stays in the car. So let's see how this one plays out, because that gap back, forward from them to the race leaders, the number 8, is is pretty small. 19.6 seconds. We've seen it a much larger across the course of this race. So the leaders are really quite close to each other on track, but very different pitch strategies seem to be playing out at the moment.
That's exactly what I want to know. At the end of the race, is there going to be the extra pit stop? Is this the same position where they would be at the end of all pit stops to be served tonight, or is it something that just is completely off and we're just pointing in the air? Quick check up here with the number 54P19, where about 30 seconds ago. Let's actually go into the replay and have a look at how Klaus Wester got the move done here. So up into the... Oh, I got it wrong. That's the real thing. So jumping on over there is just... I can't do it with the custom liveries. Okay, so then the 911 being chased very closely here. And this is going to be an easy move because the straight line speed of the Lambo just allows him to get something done basically already ahead of the straight. And none of these cars have damage. It's just a pure straight line speed. And he's just going to move right on ahead with the number 90 here.
So I've just noticed as well, waiting to speak to us, we have Tim Kroll from the Lork driving team. So why don't we pull Tim in for a word and see how the number 33 Lexus has been getting on. You've seen that car pushing into the top 10 in this most recent stint. So let's invite Tim into the shed and hopefully get a word with him. So hello, I'm down here in the shed. Oh, as we just see Klaus Wester spinning off in the Team Rocket the Furious number 90 Lamborghini. Sorry, Tim, I'll come to you in a second. The Lamborghini trying to rejoin, and the exit of McPhillamy Park uses the grass there, just manages to get back on the racing surface and not in the way of any other cars passing through. Fortunately, finds himself a bit of clean track just in front of the 74 Dark Sky Racing Lambo. That's Nard Cox at the wheel there. But Tim, we just finished off with the last kind of hour and a half or so, and Nicholas was saying that the number 33 car has really crept up the order, and Alexander Delors has been putting in a good stint. How's this race been for you guys so far, and recently the most recent kind of couple of hours? How has that played out for you?
Well, we started we started P14, so that was good. And then on the end of my first stint in the dark, I had a major crash, which results in 1 minute 20 damage or something. So I went back to the pitch and gave over the wheel. So we started from the back again. I think we were P27 or something. But after that, it was incident-free, so we just slowly worked our way back up because we seem to have at least a normal amount of pace. So yeah, it's not too bad. We had an incident a few laps ago on the beginning of Alexander Delors' stint, which gave us 24-second damage, but we didn't want to pit. So yeah, we filed the incident report, so we have to watch and see how that pans out. And otherwise, it's treating us pretty well so far.
Good stuff. Well, there's plenty of Lexus cars out there on track today. How do you think the Lexus is around here at Bathurst? We've seen them pretty quick in a straight line, but also there's been some spectacular sector times over the top of the mountain. How have you found being behind the wheel of the number 33?
Yeah, I like the Lexus very much. Like you said, the top speed is great. Unfortunately, because of the incident, we're down on top speed at the moment, so we're losing a lot of time, especially on the big straights. But other than that, yeah, it's a great car. I cannot say otherwise. It's great.
And in terms of your championship, looking at your previous couple of races, Monza P5, that a very strong performance from you indeed, and then 17th at Kyalami. Do you feel that you're back where you deserve to be, or really do those incidents stopped you being, where you think this 33 car deserves to be?
Yeah, I hope so. We seem to have a good race pace. Qualification is not our strongest point, so. We're not up there when it comes to qualifications, but after that the race pace is really good, so I feel we at least deserve to be a bit more up front. Yeah.
But
And what about-
oh, sorry. Yeah, in the
Sorry,
end,
Tim.
it's all about fun. So, I mean, I like that we're a bit upfront and it's very rewarding. But in the end, yeah, we just want to have fun and have good and clean racing. So, yeah.
Brilliant stuff. But what's it actually like being out there on track? Because from here, from the commentary box, from the delightfully well cleaned shed that we've been handed for today's race, it's plenty of hand sanitizer and surface wipes to make sure this place is COVID safe, of course. But
Yeah.
the track and the nature of the racing looks exceptionally intense. It doesn't look like you get a second to think or breathe. How has it been actually being in the car and out there on track?
Well, let's just say after an hour, you're pretty knackered. You have to keep your concentration up. It's especially up in the mountain, man. There's no room for error up there. I mean, the back straight is all right, of course, and the main straight, but up the mountain, you have to keep your focus, really hard. So after an hour, you're knackered, and then you have the blue flags, and then you don't want to overtake them uphill, which you're allowed, but it's not really a safe place anyway. And then you have, of course, downhill where you're not allowed. So yeah, it's tiring, but also very rewarding if you get it right. So yeah, tonight after race, I think I'll grab some beers and relax as well.
But of course, you're in that difficult point in the order as well, where you're passing lapped cars as well as being passed by cars further up the order. That must make it difficult. Does it knock your rhythm as you're going around?
Yeah, it's very. If you have a bit of clean air, you notice you get in sort of rhythm, which is really good. And then yeah, the lap car or you have to let someone by, it throws you off even more. So that makes it even more difficult. It's kind of mayhem actually uphill, to be honest, on the hill. But yeah, I can't imagine how it's gonna be with GT4s if it's ever gonna be, but good fun. So
Part of the challenge, isn't it? That's what we love to see
it
here.
is. It is.
At SRHI, isn't it? It's the intense racing, and well, a great race so far for the number 33 car, Kroll driving. I look forward to and hopefully seeing you guys continue this strong run of form. But thank you very much, Tim, for joining us here in the commentary booth.
No worries. Thank you, and keep up the great work. It's really good to watch. So
good stuff. Thank you, Tim.
Bye.
I'm going to bring in now as well Nicholas Elgard. This is Nicholas drives part of the Garage RIP 101 team. He's in the white and black Porsche as opposed to the black and white Porsche. This car has been through the wars today, it seems. Nicholas, if you can indeed hear me and you're tuned in, but just give us a brief run through of your previous part of the race. The 101 car has not had the best of times at Bathurst.
Oh, we can say it has the best of the run, but I'm definitely having a lot of fun my first time driving here. We have a bit of incidents. I've been a bit unlucky, but spinning out in some cars, but yeah, it's been great fun. Yeah.
What a way to spend the day, isn't it? You know, pounding around this Bathurst circuit. It's not easy, is it?
Well, absolutely not. Sometimes I think to myself, why the hell did I choose this track? I debut in. But yeah, I got some awesome teammates. Stefan Oliver is very supportive about it's my first time around and stuff like that. And yeah, cars flying left and right for you because you're not one of the fastest cars out there, but it's great fun.
It's good fun, obviously, and you know you find yourself in battles up and down the order, regardless of where you are on the grid. We're just seeing a battle play out in front of us at the moment. This is Horvath we're riding on board with in the Cup Team Future Esports Aston Martin 333, and Anthony Tahorst behind in the 69 Pro Sim Rig EU Mercedes. But going across the mountain, Nicholas, and back down through that twisty section, how difficult is it to follow another car through there? Because it must be hard to pick your line.
It's one of the most... Oh, wait, this is the wrong Nicholas.
Wrong Nicholas. Got two Nicholases in the box. That's the problem. Nicholas Elgard.
Yeah, it can be very difficult. I usually just try to keep not doing follow the leader and just keep my own line and make space where I can when it's possible, and try not to be too annoying to the faster drivers. But yeah, it can be very, very, very difficult.
So just over 4 hours to go, Mr. Elgard. Going to be back in the car anytime soon?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I can't remember what we talked about right now. I'm the third driver, so I'm just like, yeah, when you guys need me in the car, I'm going in the car. Yeah, but I'll definitely be in the car once more before we finish this lovely race.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much for joining us in the lovely shed to have a word, and I wish you all the best for the rest of your race, and hopefully the 101 can pull some positions back.
Thank you very much, and keep up the good work in the stream.
Thank you, Nicholas. And interesting to hear then, two very different stories, isn't it? We've had the 33 car battling through the order and trying to stay clean, a couple of incidents here and there. Then we heard from Nicholas Kraus. No, sorry, not from Nicholas Kraus. We nearly heard from Nicholas Kraus. Nicholas Elgard, driver of the 101, about how difficult it is being at the back, but he's still enjoying it just as much, and that's what we like to see, right?
Yeah, it's the double Nicholas effect. I actually don't have a pun for that, unfortunately.
I was fine with another Tim. There was a Tim Kroll, and I managed to do that fine. It was the two Nicholases that did it for me. That's when I really started struggling.
I think the main problem is when one of the Tims isn't yourself. I can deal with two Nicholases in the room, because I know that one of them isn't going to be me. Chances are. But I think, well, there was some good interviews, some very nice insights from the drivers out there. Glad that they're also enjoying the race, and we heard it from Nicholas there. This sort of track is the fire pit that you're going to be cast in if you want to do a race reveal. If it's going to be your first long endurance race, it's going to be one hell, literally, of a ride. Not only because of the temperatures out there on track.
What a steep learning curve that is, but Bertalan Horvath here is having a hard time at the moment. He was rather forcibly passed there by the number 111 Simsport Racing
69,
Mercedes.
I think, yeah.
That's Aaron Martin Pilkington, who's flying through past cars. He just made his way past, that's the 404 Porsche. And now he's trying to chase down the number 69 of Anthony Terhorst, who is multiple laps ahead on the track. But nothing seems to be stopping AMP at the moment, who's pushing on indeed. And meanwhile, Horvath. So it looked like Horvath, whilst we were talking there to the drivers, has lost the position to Anthony Terhorst, and is just again getting passed out there on track. But he's doing the right thing, isn't he, Nicholas? He's getting past, yes, but he's keeping the car on track, pushing on, and just ticking off the laps, isn't he?
I think he's doing that very well. We saw how easily it got done and how much of a gap there is already now. I'm pretty worried, itty-bitty worried about Aaron here, who really seems to be the quicker car, because if you want to do what you said right on there, you have to have clean air, because if you don't, then you can't really get that sort of rhythm you were talking about.
And here we go, Aaron Martin Pilkington is pushing on. He is 24th in the standings, but he's looking to make his way past the car in 5th place. The blue flags are waving, and that's for cars around him, and Aaron Martin Pilkington would indeed be receiving the blue flags if he gets past the number 69 of Anthony Terhorst. And on the run down the Conroy Straight, he's in the slipstream. Two equally matched Mercedes here, and on the run into the chase, he's looking to the inside. Is he going to make a move through the right-hander? No, his nose is just cut by Terhorst on the way into the left, and the number 69 keeps ahead of the 111. For context, this is not a battle for position. Aaron Martin Pilkington is multiple laps down, but clearly has a lot of pace in that bronze-coloured Team Simsport 111 Mercedes AMG GT3, and he's looking for a way past on that previous lap. Look at the difference there, half a second, and easily found as well, it seems, especially across the middle sector. Aaron Martin Pilkington was flying.
He's just gaining, same spec. Probably not the same sort of setup, but most importantly, it's just such a difference in terms of the driving here as well. Chances are the Lexus behind also will try to follow that up, but the times speak for themselves. Martin Pilkington, absolute flyer right now.
So let's see how this battle progresses. Like we say, it's not a battle for position. So both drivers are going to need to be careful. Terhorst not wanting to be involved in an incident that sees him lose 5th place, but likewise, Aaron Martin Pilkington could potentially become under the wrath of the stewards should he make a move and it cause a problem for the car in 5th place. They're over the top of the mountain through McPhillamy Park. This was where Martin Pilkington was so much quicker on the previous lap, but now it just looks like he's caught up in the train as one of the Lexus cars closes in behind. That is the number 220 car there of Lennart's.
Much smoother down the hill there. Chances are the exit isn't going to be a big difference, but in terms of maintaining the tires, that's much smoother driving there by the 111 here.
Yeah, indeed, and onto the Conrod Straight once again. And
check up here with a fight for P19, which is just on ahead. It's going to be Noah Rossi in the Porsche. It's going all the way sideways! He just barely went around and collected some of the signs there. He's trying to hide from the cams, but we have our eyes everywhere. We're seeing Noah Ross lose the position.
Off. That was Anthony Terhorst off just to the bottom of shot. The 69 Mercedes, and he's spun on the exit of the chase. He's in the wall. The car in 5th place, looped round and definitely made contact with the outside.
Oh, it's
wall
one
there.
more position. There's the 3-1 of Abrunosa. Goes past as well, and he's just sitting dark right on there. Could be that he's losing another position potentially. So Anthony Terhorst down significantly after that one. We're going to go back 1 minute in the replay and have another look what happened there.
Sure, I wonder if there was any involvement of Aaron Martin Pilkington, who we know was trying to get past his fellow Mercedes. And I wonder if there has been any incident there. Terhorst was running in 5th place. He's now dropped back to 7th, losing out to the 333 Cup Team Future Esports Aston Martin and the Team Abbey Racing 3-2-1. And here it is. They come down Conrod Straight and then up over the crest. This is on board with Terhorst. Down towards the chase. Turns into the right-hander. There's a car off. That's the Porsche. I don't know if he just runs in too deep. Yeah, it looks like he just goes in deep and then across the grass, trying to steer cleanly, rejoins and just loses it as he goes over the bump from the grass back onto the asphalt. And that is a very difficult incident there for Anthony Terhorst. One he will not want to remember, and he won't want to see on the replays as he waits for his turn to rejoin the track. We're now heading into the final 4 hours. I suppose it could be a good opportunity to take a break here, Nicholas, and move over to the second stream if possible. So
yes,
certainly.
Let's do that. You want to maybe give a quick wrap up while I'm getting everything set up in that sense?
Absolutely, yes, I'll do just that. So with nearly 8 hours gone of this, the Sim Racing Hub International, 12 hours of Bathurst, we move into the final third of the race. An intense battle at the top of the order. Ingleworth in the number 8 Science Friction Bentley Racing car leads the way ahead of the 22 SimSport Racing Aston Martin. Regan Mitchell on a mission today. That car from down and out, it seemed, after the first half an hour, looking for a way back and looking for a chance to win. We're going to head over to a second stream to bring you the final part of the race. Head over to the Sim Racing Hub TV YouTube channel to make sure you stay up to date with the racing. I've been Tim Fulbrick, leading you up to this point alongside David Christie and Nicholas Krause. And when we return, it'll be the run-in to the checkered flag.